Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto self-taught Powerfull Shinobi? Part 10, check out full playlist. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 57, The Broken Seal. Kuchios no Jutsu. One of the pains, the one with long hair tied into a ponytail, slammed his hands on the water. A seal appeared before smoke erupted from beneath him. Naruto had already leapt back when the group charged in, so he was able to avoid being pulverized when a massive creature suddenly raced through the smoke. It charged on 4 legs, had a number of piercings on its body, the same ripple eyes the pains had, and small wings on its back. The horn emerging from its head made the creature's origins obvious. This guy has a summoning contract with rhinos? No one answered Naruto as the rhino charged at him with reckless abandon, running along the water's surface with ease. Naruto had no intention of letting this thing ram him. Creating a shadow clone, Naruto dove underneath the water surface and made a hand seal. The clone above him raised his hands and, as the rhino barreled into him, caught the creature by its horn. The clone skid along the water for several meters, muscles bulging, but he managed to stop the beast in its tracks. At that exact same moment, Naruto launched himself upward, wind chakra shooting from his feet, and emerged from the water. He was underneath the rhino. He extended his hand, Rasengan. Wasting no time, Naruto slammed a Rasengan into the creature's soft underbelly. His jutsu tore through the creature like it was made of paper. Blood and guts splattered all over the place. But Naruto ignored that as he put more chakra into his technique, drilling straight through the rhino, which split in half as Naruto shot through its body and emerged from its back. Now dead, the creature disappeared in a puff of smoke. Futon Rasengan. While Naruto dealt damaging punishment to the rhino, one of his clones had emerged from its hiding spot and tried to attack the pain that had done the summoning. He appeared behind the pain and thrust a Rasengan at his enemy's back. Yet before he could actually hit the man, one of the other pains leapt into the attack. This one also had long hair, but it wasn't in a ponytail. It was long and unbound. The Naruto clone's Rasengan drilled straight through the man, ripping him apart with an almost wet splatter. Kuchios no Jutsu. Smoke engulfed the field once more as the pain who summoned the rhino summoned something else. Naruto narrowed his eyes when his clone dispelled. He couldn't see what had killed it, but then the smoke cleared seconds later to reveal 2 very different animals. The first one appeared, at a glance, to be a normal ox. However, not only did it have a number of those strange metal rods piercing its head and legs, it was also massive. A rippling body covered in brown fur. Muscles bulged as it scuffed its hooves along the ground. 2 large horns, blacker than obsidian, jutted from its head, though one of its horns had snapped. While the ox charged at Naruto, the second creature, a large dog with brown fur that had a giant rod sticking through its head, growled as it took a more scenic route around him. Naruto watched it from the corner of his eye, but he focused most of his attention on the ox. It was clear they were trying to attack him with a pincer tactic. Sun Senpuken. Naruto charged as much wind-natured chakra through his fists as he dared. Then he unleashed 2 powerful thrusts, first with his right hand, and then with his left hand. His first fist-shaped wine jutsu slammed into the ox's face, halting the creature in its tracks. The second struck its left front leg. Naruto couldn't hear the bone snap from this distance, but he saw how his attack bent the creature's joint at an angle it wasn't supposed to go. Even though the ox went down with a great splash, Naruto was unable to finish it off because the dog with strange wings on its back was closing in. He saw it coming up behind him thanks to one of his clones dispelling. Rasengan. Naruto didn't hesitate to spin around and slam a Rasengan into the monster's muzzle. He thought that would pulverize its face, but then the creature suddenly split into 2. Shock shot through him. However, Naruto quickly prepared himself for their counterattack, or he would have if something hadn't grabbed him from behind. As someone twisted his arms behind his back, Naruto turned his head and received another shock. The pain that his clone had killed was standing behind him. What the hell? He'd seen this man get pulverized by a wind-natured Rasengan. There was no way he should have still been alive. The 2 dogs quickly charged in to attack Naruto. Before they could, Naruto suddenly found himself standing several meters from where he had been. He barely had a moment to contemplate what happened before memories that were not his own appeared before him. Naruto saw his own death flash before his eyes, but it wasn't his. It was one of his clones, replacement. Not wanting to waste this chance, Naruto created 2 clones and had them attack the 2 dogs and the man who'd somehow miraculously come back to life. The clones rushed forward. One created a Rasengan in its hand, while the other began helping craft and mold nature chakra into it. A loud shrieking soon echoed all around the battlefield as 4 points like a shuriken spun around the Rasengan, Futon Raisin Shuriken. The 2 clones slammed into the pain and the dogs. The entire area around them became engulfed in a giant dome of swirling, torrential wind chakra. Waves swelled as the jutsu pushed the water away. Naruto and the others had to stop fighting and leap away from the attack as a shockwave crashed into them. Staring into the swirling dome, everyone could see what the attack was capable of. Numerous glowing blue needles of chakra were stabbing into the pain and dog summons that had been trapped inside of the jutsu. Even the other 5 pains could do nothing but stare in silence as the powerful jutsu sliced into their comrade. So this is what the Raisin Shuriken can do when used on a person, Fukusuka murmured from Jiraiya's shoulder. I remember seeing the results on a log, but it feels completely different being able to see what kind of damage it does to a body. It really is impressive, Shima mumbled as she gazed in awe from Jiraiya's other shoulder. It's an elemental attack of the highest caliber. The Raisin Shuriken can slice through almost anything, but once it collides with something it can't slice through, it detonates, producing an incredible vortex of wind in the immediate area. Look at that. Look at all those wind blades that are being created. There's so many I doubt even a Sharingan would be able to count them all. That's not even the best part, Jiraiya said with a grunt as he held his shoulder. Blood dripped from the wound and splashed into the water. The wind blades damage anything within the vortex on a cellular level, attacking the chakra circulatory system to such a degree that no amount of medical ninjutsu can heal it. A truly fearsome technique, one of the pains, the one with spiky hair, said. I can see now how this boy managed to defeat so many of us. This is all the more reason why we must capture him here. Bansho 10 in heavenly attraction of all creation. Pain raised his hand and suddenly, Naruto, who'd been standing over a dozen meters away, suddenly felt like something had yanked on his chest. He yelped as he was lifted off his feet and sent sailing toward the spiky-haired Pain. As if to make matters worse, the Pain that shot the strange missiles appeared before the other Pain. He threw off his cloak, revealing that his body was more machine than man. He had 6 arms that sprouted from his shoulders and 2 faces. A folded, serrated blade-like sash wrapped around his waist and acted like a tail. The strange-looking Pain leaned over like an animal preparing to attack. Oh, no you don't. Jiraiya shouted as he leapt into the air and created a massive Rasengan over his head. Senpo Cho Odama Rasengan Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Spiraling Sphere. The Rasengan was gigantic, easily larger than Jiraiya's body. As he fell forward, he prepared to slam the Rasengan onto the machine-like Pain, but then the thicker Pain, who seemed somehow fatter than the others, appeared before Jiraiya and held out his hands. Jiraiya cut the jutsu. It disappeared before it could touch the fat Pain. Now falling without the Rasengan, Jiraiya crashed into the Pain with a powerful downward punch. A massive shockwave spread out from the point of impact as Jiraiya's fist crushed the Pain's head. His attack drove that Pain straight through the water, sending him spiraling deep into the lake as a geyser of water shot up all around them. While Jiraiya's attack distracted everyone, Naruto, still being yanked toward the 2 Pains, channeled wind chakra into his fists and attacked the machine-like Pain, Sun Senpuken. Unlike the time where he attacked the summon, Naruto launched his fists forward at the same time. Each punch was aimed differently. The first attack knocked the serrated tail away, the metal becoming twisted, bent, and warped. The second attack slammed into Pain's head, causing it to snap backward. This didn't seem to kill it. Several missiles were launched from its wrists and traveled toward Naruto, but he spun around and generated more wind chakra, which pushed the missiles away, sending them into an out-of-control tailspin. The missiles struck the lake instead of him, detonating and sending up small geysers of water. Rasengan. Naruto landed on the ground in front of the machine Pain, cut the wind chakra he'd been generating, and slammed a Rasengan into the man's chest. Loud shrieking emitted from around him. The Rasengan ground the machine Pain's skin apart, revealing the man's metal insides beneath the skin. Seconds later, the machine-like Pain was lifted off his feet and sailed backward like one of those rockets it launched from its wrist. Wearing a grin, Naruto looked at the spiky-haired Pain. Alright. Now it's time for, what the shit fuck. Before he could even think of attacking the spiky-haired Pain, 4 giant dogs suddenly attacked him from all sides. Naruto leapt into the air to avoid being mauled apart like a chewed toy. The 4 dogs ended up slamming into each other, but instead of turning into a pile of limbs, they amalgamated, becoming one dog with 4 heads. Damn it. I thought I killed this thing. Naruto felt a snarl tear from his throat as the dog leapt at him. Grimacing, he flipped around like an acrobat and channeled wind chakra into his heel. Go away. Using a technique similar to what Shizuka could do, Naruto sliced straight through the dog's summons like it was made of wheat and his foot was a scythe. However, once again, his attack didn't seem to hurt it at all. Instead of being killed, The dogs split apart into 4 again. All 4 landed on the water at the same time he did, surrounding him again. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Why won't these things die? Naruto had never heard of a summon like this before. No matter what he did to it, no matter which attack he used, nothing seemed to work. Even the most powerful attack in his arsenal, the Raisin Shuriken, had done nothing more than cause this beast to multiply. Maybe I shouldn't be attacking the summon? If all it's going to do is make the monster multiply, then perhaps what I should be attacking is the summoner. Jiraiya was currently keeping 2 of the other pains busy, the one with long hair and the one that looked like more machine than man. Meanwhile, the spiky-haired pain was just standing there like a statue. There was one other pain behind him. That one also had spiky hair, but his face was thicker. He had a bigger nose and more masculine jawline. Where's the summoner? Using wind-enhanced punches and kicks to push the dogs back, Naruto leapt into the air and glanced around before spotting the long-haired summoning pain several meters below. He was standing away from the battle proper, creating 3 shadow clones. Naruto had the first one dispel. The other 2 created a Rasengan in each hand and began attacking the dog summons. While this was going on, one of the Naruto clones that he had first created and had hid across the battlefield appeared behind the summoning pain. It emerged from beneath the water and slammed Tsun Senpuken into its back. The attack was powerful enough that the pain was launched forward, similar to how Naruto had been pulled toward the 2 pains by that strange technique, Bansho Tenin. Naruto angled his descent, and then flipped around as he extended his leg. A green aura appeared around it as he generated more wind chakra. Kazakata Wind Cutter. Naruto's heel drop struck the summoner on the head, and then, infused with the cutting power of wind chakra, it split the head open like it was an overripe fruit. The pain who could summon fell forward. He struck with water with a splash. Meanwhile, the dog summons disappeared in a burst of smoke. Landing on the water, Naruto stood to his feet and turned around, prepared to help Jiraiya. And that's when it happened. Chibaku Tensei heavenly body bursting from the earth. Naruto couldn't figure out what was happening. A bright light emitted from overhead, rays of light that shone down on the lake and Amigakure no Sato. Then, all of the water turned into streamers that were pulled into a black sphere that hovered above them. It wasn't just the water either. The buildings along the edge of Amigakure no Sato, the ground beneath the lake, all of it crumbled apart, and began slowly being drawn toward the sphere. Doing his best to move away from the strange jutsu, Naruto began running across the water, but the water was getting pulled into the sphere. It wasn't long before the water underneath his feet left the ground. He leapt from the water. A massive chunk of land suddenly appeared before him. He landed on it and tried to find an escape route, but numerous other chunks were floating all around him, blocking him from escaping. In that case, I need to make my own escape route. He'd been hoping to save this for when he was certain he could defeat this pain character, but it looked like he had no choice. Naruto activated his yokai form. There was nothing special required in its activation. All Naruto did was release every limiter that kept his chakra from overflowing. A soft clicking noise echoed throughout his mind, like a lock being undone, and then a powerful chakra suddenly flowed through his body like a storm. It leaked out of his skin. Wisps of purple chakra that looked almost like miasma wafted from his body. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the overflowing power. While he couldn't see his transformation happening, Naruto knew his hair was growing longer, that his eyes had become purple, and that his hands and feet were turning into claws. The transformation didn't take more than a second. Once it was done, Naruto held out his left hand. A swirling sphere of purple chakra appeared in front of him. It looked a lot like a Rasengan, but it was more chaotic. Chakra leaked from it like water leaking from the cracks in a vase. Naruto narrowed his eyes and focused his will, condensing the sphere further, until it was no more than a tiny pinprick. Raisinite Spiral Shooter. Naruto growled out the name of his technique as he slammed his fist into the tiny sphere. All of the condensed chakra suddenly erupted from the condensed Rasengan, but instead of creating a massive burst of energy, it fired off a condensed beam that sliced through the rocks around it. Naruto controlled the beam's angle, making it swerve around and cut more. The rocks around him suddenly broke apart like fragile glass. Kaze Bakufu Wind Blast. Slamming his hands onto the ground, Naruto summoned a massive blast of wind that spread outward like a powerful shockwave. The rocks, already broken apart from his previous attack, were blown away in all directions. His path now clear, Naruto leapt away from the strange technique as more and more rocks, buildings, and water were pulled into it. He landed on solid ground. It seemed odd at first, but then he looked around and realized what had happened. The lake was gone. All of the water had been pulled into the now giant sphere, which looked like a strange globe of the planet. Water mixed with land to create oceans and continents on the sphere. Meanwhile, the land around Naruto had become deformed. Chunks of earth were missing, numerous buildings in Amigakure were gone, and all of the water in the lake had been sucked dry. I did not expect you to be able to escape from my Chibaku Tensei, a voice said. Naruto turned around to find the 6 pains standing a distance of several meters from him. The one who had spoken was the spiky-haired man. You are truly a powerful foe. And that unique transformation of yours. I have never seen anything like it. Yeah, well, what can I say? When you're as awesome as me, it's only natural to have super cool transformations like this. Naruto's long hair shifted as he turned his head slightly to look away, always keeping at least one eye on the man. He frowned when he spotted no one else aside from these 6. It looked like the dogs were gone, which he had first assumed was because he defeated the one who summoned them. But that man was standing right in front of him again as if he'd come back to life. I don't understand. I'm sure I defeated that guy several times, and not just him. Orochimaru and I have killed at least 2 of 3 of these guys. How do they keep coming back to life? One of those 6 must have been able to use a powerful revival ninjutsu. It was the only explanation that Naruto could think of. The question was which of those 6 was the one who kept reviving the others. If you are looking for Jiraiya Sensei, then you shouldn't bother, Pain said again. You might have been able to escape from my jutsu, but he was not so fortunate. What? It took Naruto a minute to figure out what the man meant, mostly because his brain simply couldn't comprehend it. Jiraiya had been sucked up by that thing? There was no way. It wasn't possible. It just wasn't. And yet, I can see that you don't believe me, but it's true. The Pain, who seemed to be the spokesperson for the others, spread his arms. Look around you. Do you see Jiraiya Sensei anywhere? No, you do not. That is because he was unable to escape from my technique. Naruto couldn't say anything. His throat refused to open as a series of denials rang out inside of his mind. Impossible. Jiraiya might have been a pervert, but he was also strong. He should have been strong enough to escape from a technique like that. I am surprised that you were able to escape from this technique. Pain regarded him with a calm, steady gaze that pissed off Naruto more than he thought possible. Chibaku Tensei was a technique created by the Sage of 6 Paths, the Rikudo Nin. It was said that he used this technique to create the moon. My power is nothing compared to his, but this jutsu is still one of the most powerful in my arsenal. Even though he heard the man speak, Naruto couldn't respond. He stared at the massive sphere floating in the sky. Jiraiya was in there, according to this man. He was stuck inside that thing. Naruto had no idea how this technique worked, but even if his sensei hadn't been crushed to death, he would suffocate before long. Orochimaru. Chakra flared from Naruto's feet as he launched himself into the air and crashed into the giant sphere. Rasengan. The Rasengan drilled into the rock, but it must have been condensed more than he thought. His attack barely scratched it. Gritting his teeth, Naruto channeled wind chakra into his jutsu, Futon Rasengan. The wind-natured Rasengan did a slightly better job of cutting through the rock, but he was unable to maintain the jutsu for long. It eventually started slicing into not only the rock but also his hand. Naruto howled as he withdrew his hand and then summoned an even bigger Rasengan, one that emitted a loud screeching sound as 4 pointed blades spun fiercely around it. Futon Rasen Shuriken. Naruto didn't hesitate to slam the Rasen Hurricane into the massive sphere. In most cases, his attack would have sliced through the rock with ease. That didn't happen this time. His jutsu, unable to even pierce the attack, exploded the moment he slammed it into the sphere. Naruto was blasted off his feet. The wind howled around his ears for several seconds as the sights blurred past him. Then, all at once, the oxygen was blown from his lungs as his back slammed into the hard ground. He stared up at the still floating dome, which not even his Rasen Shuriken had been able to penetrate. All that he had to show for his jutsu was a little chunk that had been cut away. It is no use, Pain said. Your jutsu cannot penetrate my Chibaku Tensei. Are you upset? Do you feel the pain of losing your sensei? This pain that you feel has been felt by others for a long time, longer than you or I have been alive. This pain is the same pain that your village has inflicted on smaller villages like Amigakure ever since the formation of the hidden villages. Do you understand how we feel now? If you do, then you are one step closer to reaching enlightenment, not that it will help you in the long run. I am going to take the Kyuubi away from you. Your sacrifice will help further my ambitions. The words felt like they were coming from far away, from across a vast distance. They were distorted. Naruto heard them, but they barely registered as he continued staring at the sphere. Jiraiya was in there. Was he alive? Was he dead? Naruto didn't know. He was uncertain, and that uncertainty caused kernels of fear to fester inside of him. Like the vines of an insidious plant, they spread throughout his body, until every positive emotion he'd ever felt was snuffed out. Are you angry? A seductive voice whispered. Yes. Do you want to take revenge? I do. Then let go. I'll destroy this man for you. Naruto listened to the voice, which told him that it could help him get revenge for his sensei. He listened and let himself go. He gave in. Reahaya. Chakra exploded from Naruto's body. The ground around him burst, exploding in all directions. 5 of the 6 pains scattered to avoid the flying debris, but the one with spiky hair held up his hands and created a barrier. Large rock chunks slammed into the barrier. The man's feet dug into the ground. Cracks spread as each flying piece of debris crashed into him. Naruto climbed to his feet, body shaking, back hunched. His arms dangled uselessly in front of him as the chakra, more black than purple now, gushed from his body like a tempest. The very air around him sizzled. As if gravity had suddenly become unstable, large chunks of the earth were ripped from the ground. They floated around him for several seconds before breaking apart. Before long, the chakra swirling around Naruto gathered. It condensed along his body, covering it like a layer of armor. His skin became a dark purple bordering on black, though several purple lines, brighter than the rest, appeared along his body like strange seals. His pupils disappeared. There was only white. Similarly, when Naruto opened his mouth, all that could be seen was a white maw. Fingers extended, elongating and growing sharp. His feet did the same. Then it happened. A tail sprouted from behind Naruto. It was just a single tail, but then the tail split into a second tail. Not long after that, the 2 tails split into 4 tails, and then 4 became 8. They seemed to stop at 8. Something is not right. Pain frowned as he narrowed his eyes. This chakra is far denser than a human's, but it does not feel like the Kyuubi's chakra. What is this? Perhaps it was his words, or maybe it was simply his presence, but the demonic-looking Naruto turned to him. It glared at him with wide eyes. Then it opened its mouth, and unleashed a roar that shattered the barrier he'd put up and crashed into him with a force that was even greater than his own Shinra Tensei. Pain was lifted off his feet and sent flying. Exoks. People screamed as explosion after explosion tore apart the city of Amigakure. While some unease had spread after Pain used Chibaku Tensei, it is nothing compared to the chaos taking place in the streets now. Over here, a woman was screaming as she ran with a crying child in her arms. Over there, an old man was nearly trampled as dozens of younger people pushed and shoved to get away from where the destruction was occurring. Everywhere Conan looked, people were suffering. Everyone remained calm. Conan shouted over the screams. Do not push as you make your way toward the city exit. Conan had lost Naruto at some point during their battle, and then the boy had become engaged in combat with Pain alongside Jiraiya. Fighting the 2 of them at once had been far too much. Even Pain, easily the strongest person she knew, couldn't seem to land a decisive victory over the 2, and they had torn through his paths with ease. It was only thanks to the Naraka path, which had the ability to completely rejuvenate the other paths after they had been destroyed, that Pain had lasted for so long. Had the battle continued, Jiraiya and Naruto would have discovered the secret to the reviving paths. Conan was sure of it. Pain must have known that as well. That was why he had used Chibaku Tensei, to put an end to the fight. More explosions rocked the village. They hadn't reached this part of AIM yet, but the battle was steadily moving inward. The numerous detonations caused many of the citizens to scream, though Conan did her best to keep everyone calm and orderly as they rushed toward one of the exits that would take them out of the city. She never thought they would have to do this. Conan had several dozen paper clones spread throughout the city. They were also helping evacuate the civilians. A few had been destroyed, but all of them had been able to safely evacuate the people from that area before harm could befall them. As she looked at the area where the detonations were taking place, a grim expression settled over her face. Nagato. Exoks. The first thing Naruto did after that strange chakra exploded from his body and made him transform was attack the Naraka path. He seemed to understand how Pain had kept reviving his paths, or maybe it had been sheer luck. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki fired off numerous spheres of condensed chakra at the path, though Deva had appeared to block the attacks, not that it had done much good. Several tails had suddenly speared out of the ground next to Naraka and skewered him. He fights like an animal. Deva narrowed his eyes as animals summoned the drill-beaked bird and giant centipede. The 2 summons tried to attack Naruto. They never got even close. Naruto opened his mouth, dark chakra gathering inside, and then he fired off a massive beam of destruction that engulfed the 2 summons and animal. The connection that all the paths shared with animal was suddenly cut. When the giant beam attack dissipated, there was nothing left. Shinra Tensei. Deva held out his hand and used his repulsion attack to send Naruto flying, or he tried to. Even he couldn't stop the shock from coursing down his spine when, rather than find himself being lifted off his feet and sent across the dry lake bed, Naruto dug his hands and feet into the ground to somehow remain in place. Perhaps acting on instinct, or maybe even just malice, Naruto's head swiveled in Deva's direction. Another beam of energy was fired from his mouth. This one was condensed. It was much smaller, but there was a lot more chakra packed into it, evident by how the ground melted simply from its passing. Hands raised, Deva erected a barrier. The beam slammed into the barrier. Deva gnashed his teeth together as his feet slid across the ground. It was incredible. Even though he was using chakra to keep himself from moving, the force of Naruto's attack was pushing him back. Is this the power of the Kyuubi? Deva wondered, and then shook his head. No, this chakra is very dense and powerful, but it is not the Kyuubi's chakra. What made the boy's power so shocking was that this was not the Kyuubi's power. It all belonged to Naruto. Still, he had never felt a chakra this powerful from a human before. It was thick and dense. If other people's chakra was like water, then this was like sludge. While Deva was blocking the powerful beam attack, Azura pulled off his arm to reveal and fire a cluster of segmented missiles. Each one targeted Naruto. However, the boy didn't move from his spot. Even as the beam fizzled out, the massive aura around the boy, which looked like purple flames so dark they bordered on black, became even more dense. The missiles struck the aura and detonated. The powerful explosion that engulfed Naruto was blown away when the boy raced through it. Azura didn't even have time to dodge before Naruto grabbed the path with his clawed hand and proceeded to crush his face. Metal squealed as the face slowly crumbled and caved in. Azura's tail rose as though to try and skewer Naruto, but before it could get even close, the boy created a Rasengan and slammed it into the path's chest. Pain had seen this attack several times already. He knew how it worked. However, unlike what normally happened, this jutsu didn't grind anything away. The moment the Rasengan touched Azura, the body of his path exploded. Parts scattered in all directions. All that remained was the head, gripped fiercely in Naruto's hand, until he crushed it completely. 3 of my paths have been destroyed. The thought left a bad taste in his mouth. It only grew worse when Naruto vanished in a burst of mind-blowing speed. Deva could track him, and he did not hesitate to use his attraction ability to pull the boy toward him. He was forced to cut the power off, however, when Naruto created several vacuum blades that nearly cut through him. Now free from the attraction jutsu, Naruto appeared before Human, a path that had very little power on the field of battle. Human tried to defend himself using taijutsu. His hands were cleanly removed by a swipe of Naruto's claws. Not even a second later, one of those same clawed hands speared through Human's chest. Down to just his Deva and Preta paths, Pain tried to figure out what he could do to turn this battle around. Going on a hunch, Preta rushed toward Naruto and reached out a hand. He clasped the blonde's wrist and began absorbing chakra. It was overwhelmingly intense. A massive wellspring of energy surged through the connections shared by the paths and the one who controlled them. It filled them with more chakra than they'd ever had. It was Pain's hope that Preta would be able to absorb most of Naruto's chakra, but sadly, those hopes were dashed when their opponent unleashed an enraged roar and tore Preta's head clean from his body. As the path fell to the ground, Deva found himself standing alone. Exox. Ha! Ha! Deep within Amigakure, in a building with no windows and no exits, Nagato sat on his chair, though the massive contraption that wrapped around his lower half to keep him upright could hardly be called as such. Ha! Ak! He breathed heavily, his voice raspy. The power that had flowed through the Preta path, having been absorbed from Naruto, was doing weird things to his body. It felt like he was being healed and destroyed at the same time. It was not a pleasant experience. At the same time, he did his best to control the Deva path, which was still facing off against Naruto. Nagato, a voice said before a figure appeared from the entrance to the darkened room. Blue hair, amber eyes, and a flower on her head. Conan walked over to him in concern. Conan, I believe the situation is lost, Conan said hesitantly. We should leave. Not yet, Nagato muttered. If nothing else, I must capture the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. He is too dangerous to leave alone. If we do not capture him now, we may not get the chance. Even lost as he was in the darkness, Nagato could still tell when Conan was agitated. Her face clearly said that she wanted to convince him to leave, that she wanted to force him to abandon this place. But that same face, filled with resignation, also said she knew that wouldn't happen. After a second, the conflicted expression disappeared. The woman walked over and stood beside him. You should probably leave, Nagato said. I am staying right here. Nagato knew better than to order her to leave. She almost always listened to what he said, but there were some things she wouldn't budge on. Have the people been evacuated? He asked. They have. Then I guess I should try to end this now. If the people had been evacuated, then it meant he could fight without restraint. Amigakure would be destroyed. However, he considered that a fair exchange in return for capturing the most powerful and troublesome Jinchuriki. Exox. The battle continued. Naruto was like an animal, attacking Pain with nothing but base instincts. He charged at the final path, the Deva path, with little thought. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion jutsu slammed into Naruto. It halted him in his tracks. Naruto's face, which seemed oddly elastic, flattened as the beast-like Jinchuriki struggled to rush forward. He lifted one clawed foot, brought it down, and then lifted his other foot. Inch by inch he moved. Deva's eyes became narrowed slits as he put more chakra into his jutsu. The chakra Deva exerted was enough to lift Naruto off his feet and send the boy flying. They had made their way into the city by this point. Their battle had destroyed many buildings. Towering skyscrapers had crumbled to the ground, small structures had exploded in gouts of fire and plumes of smoke. Naruto slammed into one of the already broken structures, sending a large spray of fragments flying everywhere. Deva couldn't see what became of the boy, but the massive skyscraper behind the building Naruto had slammed into suddenly teetered. Cracks spread along the bottom as it leaned over, broke, and then crumbled to the ground. The building's destruction caused a massive cloud of dust to billow through the streets. Deva kept his eyes focused and tried to find out where Naruto was. He didn't doubt for a second that the boy was still alive. Just then, a massive beam burst from the dust cloud. He raised his hand and blocked it, channeling chakra to his feet to stick to the ground. With a furious shout, he manipulated his barrier, angling it away from him and forced the beam to rebound off it. This made it much easier to deflect, though the beam itself sliced through several buildings as if they were made of cheese. While the beam eventually died off, several sphere-like projectiles of negative chakra shot toward him. Deva moved his arms faster than ever before. They were practically blurs as he smacked the projectiles away. Naruto burst out of the dust cloud seconds later. Deva prepared to send him flying again with Shinra Tensei, but the Jinchuriki was on him before he could even get the words out. The taijutsu battle that began was more furious than any fight he'd been in to date. Naruto was an animal in every sense of the word, clawing and attacking with reckless abandon. If that were all, the Deva path would have probably been enough, but on top of having completely unpredictable attack patterns, Naruto also possessed bone-shattering strength. Deva raised his arms in a cross to block Naruto's punch, a shockwave exploding from the impact, lifting Deva off his feet. Naruto leapt after him, continuing his furious assault. Deva blocked his attacks. Small shockwaves erupted from each attack and counterattack as the two traded blows while in mid-air. Unleashing a powerful burst of chakra, Deva sent Naruto soaring backward. The boy landed on the ground, crouched on all fours, and fired off another one of those beams from his mouth. Deva blocked the attack with another barrier. Even so, he could feel the heat singing his hands as he was pushed higher into the air. Holding out his hands toward Amigakure no Sato, Deva inhaled a deep breath and channeled far more chakra than normal for his next jutsu, Shinra Tensei. The attack struck Naruto dead on. This jutsu, which allowed him the ability to manipulate repulsive force, Sekiryoku, acted like a giant hammer slamming into the earth. Naruto was crushed beneath the attack, which quickly spread further. Buildings were pushed away before shattering into so many fragments, as a massive crater about 50 meters wide formed in the village of Amigakure no Sato. Deva narrowed his eyes as he slowed his descent and landed on the ground. Standing at the lip of the crater, he surveyed the destruction he had wrought, though his eyes slowly focused on the writhing mass of purple chakra buried underneath tons of rubble. As though affected by gravity, his lips slowly morphed into a frown. Naruto's chakra had not diminished in the least. Not only had it not diminished, but it seemed to be growing more powerful with each passing second. What made it even more unbelievable was that this didn't seem to be Kyuubi's chakra at all. It was still Naruto's. Where is he getting this power from? There was no one who could answer his question. Certainly the one who his question was about wouldn't answer, even if he could. A massive explosion sent plumes of fire, smoke, and fragments of the ground and buildings sky high. Naruto stood up. He appeared unharmed. Deva could not see a single wound on his body, which looked more monster than man, covered as it was in demonic-looking purple chakra armor. It seems I have no choice. Deva looked at the results of his Chibaku Tensei, still hovering in the air. Focusing on it, he raised his hand and channeled his chakra. HNNN. Sweat beaded on Deva's brow as he yanked the massive sphere of compressed earth and water down. It fell toward Naruto, who raised his head. A beam fired from his mouth, but though it carved a large chunk from the sphere, it could not destroy it. The satellite, which was easily over 30 meters in diameter, slammed into Naruto, crushing him once more. That won't hold him. Knowing this, the Deva path placed his hands together and summoned more chakra. A small orb slowly formed between his hands. It looked white at first, but the course soon became pure black. Raising his hand, he sent it into the air, as though making an offering to the gods. The tiny sphere slowly ascended into the air, seemingly harmless. Just as the sphere stopped moving, the satellite that had been created from his previous Chibaku Tensei cracked in half. The two halves fell away from each other. A figure leapt from the crack and landed on one flattened half. Of course it was Naruto, still transformed into that monstrous form. The beast looked around. It was like Naruto's head was on a swivel. However, slowly, almost mechanically, Naruto eventually craned his neck to look at him. He opened his mouth and gathered chakra around it. No doubt he was preparing another one of those beam attacks. It was too late. Deva clapped his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. He had never used this technique twice before. In fact, due to the chakra requirements, he tried his hardest not to use it at all. The strain it put on his body, his real body and not the Deva path, was immense. However, thanks to the chakra the Preta path had stolen from Naruto before it was destroyed, he had enough to use the jutsu again, stronger than the last time. All the buildings around him cracked and crumbled as they rose into the air. The ground ruptured as if something from underground was rising to the surface. Abrasions appeared as the streets and rocks swelled, broke, and rose into the air as well, all traveling toward the small gravitational sphere. Naruto leapt off the hemisphere he'd been standing on as it also broke apart, and was sucked toward the new Chibaku Tensei. However, Deva sent a powerful burst of chakra toward him. Naruto slammed into the ground as the earth enclosed around him, though it didn't remain that way for long. A beam of energy blasted from the enclosed sphere of rock. Deva raised his hand to block the attack, which seared his fingers, and then sent a portion of that attack back at Naruto. It didn't seem to injure the boy. However, it did distract him. The ground that he was standing on rose into the air. Ha! Deva clamped his hands together and sent more chakra into his technique. More buildings were ripped from the ground and became part of the satellite. Even with the state he was in, Naruto must have realized the danger of this technique. Beams struck the satellite, destroying large portions, but Deva merely summoned more chakra, pulling more and more of the ground from the earth and using it to repair the satellite. Soon, Naruto slammed into the satellite's surface, and then Deva decided to finish it. HHHNNNGGGH. Before Naruto even had a chance to lift his hand, Deva applied so much chakra that the pieces of debris floating through the air shot forward like kunai and slammed into him. Over and over. More and more. Deva forced the satellite to compress further, to become more dense, then sent more debris into it, and compressed it again. He did this several times. Finally, with one last application of chakra, the jutsu was complete. A satellite 3 times larger than the one that had defeated Jiraiya now floated in the air. Exox. The underground bunker that housed Nagato and Konan was now visible. The Chibaku Tensei had ripped most of the ground around them apart. The building they'd been underneath was no more. Konan stood before the gaping chasm that allowed her a glimpse at the world outside, staring in shock at the massive satellite floating above the now destroyed village. Behind her, Nagato's heavy rasping created staccato echoes around the space. With a worried look on her face, Konan turned back to Nagato, whose emaciated form was more visible now that their room had been exposed to the outside world. Her friend was hunched over, bony shoulders and arms extended at his side, stuck into a pair of large cylindrical devices that were further connected to a massive structure behind him with wires. She could see his ribcage. The stark shadows cast over his body revealed all of his deformities and nearly skeletal appearance. Nagato had never looked more pained than he did now. His face was lined with exhaustion. Bags hung under his eyes. The strain from using Chibaku Tensei must have physically damaged his brain because blood was running from his nose. Why did you push yourself to make it that large? She asked. That boy is far stronger than Jiraiya Sensei. Nagato took several deep breaths. Even without the Kyuubi's chakra, he is far more powerful than anyone I have ever faced. A normal Chibaku Tensei would have never worked. Grunting, Nagato lifted his head and gazed at the satellite visible through the gaping hole in the ground. The Rikuda Sennin was said to have created the moon, he said without humor. This is nothing compared to that. He looked back down. Regardless. With this, I have now captured the Kyuubi. However, as if seeking to prove him wrong, an explosion suddenly echoed all around them. Nagato and Konan looked up as red flames became visible through the cracks in the Chibaku Tensei. More explosions rang out. Plumes of fire from inside of the satellite blasted chunk after chunk away. Several limbs speared through the satellite. They were tails. However, they were not physical tails. They were merely constructs made of condensed chakra. The tails were soon followed by a set of hands, which clawed apart the rocks and building fragments, allowing a figure to emerge. It was Naruto. Though he retained his bipedal form, he still looked nothing like a human. His hair had become a dark red, the color of blood. It hung around his head like a thick mane. His eyes were still pure white with no pupils, and when he opened his mouth to release a beam that struck the ruins of Amigakure, the inside was also white. Observing all this from inside Nagato's room, Konan's eyes widened. That's I never imagined he would be this powerful. Nagato stared at the emerging Naruto as he clawed his way out. I have no idea how a human can be like this, nor what that form of his is. The tails seem to represent the Kyuubi, but I can feel none of the Kyuubi's chakra being used. Konan whirled around to face Nagato. What are we going to do? I do not know. For the first time, Nagato expressed uncertainty. I never imagined that I would be forced to expend this much chakra. I do not have enough to create another Chibaku Tensei. I do not even know if I have enough to continue fighting. Nagato's eyes narrowed in frustration. His chakra hasn't diminished in the least. Konan heard those words and stumbled back as though struck by fear. Her horrified gaze turned back to Naruto. What kind of monster is he? I do not know. Nagato had no idea what he was going to do, but it wasn't like he could just give up either. He had a bit of chakra left. Maybe he could somehow pull off a miracle and defeat this creature. As he was preparing to begin the battle once again, a soft glow caught his attention. He looked down to find the skin around his collarbone glowing. With a frown, he continued watching as the glow slowly condensed and gained shape. It became a necklace? It was an innocuous-looking necklace made out of a simple gemstone that glittered in the light. He'd never seen anything like this. Where had it come from? What was it doing around his neck? A loud roar shattered his concentration. He looked up, expecting an attack, but what he found was far different, and far more confusing. Naruto was clutching his head as he knelt on the surface of the Chibaku Tensei satellite. His mouth was split open to unleash a scream filled with rage and pain, a tortured scream that seemed to encompass humanity's most negative emotions. However, beyond the anger, beyond the pain, another emotion seemed to resound from the scream, an emotion that resonated with Nagato and caused him to unconsciously clench the necklace that had suddenly appeared around his neck. What is going on? Konan wondered out loud. However, Nagato didn't answer her as he continued to look at Naruto, who seemed almost like he was in a fight with himself. The emotion that he heard in Naruto's scream, which kept him from speaking, was sorrow. Exox. Naruto recognized the street he was standing on, the buildings on either side, the tower several hundred meters away, and the massive monument looming over everything behind it. A sense of familiarity surged through him. This place, which looked exactly like Konoha, was, in fact, a replica created by the seal that kept the Kyuubi, Akane, locked away inside of him. How did I get here? He had been trying to enter the seal for over a year now with no luck. Why had he entered the seal now? As he walked along the deserted streets, his feet taking him to where he knew Akane resided, he tried to figure out what he was doing here. He'd been fighting again pain alongside Jiraiya, and then, Erosenin. Naruto gritted his teeth as he stopped walking. He struggled to hold back the emotions pouring from him, to keep his sorrow in check. That's it, a voice whispered to him. Just like that. Let your sorrow, your anger, your rage flow through you. You want to take revenge, right? You want to destroy the person who killed your sensei, right? Then just give yourself to despair. I'll do the rest. It had been a long time since he'd heard that voice, but not long enough that he had forgotten it. Feeling a jolt race through his spine, Naruto quickened his pace, racing through the streets before, eventually, even those faded away to present a wide, open space. The last time he had visited this place, Akane's seal had been a small house, a one-story building with no outstanding features other than the numerous seals surrounding it. Inside had been a single room, big enough for one person. The room had many comfortable amenities, including a bed, a dresser, and several other pieces of furniture that the house's resident never actually seemed to use. That was gone now. The house was gone. In its place was a stone pillar with a height of at least 4 meters and a width of 2. It emerged from the ground like a stake set to skewer the sky. Wide at the bottom, it grew more narrow the further up it went, ending in a sharp point. What's more, there were numerous seals scribbled onto the rock's surface, and in the center of those seals was Akane. Tied to the pillar with dozens of chains, Akane's body hung limply, her feet dangling, toes canted. Her arms had been wrapped above her head. One set of chains wrapped around her beasts as if the person who tied her up was a pervert. At the sound of his voice, Akane lifted her head up. Her eyes widened slightly as she locked onto him. Naruto ran toward her, but she shouted at him, "Don't come any closer. It's a trap." What? Naruto had barely spoken those words when something slammed into his stomach with enough force that he was lifted off the ground. All of the oxygen was violently expelled from his lungs as he flew through the air. He struck the ground seconds later and nearly swallowed his tongue. Struggling to get to his feet, Naruto looked up as several mocking claps rang out. "I'm impressed. Despite having barely any forewarning, you managed to mitigate the damage my punch would have given you at the last moment by traveling with the hit. You've become even more skilled as a ninja, but then again, so have I." Naruto did not recognize the man standing above him. Spiky red hair traveled down his back like mane. The dark red hair bordering on crimson somehow complemented the person's pale skin, which was white enough that it almost seemed translucent. He wore only a pair of pants, meaning his body, which was covered in strong but lithe muscles, was on display. His hands and feet were clawed. However, what captured Naruto's attention the most were his eyes. The area that would normally be white were black, and the pupils were a bloody crimson. Huh, what's this? You don't remember me? The man placed a hand against his chest in feigned agony. I'm hurt, brother. Has it really been so long that you forget about me? Naruto recognized the voice, of course, but he couldn't match up the figure before him with the person the voice belonged to. His dark half. That person had looked like a carbon copy of Naruto. Save for their eyes and the other Naruto's feral appearance, the two of them had looked exactly the same. You're my other half? No way. Call me Yami, his dark half said. I prefer that name to dark half. You and I might be two sides of the same coin, but we are most definitely not the same person, as you are about to witness. As Naruto stood on shaking legs, Yami made several hand seals, finishing on the bird's seal. The moment he did that, the seals on the pillar started glowing. At the same time, Akane screamed in agony and writhed within the chains. What are you doing? Stop that. Ha ha ha. Why should I stop? This bitch is only getting what she deserves. Akane continued to scream and struggle. Naruto tried to rush over to her, but several chains sprouted from the ground and wrapped around his arms and legs. Ah! I can't have you going to her. That would mess up my plans. Just wait there for a minute. This will be finished shortly. Unable to do anything, all Naruto could do was watch as Akane's screams echoed around them, as the woman writhed in pain, as her body shook and strained against the bindings. Red chakra leaked from her body. Like a streamer drifting in the wind, the chakra drifted over to Yami, entering his body and engulfing him in bright red flames. As he watched, Naruto noticed that Akane no longer had 9 tails. She had 8. Even as he looked, the 8th tail disappeared. I see. That seal must be absorbing her power. He's stealing her power. Naruto didn't know how that was possible, though he had some theories. Right then, however, Naruto had no intention of trying to determine whether those theories were correct. His other half, Yami, had clearly become a dangerous individual. Ah. I feel so much better now, Yami muttered as he felt the power flow through him. Clenching and unclenching his hands, Yami stared at them for several seconds, as though marveling at his newfound power, before he finally looked at Naruto. And now that I'm feeling good, let's enjoy our time together, brother. Naruto wasn't given a chance to say anything as Yami suddenly appeared before him. Stars exploded in his vision as something powerful struck the underside of his chin. His feet left the ground. The chains wrapped around him all shattered as though they were made of brittle twigs. Flying through the air, Naruto did his best to rotate his body so he would land on his feet, but he still tumbled along the ground for several meters before landing in a crouch. He looked up to try and spot Yami. However, he was unable to see the man. There was nothing in front of him. Frowning, he looked left, and then right. Still nothing. Yami had all but disappeared, which meant, acting on instinct, Naruto rolled forward across the ground. A loud crash echoed behind him. Landing on his feet, Naruto turned around to see that the area he'd been standing on had become a small crater. Yami retracted his foot from the crater and looked up at Naruto. Your instincts are pretty sharp, I'll give you that. However, it's hopeless. There's no way you can keep up with me. As if to emphasize his point, Yami suddenly vanished before Naruto's eyes. Even though he had no idea where his opponent would strike next, he knew that he needed to react, so he leapt out of the way. He was just in time. Barely a second had passed before the area was destroyed. Yami had fallen from the sky and slammed into the ground with the fury of a hurricane. You really do have some sharp instincts, Yami complimented as he stood up. It's too bad those won't save you. What soon began was a game of intense cat and mouse. Yami would disappear and attack Naruto, who did his best to defend against the onslaught of incredibly fast and agile attacks. Each attack barely missed. Naruto could feel Yami's punches, or rather, he could feel the displaced air that was pushing against him every time Yami threw a punch. Several of his attacks were so sharp they cut Naruto's cheek as they passed. Naruto was unable to counterattack Yami, who relentlessly attacked over and over at speeds he could barely follow. In their previous battle, he and Yami were almost even in terms of ability. However, with Akane's power fueling his strength, Yami was currently in a league of his own. Naruto avoided a leg sweep by shuffling backward. However, he was shocked when Yami raised himself into a handstand and launched a powerful mule kick. Nothing seemed to happen at first. Then, without warning, an invisible wall slammed into Naruto, who was unable to do anything as he was thrown across the ground. Lying on his back, Naruto tried to stand up, but before he could even so much as sit, a foot slammed into his chest and pinned him to the ground. Despite this, Naruto still tried to remove the foot. However, when the heel ground into him, digging into his flesh, he could do nothing except throw his head back and scream. "This is pathetic," Yami mumbled. "To think you had been giving me so much trouble for such a long time. Well, now that I have all of Akane's power, you're nothing more than a nuisance. I hope you've enjoyed the time you spent on the outside because now it's my turn. I might not be able to kill you, but I'm going to lock you away into the deepest, darkest recesses of our mind, just like you did to me." Naruto groaned as he tried to move. He grabbed at the foot pinning him to the ground, but it wouldn't budge. "Is this it?" Gritting his teeth as he struggled to get up, Naruto wondered if this was the end. Am I really going to disappear here? Naruto didn't want that. He had far too much that he needed to accomplish. There was still so much that he hadn't seen. "I don't want to vanish here." "I can't." "Welp, it's been fun, brother," Yami said with a grin, "but I'm gonna have to ask you to disappear now." Naruto gnashed his teeth together as the helplessness of his situation sank in. He really couldn't do anything. This man, this Yami, was far too powerful for him to confront alone and defeat. With Akane's chakra combined with his own, he made for an incredibly powerful opponent. Yami raised a clawed hand as though getting ready to impale him. Naruto bared his teeth as he glared at his other half. "That's a good look for you. Now goodbye, Naruto." OFFF. Naruto could do nothing but blink as a foot suddenly slammed into Yami's face. The other boy's cheeks seemed to cave in for a second as the foot pounded him, but then he was lifted off his feet, spinning around like a top before slamming into the ground. "Get your hands off my Naruto," a female voice said. Gasping as the pain from having a foot digging into his ribs was removed, Naruto sat up, groaning, and looked toward the source of the voice. A woman stood before him. Her long red hair swayed gently in an unseen breeze. Naruto only had a glimpse of her profile, but he could make out fair skin and bright blue eyes. The green dress that she wore complemented her figure. It was sleeveless and had straps tying it together from the back, making Naruto think of an apron almost. Underneath her green dress was a sleeveless white shirt. You are." The woman glanced over at Naruto and gave him a grin that was oh so familiar. He recognized that grin. How could he not? It was the same grin he often gave. "Naruto, I know this might seem a little weird, but my name is Kushina Uzumaki. And I am your mother." "MMY mother?" Naruto was startled, but he stood up and looked at the woman. "Are you really?" "Yes." Kushina smiled at him. However, a surge of chakra made them both snap their heads toward Yami, who had stolen another tael's worth of chakra from Akane. "I'm sorry. I would love to talk with you some more, but now is not the time. Let's take care of this guy first." "Right." Naruto winced as he stepped up to stand beside the woman claiming to be his mom. Yami was glaring at them both, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty when they landed on Kushina. "Humph. You must be a chakra imprint left behind by the seal," he said. "I see now. When the Yondaime Hokage sealed that bitch inside of us, he also left a portion of your chakra with us." "That's right." Kushina adopted a fighting stance, feet spread apart, and hands raised in a guard. "I'm a chakra imprint left behind to act as a guardian to the sealed Akane. In the event that the seal ever came loose or broke, I would become active and act to repair the seal." She paused, then took a shuddering breath. "It was also done so I could see my little boy at least once, to talk to him at least once. Like I care about why you're here. You're just getting in my way." "Mother," Yami burst forward, disappearing like he had done last night. However, while Naruto had trouble keeping track of him, Kushina didn't seem to suffer from the same problem. 6 chains erupted from her back and speared the ground in front of them, creating a thick wall. Yami reappeared as he slammed into the wall of chains, bouncing off them and tumbling to the ground. "Come on, Naruto, I'm right behind you." The chains retracted as Naruto and Kushina rushed forward. Yami stood to his feet and prepared to attack them both, but Kushina was in his face before he could. A taijutsu battle began as the two traded numerous punches and kicks, each attack sending shockwaves across the seal. The two seemed evenly matched. Kushina was more than capable of blocking Yami's attacks, and she dished out just as much punishment as she gave. Naruto was in awe. However, he didn't want her to be the only one working. Rasengan. Naruto moved in from the side and tried to plunge a Rasengan into Yami's ribs. It didn't work as planned. Yami leapt away from his attack and stuck out his foot to trip Naruto. However, just before his legs could hit Yami's outstretched foot, Kushina's chains wrapped around Yami's arm and pulled him forward, forcing him to retract his foot and ground himself. Spinning around, Naruto kept his Rasengan maintained and slammed it into Yami's stomach, thrusting his jutsu as far into his dark half as he could. Yami screamed as he was lifted off the ground. Unable to right himself, he struck the floor and rolled for several meters. That hardly ended the battle, though. It seemed Yami's durability had grown along with his power and chakra. With a ferocious roar, he slammed his hands onto the ground. The earth split. Naruto had never seen anything quite like it. It was as if the ground was swelling like a tidal wave. He and Kushina leapt out of the way, but they had to split up, and Yami used their sudden separation to attack Naruto. HYK, bone-shattering pain flared in his arms as he tried to block Yami's punch. He skidded across the ground as steam wafted from his damaged arms, which were throbbing with a dull pain. Don't think having our mom on your side means you've won. Yami rushed up to him. I'll kill you. I will kill you. Not on my watch, you won't. Before Yami could get within 2 meters of Naruto, several chains wrapped around his arm and yanked him back. Yami stumbled as his left arm became stretched. Seeing this as an opportunity, Naruto created a Rasengan as he darted forward. The Rasengan soon increased in size until it was about twice the size of Naruto's head. Lifting it over his head, he bore down on Yami and slammed his jutsu right on his other half's head. Uchiha Rasengan. Leaping back as the massive explosion engulfed Yami, Naruto placed a hand on his still bruised ribs and waited on bated breath to see if his attack had injured his opponent. Is that really all you've got? Naruto felt a sense of dread crawl up his spine as the smoke cleared. Yami stood there, completely unharmed. Even his clothing looked fine. I'm disappointed in you, brother. You really are weak. It would be better for both of us if I was the one in charge. As if to dispute his words, Kushina walked up to stand beside Naruto. Her glare was fierce as she stared at Yami with an expression like a mother who'd just seen her child do something disappointing. Don't talk like you're any stronger than Naruto. The only reason you were able to withstand his attack is because you drained Akane of her power. That power isn't yours. That strength isn't yours. You're just leeching power off of Akane. Shut up, woman. Yami snapped. It might have been hers at one point, but it's my power now. Mine. I claimed it for my own. Kushina shook her head. You deluded brat. It seems Mom needs to give you a spanking, then come and try it. Yami screamed, spittle flying from his mouth. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Kushina rolled up imaginary sleeves. And don't start crying when I spank your ass so hard it becomes red. Naruto felt a sense of surrealism come over him as the woman claiming to be his mom talked about spanking his dark half. It was enough to make him wonder if all this wasn't a dream. Hey Naruto, Kushina whispered. Despite my words, Yami is actually way stronger than I am. So here's the plan. I'm going to hold him down, and then I want you to finish him off. How can I do that? Asked Naruto. You saw what happened when I attacked him with that Uchiha Rasengan. I didn't even scratch him. True, but that's only because you haven't used your full power. Kushina looked at him from the corner of her eye. Don't you have an ability that lets you maximize the amount of chakra you can use? Use that. I'll give you enough time to transform and charge up a powerful attack. Before Naruto could even say something, Kushina darted forward and engaged Yami in another round of taijutsu combat. Of course, it wasn't just taijutsu that was used. Yami seemed to have grown impatient, and so he began using some really destructive jutsu. The ground was sliced to ribbons as he generated vacuum blades. The earth shook as his wind attacks demolished the ground. Craters and pockmarks began appearing with regular frequency. Throughout it all, Kushina wove around and dodged the attacks as she fought back with a combination of seals and her chakra chains. Naruto understood what Kushina wanted from him. Her words came back. She wanted him to use his yokai form to defeat Yami. Taking a deep breath, he shunted the pain aside and tried to focus, to reach deep inside of himself, where his power was safely locked away. He closed his eyes and blocked out the sounds of battle. Delving deep into his psyche, Naruto reached the spot where his power was stored. The sound of a key slowly turning echoed in his mind as Naruto unlocked his power. He could feel it rush through him. His fatigue faded, the damage done to him by Yami healed, and his mind became clear. Were he to look in a mirror, Naruto knew he'd see someone who no longer looked fully human. A loud explosion made Naruto open his eyes. The battle between Kushina and Yami was heating up. Kushina fired water bullets that seemed like a normal jutsu at first, but when Yami destroyed them with chakra-infused fists, the water exploded and wrapped around him, quickly transforming into water chains. Before he could do anything, Kushina unleashed a wind technique similar to Naruto's Senpuken, which snapped Yami's head back. However, if that was all it took to defeat Yami, then they wouldn't have been having this problem to begin with. Yami broke the chains with sheer brute force. Then he unleashed a powerful wind jutsu that ravaged the ground. Kushina protected herself by creating a dome with her chains. When the jutsu ran its course, she then launched the chains at Yami, who destroyed them with vacuum blades. You old hag. Don't think I'm going to let you defeat me. An old hag, am I? I'll show you not to disrespect your mother, you brat. Several droplets of sweat trailed down Naruto's face as he listened to the insults the two were hurling at each other. However, he knew not to let himself get distracted. Slapping his cheeks, Naruto put his game face on and raced across the ground. Kushina saw him coming and quickly launched more chains at Yami. They were destroyed easily. However, several more chains sprang from the ground and wrapped around the boy. He tried to break him, but then numerous seals lit up on the chains. Ha! Kushina barked as she pointed at Yami. How do you like that? You see those seals? They were specifically designed to seal away the Kyuubi's power, and since you're using the Kyuubi's chakra, all that power you felt so proud of is useless. What the, you fucking hag? Release me. Fuck no. Do it now, Naruto. Right. Naruto created a shadow clone, and then had it help him create a raisin shuriken. The familiar bell-like screech filled the air as Naruto raced forward. The clone dispelled. Holding the raisin shuriken aloft, Naruto closed the distance between him and Yami before slamming his jutsu into his other half. Damn you. Damn you both. Yami's enraged and agonized scream echoed over the howling wind as Naruto's technique exploded against him. Don't think this is the end. I will defeat you. I will not let myself disappear again. The dome of white wind chakra expanded as Naruto and Kushina stood there. Naruto held his now damaged arm, which slowly healed thanks to his yokai form. He tested his hand and wrist to make sure it worked properly, then turned to Kushina. Mom. Naruto was unable to continue as Kushina hugged him. I'm so glad I was able to see you. She leaned back to stare into his eyes. I wish we could talk more, but there's something we need to do, something we need. Like what? The moment this question left his lips, the earth around them began to rumble. Naruto looked around. His eyes bulged when several cracks appeared in the sky. It wasn't just the sky either. Cracks were appearing all over the place. It was as though the world were being slowly shaken apart. Because Yami destroyed the original seal in order to steal Akane's power, this place can no longer maintain itself, Kushina explained. And because the seal is gone, I can't repair it. Then, what can we do? I'll show you. Come on. Kushina turned toward Akane, who was still chained to the pillar. Suddenly realizing that she was in danger, Naruto raced past his mom and ran up to the other redhead, who gazed at him with a forlorn look. Akane. Are you okay? Why do you care? She asked, and though her words were belligerent, her tone was filled with sadness. What are you talking about? Of course I care. Do you know how long I've been trying to speak with you? Akane bit her lip and nodded. Then she looked away. Naruto would have asked what was wrong, but Kushina had walked up by this point. You two can talk about your lover spat later, she said. Right now, we need to remove the seal binding Akane to this pillar. It's draining her chakra. Naruto, you should understand enough about sealing to create a counter seal that can get rid of these. Help me remove them, quickly. Kushina's words were followed by action. She began methodically creating seals using the Fuinjutsu method where she used her chakra as a replacement for ink. Naruto watched her work for a moment, and then turned to one of the chains. She was right. It was a fairly simple seal, though because of how many seals were involved in this array's construction, it looked more complicated than it really was. Following his mom's example, Naruto's fingers glowed a bright blue as he began to remove the seals. With each seal they removed, the chains around Akane disappeared. The last chain to disappear was the one wrapped around her middle. When it did, she fell forward, but Naruto appeared there to catch her. He almost fell under her weight. So much of her strength had disappeared that she couldn't even hold herself up. Naruto lifted her into a princess carry, and while Akane complained about how humiliating it was to be held like this by a human, she didn't have the strength to break free. Well, it looks like this is it. Kushina smiled sadly. What? The seal that kept Akane inside of you is gone. That seal was also what kept me here. Without it, I can't stay here anymore. Why, no. But what about our talk? I thought we were going to get to talk more. So did I. Kushina looked like she was on the verge of tears. I wish things could be different. I'm sorry, Naruto. Damn it. Naruto knew there was nothing they could do about this, but that was what he hated. He despised that he could do nothing in this situation. He was powerless. Before I go, I have a few things to tell you, Kushina said. Naruto looked up. Naruto. You're going to experience a lot of pain and suffering. Remember who you are. Find a goal. A dream. And don't stop trying until it comes true. There's so much more that I want to say. To teach you. I want to stay with you. I love you. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt like he'd heard those words before. He tried to stem the flow of tears that dripped down his face. He sniffled once. A soft hand touched his cheeks and began wiping at his tears. It was Akane. He looked down as she touched his face, a complicated expression twisting her fair features, though she stopped and turned away from him the moment she noticed his eyes on her. Akane. By this point, Kushina's body was translucent and disappearing fast. I'm sorry you and I never saw eye to eye. I hope you can eventually forgive me. Also, I want you to be more honest with your feelings. I've been watching you mope ever since you locked Naruto out, and it's annoying. Stop that. Be honest with yourself. That's the only way to live a long and happy life. Pretentious brat, Akane muttered. You're 1,000 years too young to lecture me. I really wish I could stay longer. Just like with Naruto, Kushina's eyes were welling with tears. But it looks like this is it. I love you, Naruto. I love you so much. Goodbye. A loud cracking sound like shattering glass echoed all around them as the seal completely broke down. Kushina disappeared seconds later. Then Naruto and Akane's world became engulfed in a blinding white light. Exox. There was no telling how much time had passed, how long he'd been stuck inside of that seal. But when Naruto came to, a scene of devastation presented itself before him. Once towering buildings were nothing but rubble now. Fire and smoke clogged the atmosphere. The heat from the numerous fires singed his skin. A weight in his arms made Naruto look down. He was holding someone, a young woman with hair like fire and pale skin. She didn't have a stitch of clothing on. The gentle swell of her breasts, the lovely contours of her waist and hips, all of it was on display. Her naked body was pressed firmly against his as he carried her like a princess, the large swell of her breast pushing into his chest. Akane. So the seal that had kept her locked inside of him really was gone. It looked like she was unconscious right now, perhaps due to the backlash that came from leaving the seal. Even he didn't understand how this worked. Seals that were powerful enough to keep Bijou locked up were complicated. The one that kept Akane imprisoned was even more so. What's more, a situation like this had never happened before. A sealed Bijou being unsealed and the Jinchuriki surviving the process? Naruto suspected the only reason he was still alive was because he was no longer human. As much as he would like to ponder the situation more, Naruto understood that now was not the time. He looked around some more. He could not find a single trace of pain, the group of 6 people he'd been fighting. What had happened while he was stuck inside of the seal? Naruto had no recollection. He wandered through the destitute streets of the city he once called Aim. This place really was a wreck. Some buildings had been gutted, while others had been demolished entirely. Naruto sent chakra to his legs and jumped onto the largest piece of rubble he could find. Surveying the city, he almost cringed at what he saw. Amigakure was destroyed. Demolished. Gone. He'd assumed maybe just this one section of the city had been damaged, but no, it looked like the entire hidden village was no more. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but destruction, destruction, destruction. The only odd thing about all this was that he saw no corpses amid the ruins. He hoped that meant the villagers had been able to escape. In the center of the city sat a large sphere, similar to the one that Jiraiya had been captured in, but far larger. He'd estimate the size at maybe 50 or even 60 meters in diameter. Unmoving, it remained situated between several destroyed buildings. Hopping back down from the rubble, Naruto waded through the city. First things first, he needed to find clothing for Akane. Holding a naked girl was awkward. It took more time than he would have liked, but Naruto did eventually find a simple set of clothing, an overly large t-shirt and some shorts. Unfortunately, the shorts didn't fit because her tails kept getting in the way. She only had 6. Naruto suspected it was because Yami had stolen the other 3. Still, he had to forego the shorts, which meant instead of carrying a naked fox lady, he was carrying a half-naked fox lady with no panties. That didn't make him feel much better. He wandered the ruined city a bit longer. He didn't know what he was searching for. Jiraiya's remains? Pain? That Konan lady he had been fighting? In either event, Naruto soon came to realize that there was no point in remaining in Amigakure and made his way out of the village. Amigakure was surrounded mostly by flatlands and rivers. Naruto followed the path that he thought would take him back to Konoha via one of those many rivers, which wound back and forth in a curved pattern like a lazy snake resting on the ground. He blinked once as his vision blurred, paused to shake his head, and then began moving again. Akane rested in his arms. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing even. She seemed to be sleeping. As he walked, her legs swung back and forth, dainty feet bouncing as he followed the winding path. The sun overhead was setting, traveling down past a range of mountains, though he could barely see it thanks to the clouds covering the sky. He would need to find a place to stop for the night. With a grunt, Naruto shifted the woman in his arms. He soon found a mercifully dry spot of land. It was underneath the shade of a large rock that jutted from the ground. Setting Akane down so she was resting against the rock, he reached down for his ninja pouch, only to grimace when he realized it wasn't there. His ninja pouch must have been destroyed or lost. That meant he had no supplies. Just great. Naruto sat down against the rock next to Akane, stretched out his legs, and looked up at the cloudy sky. He really hoped it didn't rain. He also hoped he hadn't jinxed himself by hoping it wouldn't rain. As he continued gazing at the sky, Naruto nearly jumped when something landed on his lap. He looked down. It was Akane. She must have fallen over. Her head was now resting on his lap as she took several deep breaths, shoulders moving with emotion. He frowned as he reached out and caressed her hair. It was soft. The longer he continued stroking her hair, the more Naruto became aware of his own aches and pains. His limbs were sore and stiff, his back felt like it had been repeatedly broken and healed, his mind was slowly dimming like a flickering light bulb on the verge of going out, and his heart ached as if it had been stabbed with a kunai. His head drooped as his mind dimmed even more. He stopped stroking Akane's hair as his arm became too heavy to move. He lifted his head up, but then it fell again as darkness encroached on his vision. Just before he lost consciousness, Naruto saw a pair of dark-skinned feet in shinobi sandals appear in front of him. Chapter 58. Shifting Fates. Aito could only curse his bad luck as he was forced to run, racing through the forest by leaping from branch to branch. Despite being almost silent, the people chasing after him were able to easily keep on top of him. Maybe they were following his scent. Perhaps they were tracking his chakra. He didn't know. What he did know was that if he didn't keep moving, he'd be in big trouble. A silent alarm went off in his head. A warning of impending danger. Cursing, Aito quickly activated his Sharingan to become intangible. He was just in time to avoid being skewered by a large claw of purple chakra. The owner of said claw fell to the ground below and looked up at him. Emotionless were eyes visible beneath the fringe of blonde hair as the Nibi's Jinchuriki crouched low and prepared to attack again. Swearing to himself, Aito kept leaping through the trees. He frowned as the woman below leapt back onto the branches like a cat and followed him. He had no idea how these Kungoku shinobi had discovered his location, nor did he know why they were chasing him. Well, he was wearing the Akatsuki cloak. That was probably reason enough. Still, they should have never been able to find his base. Where is Zetsu? He had no idea where his partner was. They'd been forced to split up when their base had been struck by several explosions and a group of Kyumogaku ninja had come pouring in. Normally, this wouldn't have deterred Aito, who was confident he could handle just about anything. But that was only in a normal situation. When the Raikage and the Jinchurikis for the Hachibi and Nibi attacked him, Aito knew that sticking around to fight would be unwise. One of them he could probably take on. Two of them was pushing it. Three was out of the question, so he and Zetsu had run. A loud crackling sound from behind alerted Aito to more danger. He could feel the static electricity of a lightning jutsu at his back, a powerful surge that caused his skin to crawl. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Aito used Doton Mogirigaku no Jutsu to escape from the powerful lariat technique of the fourth Raikage. As the tree he'd been standing on was demolished, blasted apart like it was a castle made of sand, Aito appeared on the ground several meters away. The Hachibi's Jinchuriki was waiting for him. Raitun Rariato Lightning Release Lariat. The Hachibi's Jinchuriki coated his arm in lightning-natured chakra and extended it to strike Aito in the chest, but it didn't hit. Instead of being struck dumb, Aito made himself intangible again, and the Jinchuriki sailed straight through him. This didn't end the assault. Before Aito even had time to use another jutsu, the Nibi's Jinchuriki was there. As he dodged the Jinchuriki's attacks, he activated Kamui, a space-time ninjutsu that created a spiraling void centered around his eye. The area around them became distorted, swirling eddies appearing before them, and the Nibi Jinchuriki was drawn inward toward the distortion. It was too bad he never got the chance to complete his ninjutsu. Before he could trap the Nibi's Jinchuriki within the Kamui's dimension, something powerful struck him from behind. At that same instant, the Nibi's Jinchuriki attacked with a powerful claw swipe, but Aito managed to use his right eye to become intangible. The woman passed through him again without damaging him. However, one could say that even though he hadn't been injured, the damage had already been done. The Nibi and Hachibi Jinchurikis, along with the Raikage, were surrounding him in a triangle formation. He glanced to his left, at the Hachibi's Jinchuriki, then to his right at the Nibi's Jinchuriki. The Raikage was behind him. It was that man who'd landed a powerful blow to Aito's head while he was trying to deal with the Nibi. Wearing a frown that grew with each passing second, Aito wondered if he should pretend to play the fool like he usually did. However, he didn't think that sort of role-playing would work here. These people hadn't spoken a single word since they attacked his base. It was unusual. He'd heard that Killer Bee, the Hachibi's Jinchuriki, was quite talkative and often created rhymes while in the middle of combat. Seeing him so quiet was startling. Something isn't right. Of course, he'd known that something was wrong from the moment they attacked. Not only had they launched an assault on his base, which no one should have known about, but when he tried to teleport away using his right eye, he'd found himself unable to. It wasn't that the eye wasn't working. It did work. Aito had been able to absorb several ninjutsu that had been launched at him. However, when he tried to teleport himself to escape, he couldn't for reasons that escaped him. Every time he tried, some outside force would exert influence over his ability and keep him from teleporting. The problem was he couldn't figure out who was interfering or even how they were able to interfere. No one should have been able to mess with his Sharingan abilities, except maybe Kakashi. However, Kakashi was not here. Without warning, the Nibi's Jinchuriki fired several flaming balls of hair surrounded by blue fire. The hairball transformed into the shape of a mouse, and then broke apart into several single hairs. Aito could feel the heat from where he stood. He became intangible, allowing the hairs to pass through him, but then the hair turned around and came at him from behind. With a grimace, he ceased being intangible and activated his other Kami ability, creating a distortion in the air to absorb the technique into his Kami's dimension. Aito only realized this had been a distraction when the Hachibi's Jinchuriki and the Raikage launched simultaneous attacks at him. They came in from in front and behind. Raiton Deburu Rariato Lightning released double lariat. Aito realized within a split second that he couldn't reactivate his intangibility jutsu to avoid this attack. He also knew what would happen if he got hit. With barely a second to spare, he activated the Doton Mogirigakure no jutsu to travel underground. Even then, he came so close to being hit that he could feel the attack grazing his mask before he disappeared underneath the Earth's surface. Appearing several dozen meters away, Aito gasped for breath as he began running again. He needed to lose these people. At the very least, he needed to find a way to fight them separately. Realizing they had missed him, the trio of high-level ninja took off after him, beginning their game of cat and mouse once more. Aito did everything in his power to avoid being demolished by them. He used more than just Kamui to keep himself alive, relying on ninjutsu he hadn't used in the last several years. Despite relying primarily on the eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan for combat, Aito had a number of powerful ninjutsu at his disposal. As the three ninja came at him, he went through a series of hand seals, sucked in a deep breath, and released it. Katan Gokaki no Jutsu. Aito expelled a massive orb of fire from his mouth. The fireball was truly gigantic, easily twice the size of Aito himself, and it soared through the air toward the Nibi's Jinchuriki as she descended from the sky like an attacking angel. While he did not expect the attack to kill her, he had at least expected it to damage her or force her to dodge. But then she sliced through the technique with her elongated claws coated in her Biju's chakra. Aito could not stop himself from feeling both shocked and annoyed. What would it take to defeat these three? The Hachibi and Raikage were coming at him from the left and right. Aito went through more hand seals and needed chakra inside of his body. Katan Bakufu Ranbu Fire Respawn Blast Dance. He launched more fire from his mouth, though this technique took the form of a large stream. The blaze was drawn into a spiral, which engulfed the Raikage, causing his body to disappear from view. Seconds after his technique concluded, the Hachibi's Jinchuriki came at him, body covered in a thick layer of his Biju's chakra, 8 red tails writhing behind him as horns formed on his head. Raiton Rariato. With his arm extended, the Hachibi's Jinchuriki used the bull horns formed from his chakra cloak to attack Aito. However, by that point, Aito was able to become intangible again. The Jinchuriki passed right through him, slamming into a tree and demolishing. He didn't stop there. The one known as Killer Bee blasted apart several more trees, and then destroyed a boulder. Aito glanced at the destruction caused by the technique as he deactivated his intangibility jutsu. He couldn't afford to have it remain active since he could only keep it up for 5 minutes at a. His inborn senses warned him of danger just in time to barely avoid being struck by an arm coated in lightning chakra. A tingling sensation like static electricity lit up his spine as he leaned back, avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth. He quickly activated Doton Mogirigakure no Jutsu to disappear beneath the earth and reappear several meters away. However, the moment he appeared again, the Raikage was already on him. What the? The Raikage's entire body had become wrapped in a layer of lightning chakra. Crackling electricity sizzled as it blasted around his body in arcs. Aito was only able to catch a glimpse of the man before he disappeared again. Aito was forced to become intangible again, lest he find himself being crushed by the now almost impossible to see Raikage. This is the technique that allowed him to keep up with Konoha's Yellow Flash. Of course Aito knew of this technique, the Raiton no Yoroi, a jutsu that coated a person in lightning armor that stimulated the nervous system and increased their overall physical capabilities and reflexes to nearly unheard of heights. This was not good. If the Raikage used this technique, then Aito would be forced to remain intangible until his 5-minute time limit ran out. Doing his best to escape, Aito found himself blocked not only by the Raikage with his now activated lightning armor, but also by the two Jinchuriki. The Hachibi and Nibi had transformed into their version 2 Bijou modes. Using their bodies as a sort of endoskeleton, a dark red, nearly black layer of chakra had enveloped them. They looked almost like miniature versions of the beasts sealed inside of them. The two Jinchuriki attacked Aito simultaneously with the Raikage, forcing him to keep his intangibility jutsu up. They weren't just physical attacks either. Both Jinchuriki released massive balls of negative chakra that slammed into the ground all around Aito, exploding with so much force that it would have been impossible to survive had he not become intangible. He weathered the storm as best he could. His intangibility jutsu soon ended. Fortunately, the numerous explosions by the Baijidama attacks, the beast bombs, ceased. Unfortunately, before he could escape, someone grabbed him from behind. As Aito was lifted into the air by the Raikage, he caught a glimpse of someone out of his peripheral vision. That person had pale skin, long black hair, and wore a kimono with a purple rope tying it together. He recognized that person. It was Orochimaru. However, unlike the Orochimaru that he had known, this one had black eyes with a red 6-pointed star-shaped pattern in each eye. That's a Mangekyo Sharingan? No, it's an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. All this flashed before his eyes like a bolt of lightning. Time seemed to slow as the fourth Raikage used his extreme strength to bring Aito's head toward the ground. In those last few seconds of life, Aito realized why he couldn't use his Kemui ability to teleport, and why these three were chasing after him. Orochimaru must have somehow realized who he was, or perhaps he was just being cautious. But in either event, this man had used his previous association with Akatsuki to locate him and attack. Now, having likely killed Sasuke and Itachi to acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he was disposing of any force that could potentially oppose him. Damn it all! Seconds after that, the ground around him shattered as he was smashed headfirst into the ground. Rin. I failed to change the world. I'm sorry, Exox. Orochimaru walked over to the three ninja as they released their respective techniques. The Raikage's lightning armor vanished, and the red aura surrounding the two Jinchuriki disappeared. The area around them was one of devastation. The Baijidama attacks from Killer Bee and Yujito had created a massive crater that was easily 100 meters in diameter. Below the crater was cracked and upturned earth. It was like after being struck by a meteor, an earthquake had ravaged the surrounding area. The three Kumogakure ninja were surrounding the now dead Aito Uchiha, who Orochimaru had learned about after thoroughly interrogating Itachi. Thanks to that interrogation, Orochimaru now knew where most, if not every, Akatsuki hideout was located. Several Kumogakure squads had been sent out to raid some of them. Ishidate and his two cohorts were also raiding one of the hideouts. Good work, you three. Orochimaru congratulated the three ninja on a job well done. TCH. The Raikage looked displeased as he rotated his shoulders. I'm not sure why you had all three of us take care of this shrimp. I think any one of us could have defeated him on our own. Perhaps. Orochimaru smiled. However, I'd rather not take any chances. This man is quite slippery. Even if you were able to defeat him, he'd probably just run away. Humph. I guess. Yo. He was pretty wily. It took us a long time to defeat him, Killer Bee rapped. I am surprised that it took so long for three ninja of our caliber to defeat one person, Yujito agreed. He didn't seem very strong, but that's probably because he was up against all three of us. The battle might have been different if it was just one of us. Humph. Orochimaru hid his smile as he observed the three shinobi. None of them had any idea that he was controlling their every action with the Sharingan. Whenever they looked at him, each of them saw someone different, someone who they would give deferential treatment to. He didn't even know what they saw himself. His jutsu was reliant upon the memories of the ninja he was controlling. His genjutsu was also so strong that none of them even suspected they might be trapped in one. That was the frightening thing about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu. Even cage-level ninja like these three had no idea that their thoughts and actions were being manipulated because of a genjutsu. It was even stronger for the Jinchuriki because the Sharingan was so adept at controlling them. In either event, we've dealt a serious blow to Akatsuki, Orochimaru said. Let's head back to Kumogakure. The three ninja acknowledged his orders with a loud hi. Before leaping out of the crater and heading into the trees, Orochimaru watched them go, making sure they were out of sight, before turning his head to stare at a spot on the ground. It looked no different than the rest of the area. However, Orochimaru smiled at it. Have you anything to report, Kabuto? a man appeared before Orochimaru, kneeling on the ground. His ash-gray hair was tied into a ponytail, and he wore the same dark purple shirt with a high collar, white undershirt, and dark purple pants. A white cloth wrapped around his torso. I regret to inform you that Setsu has escaped. Kabuto remained with his head bowed, not daring to look up. He used a jutsu that allowed him to travel underground. We lost his chakra signature the moment that happened. Orochimaru pondered that for a moment, absently stroking his chin. While it is regrettable that Setsu escaped, I do not think we'll need to worry about him. On his own, he cannot do much. He'll likely regroup with the last two members of Akatsuki. However, now that I have the power of these eyes, we can take care of them later. Should I return to Otogekure and prepare our forces? Asked Kabuto. Yes, I believe that would be for the best. If we plan on launching an attack on Konoha, then I'll need to combine the forces of Kumogakure with Otogekure. Konoha is far too powerful for one village to take on alone, but with the combined forces now at my disposal, I believe we can begin moving with my plan to crush my former village. He paused, his smile growing wider. Of course, we'll let Kumogakure lead the charge. Exox. Naruto stirred from slumber, opening his eyes just a crack to reveal a wooden ceiling overhead. It didn't look like any ceiling he'd ever seen. It was too organic. Rather than a ceiling, he would have said it looked like the inside of a hollowed-out tree. He blinked a couple of times. Where was he? His body felt heavy as he tried to move his limbs. It felt like he was wearing the weights that Rock Lee always wore, only heavier. You shouldn't get up. You might have been able to survive the unsealing thanks to the fact that you are no longer human, but your body is still suffering from numerous side effects. A soft, feminine voice spoke up and caused Naruto to look in the direction it came from. Sitting beside him was a beautiful woman with red hair, red eyes, and 6 furry fox tails. A pair of red ears sat on her head, twitching every few seconds. She was gorgeous. Her crimson locks traveled all the way down to her butt. A pair of bangs framed her face, which would have put any aristocrat to shame. Enchanting crimson eyes. Lush ruby lips. Her simple dress was the only thing that seemed out of place. The shirt was a boring shade of brown, and her pants were a light tan. Somehow, the dullness of her clothing made her beauty all the more striking. Akane. Naruto mumbled. Naruto, she said. The ensuing silence that extended between the two of them felt stifling. Naruto wanted to say something, but he had no idea what to say. She had ignored him for the longest time, and he had never figured out why. Now that she was here, sitting before him, he had so much wanted to talk about, to ask her, but he couldn't even figure out what he should say first. He was drawing a blank. Where are we? He asked, deciding to broach those topics later. I do not know, Akane answered simply. However, I do know that we were brought here by someone. She is away right now, but she said she'd be back to bring us lunch. Do you know who that person is? He asked. She shook her head. I did not get a chance to ask her name. I only just woke up about half an hour ago myself. Oh. Naruto trailed off again, his face scrunching up as he tried to think about what he could say. So, how are you feeling? How do I feel? The great Bijou, who had taken the form of a beautiful woman, looked down at herself. She raised her hands, clenching and unclenching her fingers, and then she sighed. I am a lot weaker now than I prefer. I think the only time I felt weaker than this was when you stole nearly all my power after Orochimaru tried to screw with your seal. 3 of my tails were stolen by Yami. That said, I am feeling mostly fine, all things considered. I do enjoy the fact that I am no longer tied to that seal. I guess you would enjoy being free, Naruto admitted quietly. Sorry you had to stick with me for so long. Akane clicked her tongue. What sort of apology is that? If I was bothered by being stuck with you, I would have tried a lot harder to manipulate you into releasing the seal. The woman looked away, placed her hands on her lap, and clutched the fabric of her pants. Anyway, the one who should be apologizing is probably me. You, well, I got very angry when you slept with Koyuki and decided to shut you out of the seal, Akane finally admitted. I didn't want to talk to you after that because, well, seeing you with that woman made me angry. For some reason, I felt like ignoring you after that. Naruto stared, not quite sure he understood what Akane was talking about, but as her words slowly trickled to his brain, he found himself unable to come up with a proper response for several seconds. Seriously. What did someone say to this? So, you were jealous? I wasn't jealous. Snapping, Akane glared at Naruto, who returned her look with a deadpan expression. Slowly but surely, his expression caused Akane's to shift, becoming more and more uncertain, until she at last looked away. Finally, in a soft voice, she sighed and said, Okay. I was jealous. I didn't like how these other women were getting close to you. Naruto wasn't sure what he should say to that. so he spent a moment looking around the room, what he could see of it lying down at least. The room was very basic. The floor, walls, and ceiling was made of wood, and it had a really organic feel, making him think the room might truly be a hollowed-out tree. A dresser sat several meters to his left. There was also a window on his right. Naruto realized that he was lying on a futon, which explained how Akane could sit seiza before him. 2 other futons were lying in the room. One likely belonged to Akane. "Hey, Akane," Naruto said at last. "What am I to you?" Akane bit her lip and cast her gaze about the room, as if seeking something that would allow her to avoid the subject. Naruto waited. At some point, she seemed to accept that there was no escape, or maybe she had realized that this was something they needed to talk about. Her shoulders slumped. "I do not know. While I have seduced many men into doing my bidding, I was never intimate with any of them, and I have never felt this way about any of them. I just know that I did not like it when that woman got to you before I did." "Before you got to me? What does that mean?" Akane sighed. "Please don't act like you're dense. I know you're not that stupid." Naruto gave her a sheepish smile. "Sorry. I just wanted to hear it in your own words." "Ugh, fine." Puffing her cheeks out a little, Akane gave Naruto a frightfully adorable pout. "Being as old as I am, and having seduced many powerful men in my time, I'm not upset that you slept with Koyuki and those other women. However, I had been planning on eventually making you mine. I dislike that they got to you first. And that's why you shut me out?" Akane looked away, her cheeks bright red. It was obvious if he thought about it. Akane was the Kyuubi, a prideful creature who had lived for a long time. Admitting that she was jealous was probably a huge blow to her pride. What made it even worse was that the people who sparked her jealousy were humans who, even to this day, she did not care for. "I'm sorry," Naruto apologized sincerely. "I had no idea you felt that way." "Yeah, well," Akane sighed as her shoulders fell. "It's not like you could have known. I only decided to make you mine after watching you grow during the training trip. My plan was to wait until after your training to seduce you, but then Koyuki managed to do it first." Naruto was feeling a bit better now, so he pushed himself into a sitting position and turned to Akane. She observed him with a frown that was both defensive and uncertain. He took a deep breath. "Is that offer still open?" Akane averted her eyes. "It is. If you want to become mine, you know I won't stop seeing those girls until old age or a mission takes them, right?" "I know. Are you okay with that?" Akane hesitated for a moment. "I have already said it before, haven't I? I have seduced a lot of people in my life. Men. Women. If I were to say I disliked you being with other women, it would make me a hypocrite. I do not mind. I'll probably even join you. I just don't like that someone aside from me took your first time." In that case, now that he knew her feelings, Naruto felt no hesitation as he leaned forward and kissed Akane. It was a little difficult. His arms wobbled as he used them to support his weight. However, as he felt Akane's softer than chiffon lips slide over his, the exhaustion in his limbs seemingly vanished. Ahem. However, just before the kiss could heat up, a cough interrupted them. Akane and Naruto removed themselves from each other and looked over at the door. An androgynous girl was standing there, left hand on her hip and a grin on her face. "Should I leave so you two can have some more time alone?" she asked, her cheeks only a mild shade of red. Exox. After that embarrassing interlude where their savior had walked in on them, the trio ended up sitting around a small fire pit that had been built into the ground. It had been hidden underneath several wooden planks that could be removed. The girl who had rescued them was a dark-skinned teen. Her petite body was covered in a short, sleeveless white midriff shirt and fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt wrapped around her hips. She wore her forehead protector, which featured the waterfall symbol for Takigakure, around her right arm. She had been carrying a large, cylindrical object in red wrapping on her back when she'd come in, but that object now lay discarded against the wall. "Man. I was so surprised to find you. I never imagined we'd run into each other again." The girl laughed as she poked at the fish she was cooking. The fish sat over a metal grill that had been placed on top of the fire. "I didn't think we'd run into each other like this either," Naruto admitted. "Do you know this girl, Naruto?" asked Akane, aka Kyuubi. "We only met once." Naruto nodded at the fiery redhead sitting next to him. "It was a few months after Ero. After Jiraiya Sensei and I left Yuki no Kuni. We ended up traveling to Taki at some point, where Shibuki introduced us to Fu. We didn't really get to talk much," Fu added with a joyous smile. "But it was really nice getting to meet another person like me. Oh, speaking of." As the girl trailed off, she switched from gazing at Naruto to looking at Akane. "Nanabai says that you're the Kyuubi. Is that true?" Akane's 6 tails, the amount she had left after Yami stole them from her, were lying in her lap. She'd been grooming them, which had been a bit of an odd sight. She mostly ran her fingers through the soft-looking fur. However, occasionally, she would tail one of her tails and lick it or nibble on the top. It was very animalistic. At the question posed, Akane stopped grooming her tails to look at Fu. I am the QB, yes. Fu snapped her fingers and grinned. I knew it. I was really curious about when we found you, 'cause you have those tails, and I don't know any human who has tails. But I was still really shocked when Nanabai told me that you were the QB. Fu finished grilling up the fish, which she only flavored with a bit of salt, and then stuck them on a set of sticks and handed 2 to Naruto and 2 to Akane. She took the last 2 for herself. The group ate in silence for a moment. Naruto used that time to gobble the fish up quickly, while Akane ate hers with the sort of daintiness he would have expected from a princess. It was almost cute to watch her nose scrunch up as she tasted the fish. Come to think of it, this was actually the first time she'd eaten in centuries, wasn't it? When they finished their meal, Fu crossed her legs and leaned over to look at them. Her eyes were sparkling. Naruto and even Akane leaned back as if her proximity startled them. So, Fu began in an enthusiastic voice. How did you escape from the seal? And how are you still alive after Kyubi escaped from the seal? I thought it was impossible to remove a bijou without killing the host. That's what everyone says. Is that not the case? Can bijou be removed without killing the host, or is there something special about you too? The girl began launching a series of questions at a rapid-fire rate, leaving Akane and Naruto no room to answer her. She seemed inordinately interested in learning about their circumstances. Of course she would be. Fu was the Jinchuriki for the seven-tailed beetle, the Nanabai. As a Jinchuriki herself, it only made sense that she'd be interested in learning how Akane had escaped from the seal. To be completely honest, neither of us really know exactly how this all worked out, Naruto began. However, Naruto did his best to explain the circumstances behind Akane being free from the seal. He didn't tell her about how they had infiltrated Amigakure, but he did talk a lot about how he'd faced off against Yami, his dark half, and how his mother had helped him. Fu didn't really seem to understand that part, and asked many questions like how can your mother help you battle your dark side? Or what is a chakra imprint? However, by the end of his tale, Fu seemed to have a general idea of what transpired. The girl cupped her chin in thought, her face scrunching up sort of like Naruto's did when he was thinking. She flapped her knees a bit as though releasing an excess of energy while she thought. After a moment, she posed the question. Do you think it would be possible for me to unseal the Nanabai? Naruto had no idea how to answer that question, so he turned to Akane, who slowly shook her head. No, I doubt you'd be able to unseal the Nanabai. At least, you wouldn't be able to unseal the Nanabai and survive. Akane paused, looked at Naruto and, upon receiving his nod, turned back to Fu. Naruto's constitution is unique. He's not fully human anymore because he absorbed a large portion of my chakra back when he was taking the Chunin exams. I call him a Hanyu, though the word itself is incorrect because I'm not a demon. In either event, what happened to Naruto is unlikely to happen to anyone else. The circumstances behind his transformation are wholly unique and due in large part to how his seal was designed. It is doubtful that they can be replicated. Fu took a moment to ponder her words. She sat there with her left elbow resting against her knee, her head sitting on the palm of her hand, staring at Akane like the woman was speaking a foreign language. After a few seconds she leaned back, placing her hands behind her. Well, that sucks. The blunt words spoken caused Akane to grace her with a bitter smile. You say that, but Naruto will now be forced to live forever. The people he knows and loves will all eventually die, leaving him alone, and even if he meets new people, they too will eventually leave him. Can you say with all honesty that you want to live like that? Fu bit her lip. Well, I guess that would kind of suck. I mean, I don't have many friends, but I like Shibuki, and it would be really sad if I outlived him. The longer you live, the more jaded you become. Akane looked down at her hands. Her nails were quite long and slightly pointed like claws. She flexed them, then sighed. You see all of the things people do to each other. You see them murder, rape, pillage, and steal, and you begin to realize that humans are basically scum. After that, you stop caring about them. They become toys for your own amusement. As you slowly begin to use them as playthings, you lose sight of who you were without ever realizing it. Akane finally looked up to stare at the silent Fu. I didn't realize it until long after I was sealed inside of Naruto. As he stared at the woman who had lived for several centuries, Naruto reflected on her words. He had already known that Akane had become jaded and cynical. When they had first met, she had been insufferable and treated him like he was a burden. As they slowly warmed up to each other, she had shared stories with him about all of the things she had done, completely unremorseful even after telling him about the humans she had used for her own amusement, about the wars she had caused for her own entertainment. However, that wasn't all she had shared. Akane had told him about her life when she first created her human form. She had a mother and a father, and they treated her well. Of course, she had known that she was different and kept a distance between them. However, the smile on her face as she talked about the village she was raised in was the only genuine smile she ever gave when speaking of her past. Every other smile was cynical and cold. Yeah. Fu nodded slowly. That doesn't sound too fun. No. Akane's bitter smile was still on her face. It does not. It was only around noon at the moment, so after everyone had their fill of fish, Naruto offered to help Fu with some of her household chores. While the term household chores was a bit of a misnomer, it was true that she had a lot of things to do, like airing out the futons, hanging up her laundry, and cleaning the small hut that she lived in. On side note, Naruto learned that her hut was actually the remains of a hollowed-out tree. Naruto had also finally realized that he and Akane were on the outskirts of Takigakure. He had no idea how they had gotten there, whether Fu had carried them all the way to her home from wherever they had been, or if they had somehow been nearby and Fu just happened to find them. He remembered very little after the battle with Pain, so he guessed it was possible that he merely traveled that far without realizing it. They spent 2 days with Fu. During that time, Naruto did what he could to help out. Akane didn't at first, but perhaps out of boredom or a desire not to feel left out, she began helping them as well. Sadly, Akane couldn't actually do much. It was a bit amusing to see a several thousand-year-old and supremely powerful entity fail at cooking. Naruto knew it was because Akane had never actually done anything for herself. She charmed humans into doing everything for her, which meant she never once had to do any work a single day in her life, unless he considered seducing men and women work. He didn't. Despite this, Akane proved to be incredibly stubborn and refused to give up after failing. Maybe it was because she was stubborn. The first time she cooked the fish, she burnt them so badly they were inedible, and Naruto sent some clones to catch more fish. After that, she demanded to cook every single day. When he was helping Fu with her chores, he'd see Akane glaring at the grill as she cooked fish, trying to get that perfect blend of crispy skin and soft insides. Fortunately, she did manage to learn how to cook fish after several failures. Shibuki also came by once. Naruto wasn't surprised when the man showed up the day after he and Akane had woken up. Fu would have obviously told her village leader about them. As the leader of Takigakure, Shibuki was a busy man, so he didn't stay long, but he did state that he was glad to see Naruto alive and requested an information briefing on what happened. While Naruto couldn't tell him everything, he did inform Shibuki that his injuries and Akane's presence were thanks to his battle against Akatsuki. Finally, the time had come for him and Akane to leave. Take care of yourselves. Fu shouted as she waved at them. Bye. Naruto waved back as he and Akane walked away from Fu. Unlike him, his companion didn't really wave, though she did turn her head and raise her hand in a sort of wave. He supposed it was good enough. Akane wasn't really sociable, but given that she had spent several years sealed inside of him, that was only natural. Fu soon disappeared. Naruto and Akane wandered through the forest. There were many tall trees, and the branches interwoven above their heads and covered in thick leaves blocked out a good deal of sunlight. The pair walked past shrubs sticking out of the ground and stepped over thick roots. The hoots, howls, and croaks of various animals accompanied them on their travels. Are we going back to Konoha? Asked Akane. Yeah, Naruto said softly. We've been gone for a long time, and I need to inform Tsunade about what happened to Erosenin. A sharp pain stabbed Naruto in the chest as he thought about what had happened to his sensei. He hadn't seen Jiraiya die, but the man had been sucked into that giant satellite thing Pain had created. There was very little chance that his sensei had survived. Akane reached out and grabbed Naruto's hand. Her hand was soft and warm, delicate like a princess's. He looked at her hand, and then up at her, but Akane had turned her head. I can't do much for you, but I can do this much at least, Akane muttered. Naruto tightened his grip on her hand and smiled. Thank you, whatever, Akane mumbled as they continued traveling through the forest. Exox. Despite sitting at her desk in the Hokage's office, Tsunade was barely getting any work done. Several days ago, while she was reading over documents and filing reports, her favorite jar of sake had cracked. There had been no discernible reason for it. The jar was in mint condition and incredibly durable. Despite this, a large crack was now running through it. Being as superstitious as she was, Tsunade could not help but think it was an ill omen. Ever since then, Tsunade's concentration had been shot. She misfiled reports, stamped her signature on the wrong part of documents sent her way, and created a multitude of problems for Shizen. The poor aide had been forced to clean up the numerous mistakes that she had made. Even now, Shizen was working tirelessly by her side to keep Tsunade on track. The medical ninja handed her files, watched as she signed them, and made sure she didn't sign them in the wrong spot again. While it was arduous for both of them, a fortunate lull arrived in the workload. I feel like I have more work than ever before, Tsunade mumbled as she stretched her arms above her head. Her joints cracked. Wincing, she wondered if these cracks, if this feeling of tiredness, could be chalked up to sitting behind a desk for so long. Surely her age wasn't catching up to her. Right, that's because you keep making mistakes in your work and having to redo it, Shizen countered, I guess. As she brought her arms back down, Tsunade's attention was pulled to a photograph that she had placed on her desk. It was a picture from her genin days. In it, she was giving the victory sign to the camera and smiling a big smile. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was pouting as he glared at Orochimaru, who wore a small smile. Behind them all was Sarutobi, their sensei, and the Sandaime Hokage, who had placed a hand on Jiraiya's head. That was probably a reason he was pouting. It's been a while since I've seen that photo, Shizen commented. Tsunade wore a small smile as she looked at it. I decided to bring it out while Naruto and Jiraiya were on their mission. Looking at it is calming. Her eyes softened. We were all so young and innocent back then. Orochimaru was just a quiet and kind boy, Jiraiya was an obnoxious brat, and I was the princess of the Senju clan. We had no idea what life had in store for us, she sighed. Thinking about the past was both pleasant and depressing. The time she shared with her teammates back then had probably been the happiest and most peaceful of her life. Everything after that was filled with death, despair, and a never-ending spiral of bad luck. It made Tsunade wonder where she'd gone wrong. Before Shizen could respond to her words, the loud thudding of footsteps drawing near made them turn toward the door just as a jonin burst in. I hope you have a reason for barging in here without knocking, Tsunade muttered. It's Naruto. The jonin shouted. He's returned to the village. What? Tsunade stood up from her seat and placed her hands on the desk as she leaned over. Where is he? Our guards spotted him just outside of Konoha, the jonin said. He's arriving with a strange woman. A strange woman? Shizen mumbled as she looked at Tsunade. Furrowing her brow, Tsunade frowned at the jonin. Any idea on who this strange woman is? What about Jiraiya? The jonin hesitated. I didn't see Jiraiya with him, but the woman is. Well, it might be better if you saw her for yourself. Tsunade couldn't help but feel an odd sense of apprehension at the news that Jiraiya was not with Naruto. However, she pushed aside her feelings for now. She couldn't afford to jump to any conclusions. How far out is he? She asked. He should be arriving in the village any minute, if he hasn't already, the jonin answered. Very well. Tsunade took a deep breath and lowered herself into her chair. She steadied herself as she gave the jonin a look. Send him to me the moment he arrives in the village. Yes, Lord Hokage. As the jonin saluted and left within a shunshin no jutsu, Tsunade leaned backward and closed her eyes. Now that the jonin was gone, her worries were getting the better of her, causing her stomach to squirm as she wondered about the knowledge that Jiraiya was not with Naruto. Had something happened to him? Tsunade. Shizen mumbled. There's no sense worrying about anything yet, Tsunade said. She opened her eyes and gave her aide a smile. We just have to wait for Naruto to arrive and explain the situation to us. Right, Shizen said with an uncertain smile of her own. Naruto arrived about 15 minutes later, entering through the door with a silent sombrity that was unusual for him. He didn't greet her with the usual, "Sup, Granny?" That had become so commonplace. In fact, he didn't say anything at all. His clothing was different than when he left the village on his mission. Instead of the mostly orange and black clothes, he wore red pants, a black shirt, and a white scarf around his neck. The only thing about his ensemble that hadn't changed was the headband around his head. Beside Naruto was a red-haired woman with an impressive and statuesque figure. Despite her rather ordinary outfit, or maybe even because of it, her fiery red hair, crimson gaze, and beautiful features stood out. Even Tsunade, who was quite confident in her appearance, felt somehow threatened by this woman's unnatural beauty. Naruto, Tsunade said, though she didn't say anything else. She didn't even know where to start. I've returned from my mission, Naruto said in a soft voice. I'm sorry it took so long. At the word mission, Tsunade mustered her strength and prepared herself. I'm guessing things didn't go as planned? Naruto's smile lacked mirth. Do missions ever go as planned? You bring up a good point. Tsunade paused. She hesitated again, not wanting to ask this question, but also understanding that this was a question she needed to ask. Where is Jiraiya? He's dead, Naruto murmured, and that was all it took for him to launch into a thorough briefing of what had transpired while he and Jiraiya had been infiltrating Amigakure. He told her about how they had snuck in, how he'd been found by Konan, how Jiraiya had battled Pain, how they had fought side by side, and how Pain had used some strange technique to create sphere that had trapped Jiraiya. He left nothing out. Tsunade would have liked to say that she listened to him attentively. However, that would have been a lie. From the moment Naruto mentioned Jiraiya was dead, her mind had collapsed in on itself. She felt like this was some cosmic prank. It had to be a joke, but it wasn't a joke. The more she listened to Naruto speak, the more she realized that he was being completely serious, that he was telling the truth. Jiraiya was dead. She didn't let her emotions show while Naruto briefed her. Carefully bottling them up, she presented the stern image of the Hokage, unyielding and strong. Tsunade needed to get through this briefing before she could let herself feel anything. I understand the situation now, Tsunade said with a sigh as Naruto's briefing finally wound to a close. It sounds like you did everything you could. I should have done more. Tsunade would have normally chided Naruto for his words, but she honestly couldn't, partly because she agreed with him and partly because she felt guilty for agreeing with him. She shelved those thoughts to focus on the other matter. So you are the Kyuubi? Tsunade looked at the redhead. Or should I call you Akane? You can call me whatever you wish, the woman said. I've gone by Kyuubi for so long that it'll probably be easier if you just call me that. Fair enough. Tsunade folded her arms on the desk and leaned forward. What is your plan now that you are free? What she really wanted to ask was if Akane planned on taking revenge on the village for sealing her. The only reason she didn't ask that question was because she didn't think this woman would do that. Not only did she not seem to care about Konoha one way or the other, but she seemed to have a rapport with Naruto. Of course, Tsunade had known about the odd relationship between these two. Naruto had spoken to her about this woman around the time they first met. This was back when Jiraiya had been hoping to convince her to become the next Hokage. That said, just from looking at them now, she could see there was a closeness that she couldn't have noticed from Naruto's words alone. They were standing close enough that the back of their hands were touching. What's more, Akane kept sending concerned glances at Naruto. That was enough to let her know that the two were bound in some way that went beyond a bijou and her Jinchuriki, former Jinchuriki. I plan on staying with Naruto, Akane said. Like me, Naruto is immortal. The life of an immortal is lonely. However, here, the redhead paused, tilting her head. She seemed to be thinking about something. However, I believe that life will be much more bearable if you have someone to share it with. The words themselves were innocuous enough, but Tsunade sensed something deeper behind them. She imaged that, being an unaging being who had lived for a long time, the woman before her likely had a very lonely existence. Even Tsunade did not like to be alone. That was why she had taken Shizen with her when she left the village after Dan's death. Tsunade chose her next words carefully. In that case, I have no problem letting you stay in the village with Naruto. I can't let you become a ninja for obvious reasons, but so long as you do not cause problems, I think we can work something out. I appreciate that, Akane said with forced courtesy. Tsunade imagined the great Kyuubi was not used to extending courtesy to humans. You are dismissed, Naruto. I'm sure I'll call upon you at some point, but you should rest up for now. Naruto looked like he wanted to say something. He opened his mouth, but when no sound came out, he slowly closed it again and nodded. Lord Hokage, he mumbled, giving a respectful nod before leaving the room with Akane in tow. Once Naruto left the office, the dam that Tsunade had been holding back finally broke. It started with a painful sob that racked her entire frame. Then tears flowed down her face like waterfalls and splashed onto the desk. Lady Tsunade. Shizen shouted in worry, but Tsunade was not paying attention to her aide. You damn fool, Tsunade whispered. The sound of her sobbing was the only noise in the Hokage's office. Exox. Naruto stood outside the Hokage's office with Akane, clenching his hands as he heard the sobs coming from inside. Each painful cry drove a stake further into his heart. He closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and walked away from the door to give the grieving woman some space. Naruto? Akane asked as she caught up with him. He sent her a smile that he wasn't really feeling. Come on. Let's head home. I feel like it's been way too long since I last saw my own apartment. Akane didn't say anything, but the look on her face was telling enough. They made their way out of the Hokage's mansion and into the busy streets. Akane hid her tails. Before she had been sealed by his father, that was how she'd avoided detection for so long. It seemed shape-shifting was a specialty of hers, and unlike the transformation technique, this one did not dispel when Akane was undertaking an activity that was mentally strenuous. I didn't pay as much attention when we were heading to the Hokage's office, Akane murmured as she looked around, but it looks very different now than it did inside of the seal. Does it? Maybe it just feels like it does. Akane placed her hands behind her back as they walked. When I was in the seal, I couldn't feel anything. I only saw what was happening through your eyes. Every sensation except sight was muted. Now that I'm finally free from that seal, I can feel the wind on my face, smell the scents from various food stalls, and hear the sounds of people talking. They had been walking down one of the more traffic-heavy streets. Numerous people were wandering around. This particular street had a lot of vendors as well, so there were quite a few food stalls along with stands that sold jewelry, produce, and various trinkets. Reaching the end of the road, they turned into a more residential district. There wasn't as much traffic since it was early afternoon. Where before the buildings were all single-story and featured large windows to display whatever was being sold, the buildings on this road were 2 or 3 stories. While they had windows, all of them were smaller, and most had blinds. Stairways guarded by metal rails led up to the 2nd and 3rd floors. I've never really noticed it before, or maybe it's something I forgot after a time, but being able to enjoy these sensations is why I decided to create a human form in the first place. Is it? Yes. Akane smiled. Being a giant fox with 9 tails means I can't enjoy this kind of life. I wanted to experience what it felt like to be human. Naruto gave her a non-committal nod as they ascended the staircase to his apartment, the sound of their footsteps echoing along the floor. He unlocked the door and entered. Akane followed him. There was no one to greet him as he closed the door after Akane stepped inside. Of course, it wasn't like he had expected Tenten to be there. Just because they had made up didn't mean she'd always be around. She was either on another mission or at her family's shop. He'd visit her later. Would you like something to eat? Asked Naruto as he slipped out of his sandals and walked further into the room. He wandered past the table and was about to step up to the fridge, but he was held back when a hand slowly clasped around his wrist. He looked back to stare at Akane, who kept him from moving with her firm grip. The look on her face was quite serious. He'd have called her expression stern, but the hint of worry, barely hidden beneath her calm visage, did an admirable job of making her expression seem more concerned than stern. What's up? Not hungry? You're acting awfully normal for someone whose sensei just died, Akane said, her expression not wavering. Naruto flinched. Well, I can't say I'm not sad, but we're ninja, you know? Death is a constant companion in our line of work. It is, but that doesn't mean you can accept something like that so easily. You know it's not good to bottle up your emotions like that. Naruto flinched. I know, but He had been about to say he couldn't afford to grieve yet, that he still needed to be strong, but Akane quickly tugged on his arm, yanking him toward her. Before Naruto could even figure out what was happening, he found himself being engulfed in warmth. It took him a moment to figure out what all these new sensations meant. He blinked, then he realized that he was being embraced by Akane. The woman was actually a good bit taller than him, so his face was resting on her superlative bosoms as she wrapped her arms around him. It's okay to grieve now, Akane said in a soft, gentle voice so unlike her normal mocking tone. There's no one here but me. Perhaps Naruto had been bottling up his emotions too much. If so, then it would certainly explain why Naruto started crying without any buildup. It was as if her words had broken the dam keeping all of his emotions in check, unleashing a torrential flood of tears. Akane rubbed his back as he cried. Do you feel better? Asked Akane as Naruto calmed down. Yeah. Thank you? Anytime. You know, you're being awfully nice, Naruto mumbled, still resting his head on her chest. It's kinda weird. Have I not been nice before? Asked Akane. You have. It's just that you've been ignoring me for so long that I'm not used to it anymore. I guess that's my fault. Akane had already expressed how she'd stopped talking to him because she'd grown jealous of Koiki for sleeping with him before her. He understood why she'd ignored him. At the same time, it didn't really change the fact that she'd been absent for about 2 years now. It's fine. Naruto sniffled a bit as he pulled back, stepping out of the woman's arms. Anyway, why don't we get something to eat? Is there anything you'd like me to make? Akane raised an eyebrow. Do you even have food available? Naruto went over to his fridge and looked inside. He paused, staring at the basically empty fridge, which only had a few slices of cheese, some eggs, a carton of milk, and expired beef. While he couldn't see her because she was behind him now, he could feel Akane's amused gaze on his back. He turned around and rubbed the back of his head. Why don't we go out for ramen tonight? He suggested with a sheepish grin. Exox, welcome to Ichiraku's. How can I? Well, I'll be damned. It's been a while since you've come here, Naruto. Hey, I am. Old man. How've you been? Naruto greeted the owner of Ichiraku's with a grin as he and Akane slid into the stall and sat down. Tucci and Ayam were in their usual places, with Ayam standing in front of the counter as the face of the shop, while Tucci stood near the back, getting ready to fry up some noodles. The two greeted him with a smile. We've been good, Tucci said with an enthusiastic laugh. You know how it is. Nothing ever really changes around here. I suppose that's good to hear, Naruto said. As he and Akane took their seats, Ayam leaned over, placing her elbows on the table and her head on her hands. She flicked her eyes over to Akane. The redhead noticed her gaze and raised an eyebrow. Ayam then looked back at Naruto, a smile growing on her face. And who is this? Asked Ayam. Got yourself another girlfriend? I suppose you could say that, Akane answered before Naruto could say anything. However, I like to think that I'm more than just a girlfriend. Oh ho. Ayam leaned back and gave a big smile. It seems this girl is staking her claim. I like her. What do you have to say to that, Naruto? Naruto shrugged. I'm not really sure what I can say. It's not like she's wrong. His words made Ayam clap her hands together and squeal. After ordering their meal, Naruto ordered a large bowl of beef ramen, while Akane had a smaller bowl of miso ramen. They spoke with Ayam a bit more as Tucci prepared their dinner. Akane did most of the talking. Despite having been sealed inside of him for about 16 years, she seemed quite adept at communicating with others. He supposed her previous quiet disposition around Fu was because she'd still been adjusting to life outside of the seal. Their meals came and the two ate in silence. They left soon after finishing, though Ayam told Akane to come over sometime so they could talk more. Naruto had the distinct feeling that Ayam just wanted to talk about the redhead's relationship with him. It still wasn't very late by the time they had arrived home, and in fact, the sun was still shining overhead. Once again, there was no one home. Naruto locked the door behind them as the supernatural creature disguised as a human shed some of her disguise. Her 6 tails appeared behind her, and a pair of fox ears formed on her head. While her tails waved back and forth, the ears twitched. It seems we still have a lot of time left today, but I'm really not sure what we should do, Naruto muttered, trying to think of what they could do. He normally trained during this time. However, he just got back from his mission and was mentally drained. He didn't feel like training. I suppose we could go shopping. Akane is still wearing the clothes that Fu provided for her. I can think of something we can do, Akane said. Really? What is it? Humph. Naruto's voice was hampered when Akane lunged forward and pressed their mouths together. His muffled grunt was cut off when she pushed her tongue into his mouth, licking the inside and stirring up saliva. He was stunned for a moment. Should he kiss back? He didn't know, and Akane pulled back before he could make a decision. Her tongue was the last thing to leave his mouth. A small string connected them until she pulled back enough to break it. I do not care if you sleep with other women, Akane said before he could ask her what the kiss had been about. However, I am going to stake my claim on you. Even if you sleep with other women, none of them will be able to stay with you. They'll die while you live on. That is the difference between you and them, Akane. I am different, Akane continued. I will not die like they will. Unlike them, I can and will stay by your side forever. That is why even if you sleep with other women, even if you fall in love with other women, you will always be mine. As Naruto gazed into Akane's crimson eyes, he felt himself giving in to the idea, causing him to nod once. A small smile came unbidden to his face. That doesn't sound so bad. A single tooth poked out of Akane's mouth as she grinned at him. Not bad at all. She kissed him again, and this time, Naruto kissed her back. Their tongues became entwined, twirling around each other in a wet embrace. This sloppy exchange stirred up even more saliva between them. Either of them cared. They continued to kiss, the lewd smacking of their lips mixing with their moans and panted breathing. At the same time, Naruto and Akane wrapped each other in their arms, pulling their bodies closer. Because she wasn't wearing a bra, Akane's nipples were rubbing against him through the fabric of her clothing, hard and pointy. The sensation was electric. Several jolts traveled across his chest as her large breasts squashed against him. Naruto pulled back from their kiss. Akane whined. However, he grabbed her hand and tugged her along, pulling her into his bedroom. I figured we should change venues, he added. That's a good idea, Akane agreed. His bedroom wasn't large, but the bed was fairly new and unused. He'd had to get a new one a while ago because he had grown. His old one had been so small that his feet hung off the edge when he slept. Now it was easily able to fit 2 or even 3 people on top. Just as he was turning around, Akane pushed him back, causing his legs to hit the bed. He plummeted backwards. He hit the bed once, bounced, and then settled down. Before he could get his bearings, Akane was on him again. She didn't just stick with kissing. A jolt traveled through him when Akane placed her hand underneath his shirt. Her smooth, soft hand traveled up and down his chest and stomach as if she was creating a map of his abs and pecs. Naruto felt a shiver race down his spine as she reached his nipple and pinched it. Akane, I'm going to do something for you that I've never done for anyone else before, Elaine said as she moved back down, unzipping his pants and pulling them off. She also removed his boxers before he had the chance to tell her otherwise. Naruto would have said something, but he was forced to throw his head back and groan when Akane stroked him to hardness. Her touch was delicate. He might have even called it tentative, like she wasn't sure what to do with it. He raised his head. Akane was staring at his mask with something of a shocked expression. Akane? What's wrong? Nothing. She shook her head, and then smiled. I was just admiring this bad boy. I remember seeing it when you slept with Koiki, but it looks a lot bigger now than it did through the seal. Oh. Naruto was at a loss for words, but part of the reason was because Akane had leaned forward and kissed the mushroom-shaped head. He clenched his toes and gritted his teeth as a new wave of pleasant sensations traveled from his cock to his brain. Huh. So it twitches to even basic stimulus like this? Akane grinned. How like a man. She leaned forward, stuck out her tongue, and dragged it along the underside of his dick. Naruto ground his teeth together as she swirled her tongue along the tip. And it has such a strong smell. I never noticed it before, but the scent of your arousal is really powerful. Or maybe yours is just a particularly strong scent. Is that bad? No. Akane took a deep breath. I actually like this smell. Naruto hadn't felt this embarrassed since his first time was taken by Koiki, maybe not even then. He didn't have time to feel too ashamed, though, as Akane took him into her mouth. His entire body felt like it had seized up. Her mouth was warm, wet, and the feeling of her tongue swirling around him caused a pleasant sensation to rush up and down his spine. Her tongue was a bit rougher than the other girls he'd been with, but that just meant it left a stronger impression. Do you like dish? Asked Akane, her voice muffled by his dick. Ish having me shuck on your dick enjoyable? It is, that's good. I'm gonna shuck on your dick so hard that all of your cum shoot straight into my stomach. Despite how pleasant it felt, Akane didn't seem very skilled at the art of oral sex. She was a bit sloppy as she bobbed her head up and down. Not only that, but he was too big for her to fit all of him inside of her mouth. To rectify this problem, she had made sure to coat the lower half of his shaft with saliva and was using her hands, but it didn't change how unskilled she was. Despite this, Naruto came far more quickly than he had with anyone else. It must have been her stare. She'd been gazing at him with those burning crimson eyes the entire time she'd taken him into her mouth. It was way too sexy. Akane. I'm gonna come soon. Naruto was fortunately well versed enough in bedroom etiquette to warn Akane when he felt his balls tighten. His words only spurred Akane on more. She pulled her head back until only his head was still in her mouth, and then leaned forward, pushing her breasts together and engulfing his cock with them. Hurry up and come. Come in my mouth. This new sensation was too much for Naruto, who quickly blew his load inside of Akane's mouth. The redhead let out a muffled sound that was like a mixture of moan and surprised sputter. He must have had more stored inside of him than usual. Akane's cheeks bulged before several droplets of white, sticky fluid leaked from her mouth. She blinked several times, and despite having come once, seeing her throat move as she swallowed his sperm made Naruto immediately hard again. You have a lot more stamina than most men, huh? Well, I'm not human. Naruto breathed deeply. I think that gives me more stamina than normal. You're also an Uzumaki. Akane stood up and removed her clothes, letting them fall to the floor. They have a surprising amount of stamina. For humans, her breasts stood out as they sat on her chest. Because they were so large, they hung down a bit, but there was a surprising amount of perkiness to them as well. They bounced every time she moved. The light pink nipples were already hard. When Naruto looked down, he saw her lips had become wet. Several trails ran down her inner thighs. Her currently closed lips, which looked as pure and untainted as a virgin's, glistened from her own arousal. She quickly straddled Naruto's thighs, and then began rubbing his shaft along her slit. Akane moaned. Naruto tried to move, but she stopped him. Let me do this at my own pace, she said. Naruto leaned back and let the woman do as she pleased. She continued rubbing herself against him, lubricating his already wet cock even more, and then she raised her hips and positioned herself above him. His head rubbed against her entrance. Another trickle of her love juices coated his shaft. With her hands on his chest, Akane slowly lowered herself onto him, her lips stretching as she took him in. HNN. Akane grunted and groaned as she gritted her teeth. You really are big. This is actually uncomfortable. Do you want to stop? Of course not. I've already come this far. With one final push, Akane fully sheathed Naruto inside of her. She didn't do anything. She just sat there, straddling his waist. Naruto used this moment to try and get used to the sensation of being inside of Akane. She was so much tighter than anyone else, though she was also a lot more wet. That was probably why it was more bearable. Her walls had stretched to accommodate his length and girth, but she was so tight that it was difficult not to come just from being inside of her. Ha! Ha! Akane took several deep breaths, causing her chest to jiggle. A trickle of sweat ran down her left breast, tracing a path over her pointed nipple, and dripping onto her stomach. She centered herself and nodded. Okay. I think I'm ready. Okay then. I'll let you take the lead. Naruto placed his hands on Akane's hips as she lifted herself up. Centimeter after centimeter of his dick, coated in Akane's sexual secretions, became visible, until just his head was still inside of her. Naruto could see how her lips stretched around him. It was so erotic that he needed to take a shaky breath to avoid losing control of himself. She waited, and then lowered herself again. Repeating this process several times, Akane soon adjusted to the feeling of him being inside of her. Then she increased her pace. The sound of her lips sucking him in reminded him, oddly enough, of slurping. Joining it was the loud smacking noise as her butt met his thighs. It wasn't long before she was bouncing up and down, riding him. Why does this feel so good? She questioned as she moved her hips. Her breathing was hot and heavy as she took several gulps of air. I don't understand how something like this can feel so amazing. Don't ask me. I wasn't. It was rhetorical. Akane stuck her tongue out at Naruto in a surprisingly childish gesture, but he used that opportunity to lean up and claim her tongue for his own. She released a surprised squeal as he sucked on her tongue. However, she quickly kissed back, attacking his mouth so voraciously he wondered if she was trying to conquer him. Slurp. Their exchange was even sloppier than before. Drool trailed down their mouths, but neither of them paid attention as their saliva dripped onto their chest, which mixed in with the sweat coating their skin. Naruto grabbed Akane's fleshy-ass cheeks and squeezed them. His fingers sank into her butt. He'd never felt something so soft before. Akane moaned against as she rocked her hips. Loud, wet sucking sounds echoed around the room, mixing with the slapping sound of their hips meeting. This is so good. It's so good I feel like I'm losing my mind. Akane was surprisingly vocal during sex. Naruto was surprised, but he didn't let it show. As she was screaming, he leaned down and took one of her nipples into his mouth, swirling his tongue around it before gently biting down. He placed one hand on the bed, but he reached out with the other and fondled her other breast, his fingers sinking into the soft flesh as if they were marshmallows. HNNGGG. His actions caused Akane to lose her ability to speak. She wrapped her arms around his head as he thrust his hips up, causing her soft body to shake and jiggle. Her tits soon became coated in his saliva as he sucked and licked them. Akane. I'm about to blow my load again, Madame too. I'm about to come, then. Together. Naruto could no longer focus on her breasts as he continued thrusting his hips into Akane, who could no longer move her own hips and simply clung onto him. He gritted his teeth. His balls were tightening again. Meanwhile, Akane's squishy insides had become unbearably tight. Just moving around was difficult. Naruto. I can't hold on. I'm coming. Oh. Akane's entire body spasmed as she came. The feeling of her warm fluids rushing around him was all the stimulus Naruto needed to release his own load. His head was smashed into her breast as she clung to him. Several seconds of absolute bliss passed before, with surprising suddenness, Akane's arms and legs went slack. She would have fallen over, but Naruto wrapped an arm around her to keep her there, resting against his body. He took several deep breaths. The scent of Akane's sweat was surprisingly sweet, or maybe he was just a perv who liked the scent of sweating women. Mixing with the scent was the distinct smell of sex. Naruto? Akane asked as her chest and shoulders heaved. Yeah, I want to go again. Naruto would have snorted at her demanding voice, but he was of the same opinion. Alright, but I want to be on top this time. Not a chance. Mine. Chapter 59. The war begins. I'm bored, Kotetsu complained as he sat beside an high table, legs crossed as he leaned forward. Izumo sighed. Do you really have to keep saying that? I can't help it. There's nothing to do. You're not the only one who thinks that way, you know. We're all the way out here in the boonies. The nearest village is over an hour away, and that's if we run. However, we have a duty to perform here. Regardless of how boring it is, we can't neglect this mission because of something like boredom. You should learn to be more responsible. Kotetsu and Izumo were on a mission near the outskirts of Hai no Kuni on the border next to Oto no Kuni and Yu no Kuni. Even though it was called a mission, it was really just border patrol. They, along with 2 other chunins and 2 jonins, making for a total of 6, were charged with guarding and patrolling the border between these 2 nations and their own. It was a thankless, boring job. I wish we had something to do, Kotetsu moaned as he placed his hands on the floor and leaned back. Quit complaining. We're all bored out of our minds, grunted the jonin in command of him and Izumo. He was a serious man named Tatsuo. With his square face that looked to be carved from stone, tall stature, strong build, and scarred visage, he could probably give Ibiki Marino a run for his money. The least they could do is let us spruce this place up, Kotetsu kept moaning as he glanced at his drab surroundings. The building they were located in could scarcely be called a base. It was a single-story building buried in the ground. It was meant to blend in with the surrounding forest. While the outside was built in the shape of a boulder, and had vines and moss growing on it, the inside was a very plain one-room building. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all the same drab gray color. There was no television, no bookshelf, no nothing. All they had was a table for meals, a fridge where their food was stored, a kitchen to make food in, and a workstation where the two jonin wrote reports. There was also a bird cage with several birds. That was it. There was literally nothing else. This isn't your personal den, you miscreant, Tatsuo snapped. This base was made solely for the purpose of watching our borders. We only need to focus on our jobs, keeping an eye on our neighbors in case they try something funny. I know that, Kotetsu grumbled. If you know that, then stop complaining. As Tatsuo went on grumbling about how he wished he had more competent teammates, Kotetsu thought about giving the man a retort, but he decided not to. There was no sense in antagonizing his team leader. Well, there was no sense in angering him any more than he already had. Heaving a big breath, he stood up and wandered over to the fridge, opened it, and took out a water bottle. As he guzzled down the water, Izumo wandered up to him. Hey man, could you lay off the complaining? His partner in crime asked. I don't like being stuck here any more than you do, but we are still on a mission. Complaining isn't going to make our situation any better, you know? I know. Kotetsu sighed as he pulled the bottle from his mouth. I just can't help him. Every day it's the same thing. We wander around the border for several hours, and then come back here and do nothing for several more hours. We've been here for nearly a month and nothing has happened. At this point, I almost wish someone would attack us just so I don't have to feel this intense boredom. You shouldn't say something like that, Izumo muttered. I think we've already had enough troubles to deal with, what with Akatsuki and all that, I suppose. Kotetsu took another chug from his water bottle. As he was drinking, Tatsuo paced back and forth across the floor, his arms crossed and a fierce scowl on his face. Intetsu and the others are late, the jonin grumbled. It shouldn't take this long to return from patrol. Maybe they ran into some trouble, Izumo offered. Tatsuo frowned at him. Let us hope not. About an hour later, the three of them were forced out of their thoughts when the door to their base burst open. Kotetsu received the shock of his life when Kyala, a woman with brown hair and eyes, stumbled through the entrance and fell to the floor in a crumpled heap. The sound of her striking the ground produced a surprisingly wet sound. He realized, belatedly, that it was because her body was covered in wounds. Her chunin flak jacket was torn, cuts and gashes ran along her body, and the blood leaking from those wounds soon formed a puddle underneath her. Kyala! Tatsuo shouted as he rushed over to the woman. He knelt down and turned Kyala over as Kotetsu and Izumo jolted into action and began grabbing medical supplies. While they were doing that, Tatsuo tried to speak with the women, whose labored breathing mixed with pained rasps. Kyala, what happened out there? Keikumo. Kyala coughed, blood spewing from her mouth and down her front. We were attacked. By Kumo Shinobi. The words caused everyone present to freeze like they'd been struck by an ice jutsu. Tatsuo was the one who recovered first. That's impossible. We're allied with Kumo. Aren't we? No one answered his question. It wasn't like Kotetsu and Izumo knew the answer, and Kyala was already so weak it didn't look like she could talk anymore. She'd probably used all the strength she had left to run all this way and let them know what was happening. Kotetsu, help me patch up her injuries, Tatsuo ordered. Izumo, send a message to the Hokage. Tell her what's happening here, sir. Kotetsu and Izumo shouted as they got to work. Kneeling next to Tatsuo and Kyala, Kotetsu opened a medical kit containing numerous supplies. There were anesthetics, disinfectant, bandages, soldier pills, blood-replenishing pills, and even a sewing needle and some thread for stitching up injuries. The first step toward healing someone is stemming the flow of blood. However, there were far too many wounds for that, so Kotetsu mashed up some blood-replenishing pills into something Kyala could drink. After all, it didn't look like she had the strength to chew. Meanwhile, Tatsuo used disinfectant to clean her wounds, then anesthetized her before using a basic fire jutsu to cauterize the cuts they could see. It looks like there are even more injuries than I can see like this, Tatsuo muttered. We're going to have to strip her. He paused and cocked his head. Kotetsu wondered what he was doing, but then he also paused in mashing the blood-replenishing pills. He didn't realize what was wrong at first, but then Tatsuo said, all the animals have stopped making noise. Izumo, who looked like he had finished sending the message off with a messenger bird, also stopped what he was doing. The fact that the animals were no longer making noise was an obvious cause for concern. Generally, there were always animals creating background music that they could hear even from inside this base. Birds would sing, frogs would ribbit, and crickets would chirp. The only time animals went quiet was when they sensed danger. That could only mean one thing. Kotetsu grabbed 2 large kunai blades bandaged to his back. Although they were called kunai blades, they weren't really kunai. Each blade was nearly half a meter in length. The reason it was called a kunai blade was because it vaguely resembled one, and even had a ring at the end of the hilt like a kunai. However, these blades were curved, elongated, and had only a single edge, making both its appearance and function closer to that of a sword. He handed one of the swords to Izumo, who took it and moved so they were standing back to back. Tatsuo set Kiala back on the ground and stood protectively over her. Not a sound could be heard outside. Kotetsu strained his ears to listen, but he could hear nothing except for the insanely fast beating of his own heart. It was a good thing he had Izumo with him. Had he not been with his partner, this sort of tension would have made him panic. "What do you think, Tatsuo?" asked Kotetsu when nothing happened after several minutes. "Should we go outside and scout the area? Reconnaissance?" Wearing a frown on his face, Tatsuo opened his mouth to answer. He would never get the chance. The ceiling exploded the very next moment, and a large panther, black and crackling with energy, charged into the base. Kotetsu and Izumo tensed as the creature released a soundless scream. Arcs of black lightning shot from its body and flew toward them and Tatsuo, but the jonin in their group reacted quickly. Doton Dorihiki Earth released mud wall. Tatsuo slammed his hands on the ground and a wall rose up before them. However, the black lightning followed the same principles as regular lightning. It was strong against earth. The lightning blasted right through the wall. Fortunately, Kotetsu and Izumo were able to leap out of the way. Even Tatsuo was quick enough to grab Kiala and jump away before they could be struck. As their jonin leader set Kiala against the wall, Kotetsu and Izumo went through a series of hand seals. Katan Gokyaku no Jutsu. The two unleashed a simultaneous fireball jutsu that slammed into the Black Panther made of lightning. While lightning wasn't weak against fire, fire could still overpower lightning, and a collaboration jutsu like this was several times stronger than the Black Panther. It was a good thing the ceiling had been destroyed, or all of the hot air and wind pressure from the explosion would have had nowhere to go. Kotetsu and Izumo covered their faces as the intense blast of scorching winds pushed against them before dissipating. When the attack died down, the Black Panther was gone, and all that remained was crater. However, they couldn't rest just yet. A man had appeared before them. He was fairly tall, possessed dark skin, and a slightly bulbous nose. His black eyes retained a bored look, though Kotetsu also thought he saw reluctance in his gaze. He had shaggy white hair that covered his left eye, and he was wearing the traditional garb of a Kumogakure shinobi. On top of that, the characters for water and lightning were tattooed on his right and left shoulders respectively. "I expected that last attack to kill you," the man mumbled with a sigh. "I really don't want to fight against anyone." "You're Daru," Izumo stated. "You're a jonin from Kumogakure known for possessing the Ranton Kekkei Genkai. You've heard of me?" Daru said with feigned surprise. "Well, that's dull. What are you doing here?" Tatsuo asked as he pulled a pair of kunai from his ninja pouch. "Has Kumogakure decided to betray Konoha?" Daru sighed. "I suppose you could say that. Don't get me wrong, I think betraying Konoha is a stupid idea, especially when our alliance was going so well, but, well, our Raikage has given us his orders. As fellow shinobi, I'm sure you understand what that means. A shinobi's duty was to loyally follow the orders of his or her kage. Going against the kage's orders was the same as going against the village." Kotetsu, Izumo, and Tatsuo understood this all too well, just as they understood that if the Hokage ordered them to attack Kumogakure, they would have no choice but to obey or become missing ninja. "We might understand why you are doing this, but don't expect any forgiveness from us," Kotetsu declared. Darui's smile was resigned. "Don't worry. I won't." Before a standoff could take place, Kotetsu and Izumo rushed forward, while Tatsuo provided support by throwing several kunai. Daru grabbed the massive cleaver sword on his back and pulled it off. The broadsword was fairly long, and had 3 hinges running along the blade. Kotetsu attacked from the front as Izumo moved behind Daru. His sword clashed against the massive cleaver. As sparks flew, he immediately knew he wouldn't be able to win in a battle of strength. Not only was Daru not budging, but he didn't even look like he was trying. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting this guy alone. Izumo tried to impale Daru from behind, having slipped around the man while he was engaging Kotetsu, but their opponent must have already predicted this. Daru grabbed the flat part of his sword. Now with both hands on the blade, he shoved Kotetsu back, spun around, and knocked Izumo's blade aside. Then, as Izumo stumbled forward, the man gripped the handle with both hands, channeled lightning chakra through it, and swung. His blade carved straight through Izumo, or so it seemed until a log appeared in the chunin's place. Katan Gokyaku no Jutsu. While Izumo and Kotetsu engaged Daru, Tatsuo went through a series of hand seals, sucked in a lungful of air, and released a massive burst of flame. He must have used a lot of chakra. The technique was even bigger than the one Kotetsu and Izumo had created with their combined attack. Perhaps sensing that he couldn't overpower this one, Daru leapt into the air and avoided the jutsu. The fireball struck the wall and destroyed what was left of their base. Kotetsu, Izumo, and Tatsuo with Gyala in his arms were also forced to leap out of the base and into the trees. The two forces were now standing on the branches. Several meters of distance separated them. Daru had put his cleaver onto his back again, but neither Kotetsu nor Izumo made a move. This man was a jonin like Tatsuo. A simple attack wouldn't be enough to take him down. "What should we do, leader?" asked Kotetsu as he glared at their enemy. His answer did not come in the form of words, but in a scream instead. He and Izumo looked back. Their eyes bulged as they looked at the four, long, nail-like objects protruded from their jonin leader's chest. Tatsuo dropped Gyala, who fell to the ground with a sharp crack, and then the nails were pulled from his back. He tottered forward, and then fell from the branch as well, striking the ground head first. The person who had appeared behind Tatsuo was also familiar to Kotetsu. This young woman, whose blonde hair was long, straight, and bound taut with bandages, had lived in Konoha for quite some time. It was Yujito ni. However, something seemed wrong. The young woman who would so often converse with them at the front gate when she went on a mission no longer possessed the smile she'd become known for. Her eyes were dead. They were emotionless enough that Kotetsu felt a chill run down his spine. "There's no way." "Yujito." "Why?" asked Kotetsu. She said nothing. Ranton Risa Sakasa's storm-release laser circus. Several beams shot from Daru, who had used their shock to chain several hand seals together. Kotetsu couldn't count the number of beams being blasted at him and Izumo. It was bright enough that he almost felt blinded. Even though he was shocked, his body quickly moved with the unconscious thought of instinct. However, as he and Izumo leapt off the branch, the beams curved, altering their course to follow them. A scream erupted from Kotetsu as several beams struck him in the chest. The attack was so powerful that each beam easily tore through his body. It felt like his insides were being burned. As he fell to the ground, Kotetsu tried to fight against the darkness crowding around his vision. He blinked once. Someone was standing above him, a blonde-haired beauty surrounded by blue flames. His vision dimmed. Then Yujito ni slashed down with her claws and gouged out his throat. Exox. Daru dropped to the forest floor, landing in a crouch. He looked over at Izumo. The Chunin was lying against a tree, having somehow managed to lean on it before dying, his head lowered and sightless eyes staring at the ground. Next he glanced over to Tatsuo and Gyala. Both of them were obviously dead. Tatsuo had been impaled through the heart by Yujito's claws. The woman had already been knocking on death's door, but the impact when she struck the ground had killed her. Then he looked at Kotetsu. Not only was his body full of holes from Darui's own jutsu, but his throat had been slashed open by Yujito. The young woman in question was cleaning her claws off, her expression nonchalant. It was disquieting. While Yujito didn't act any differently than she normally did, the fact that she could kill these Konoha shinobi so easily disturbed him for multiple reasons. "Hey Yujito," he grabbed the woman's attention. "Do you know why the Raikage suddenly decided to go to war with Konoha?" Yujito shook her head. "I don't, but does it really matter? We're shinobi. Our only job is to follow the orders of our Raikage. We don't need to worry about the hows and whys." That was a very Yujito response, but at the same time, he sensed some dissonance to her words. It was like the words she was speaking didn't match her own feelings on the matter. "Well, I suppose there's nothing we can do now." Daru looked at the corpses lying on the ground. "We're already committed to this dull course of action." "Right, so now that the way is clear, let's get back to the main army," Yujito said, turning around and beginning their walk back toward their forces, which were waiting inside Oto no Kuni. As Daru wondered why Oto hadn't attacked them for using their nation to gain a foothold in Konoha, he didn't miss the tears leaking from Yujito's eyes, though the woman herself seemed to have not noticed. Exox. An emergency meeting had been called by the Hokage. Since it was a meeting meant for everyone of Chunin rank and above, it was not taking place in the Hokage's office, which was much too small. Another venue had been set up. The large space was easily able to contain several thousand people. Naruto was standing beside Kakashi and Sakura, who he'd spotted upon entering. There were so many people that he was probably lucky to have found even them. It was honestly thanks to their hair. Kakashi's spiky silver hair was easily recognizable, as was Sakura's mop of bright pink. "I don't suppose either of you know what this is about," Naruto said. Kakashi shook his head as he flipped a page of his book, Aika make out, while Sakura crossed her arms and said, "I don't have a clue, but I imagine it's something serious. Given how every ninja in Konoha above Gen in rank has been summoned, Naruto had been hoping Sakura would know something. She was Tsunade's apprentice, so he figured she might have some inside knowledge, but he guessed things didn't work out like that. She primarily worked at the hospital when she wasn't on missions. It was unlikely she'd have close contact with Tsunade these days. Kakashi, my youthful rival. An exuberant shout suddenly made everyone except Kakashi look up as Guy broke through the crowd to stand before them. This is a most unexpected meeting, isn't it? Why, young Lee and I were just returning from a mission when we suddenly got the call to come here. Do you have any idea what's going on? No, Kakashi said in a bored voice as Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten wandered up to them. I'm afraid I don't know either. That's too bad, Guy said, though he didn't appear that disappointed. Tenten, Naruto greeted. Hey. Tenten smiled at him. I see you're back from your mission. How was? What's wrong? She asked when Naruto grimaced. I'll tell you later, Naruto said as Tsunade finally appeared before them. She stood on a stage elevated several dozen centimeters above the ground floor, allowing her to be seen even in the far back. Naruto, who stood near the front, could see her more clearly than the others. While the woman projected an aura of strength and confidence, the bags under her eyes spoke of exhaustion. He imagined she hadn't been sleeping well since Naruto had returned with news of Jiraiya's death. We have a grave situation on our hands, Tsunade said without preamble. As always, Shizen stood by the Hokage's side. We just received a report from our border patrol along Oto no Kuni, and you know Kuni that several Kumogakure ninja attacked the border patrol's base. Furthermore, we received another report that Takigakure was attacked by shinobi from Iwagakure. While they were able to successfully fend them off, the Takigakure village leaders sent a report claiming an army of several thousand IWA shinobi passed through the border toward Hai no Kuni. A wave of unease swept through the crowd. Naruto strained his ears as everyone began muttering amongst each other, though it was too jumbled for him to hear individual conversations. By this point, Kakashi had closed his book, put it in his pouch, and was staring at the Hokage with a serious look. Do we know if Kumo has gathered an army similar to IWA? He asked. We do not know that. Tsunade shook her head. However, we believe it's safe to assume they have. That said, right now we do not have enough information to make any decisions, but it was confirmed that Kumo attacked and annihilated one of our border patrols, correct? Asked Niji. Correct, Tsunade confirmed. Of that there is no doubt. More murmurs swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, a cold chill swept through Naruto. This doesn't make any sense, he mumbled. What? Asked Tenten. Ignoring her for the moment, Naruto stepped forward. Lady Hokage, doesn't this seem strange? While our hostilities with IWA have always been present, we've made great inroads in our alliance with Kumo. Why would they attack us now? Tsunade hesitated to answer, which made Niji step forward. Perhaps they are finally showing their true colors. Kumo has always been a greedy nation that has coveted the many Kekkai Genkai Konoha possesses, including the Byakugan. My own father was a victim of their schemes. Maybe their alliance was just that, a scheme to make us drop our guard. Naruto shook his head. That's what doesn't make sense. If it was a scheme to make us drop our guard so they could kidnap Kekkai Genkai users, they wouldn't have launched an attack on our borders. They would have used the alliance to sneak a few ninja in, quietly kidnapped our shinobi, and then left before we could do anything. Their actions here are counterproductive. Niji looked like he wanted to argue, but he paused and furrowed his brow as though seeing Naruto's point. It was true. Now that Konoha was aware of what happened here, stealing Kekkai Genkai users was going to be much harder. That meant their purpose was something else. You bring up a good point, Niji said at last. I retract my earlier statement. What they are doing right now doesn't make much sense. Whatever the case may be, Tsunade began again before anyone else could speak. The fact remains that we do not have enough information about the current situation to make any informed decisions. I will be putting all of our forces on a state of high alert. Furthermore, several of your squads will be receiving orders to do reconnaissance. We also need to deal with IWA. According to Shibuki of Takigakure, Iwa's forces number several thousands. However, I suspect those are only the forces he was able to see. IWA is also bordered by Kusa no Kuni and Ain no Kuni. Tsunade paused to allow this knowledge to sink in. Naruto glanced at his fellow shinobi's faces as they, like him, realized how serious the situation had become. I'll be giving all of you your orders at some point, so remain on standby and await further instructions, Tsunade finished. While everyone responded with a resounding yes, Lady Hokage. Naruto could not help but notice how unsettled the words sounded. IWA was bringing an army into their country, and Kumo attacked their border and may also have an army on the way. He didn't say anything, but it looked like this was the beginning of another shinobi war, though he sincerely hoped that wasn't the case. Exox, Naruto stood in front of the kitchen counter, kneading dough with his knuckles to make it stretch out. Once stretched and long, he twisted the dough up, grabbed both ends, began stretching it even more, and then lifted the dough and slapped it against the counter like someone playing jump rope before twirling it all around and repeating the process. He was making ramen with homemade noodles. Old man Tucci had taught him how to do this. By twirling and twisting the dough, he could exponentially enhance its elasticity. The dough spun, slapped against the counter, and twirled around until it looked like two snakes entwined around each other. Once it was ready, he set it all on the counter and began cutting it. While he was doing that, Tenten and Akane were sitting together at the kitchen table, quietly conversing about something. Naruto didn't know what they were talking about. He'd only introduced them a few minutes before stepping into the kitchen, but at least they weren't killing each other. That was a good start. Tenten had been pretty surprised to find out that not only was the Kyuubi not inside of him anymore, but that the smoking hot redhead was, in fact, the creature who had nearly destroyed Konoha when Naruto was first born. It had taken the girl a good 5 minutes to pick her jaw up off the floor. Immediately after she had, however, Naruto found himself bombarded with questions. He'd done his best to answer them, but he was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer number and speed they came at him. Akane had been kind enough to field the questions for him. When he finished cutting all the dough into several long strands, it was time to pull. Basically, he rolled them in some flour, and then began stretching it into what would become multiple noodles. 1 noodle became 2, 4, 8, and so on. He did this with each strand, making exactly 128 noodles with each. After which he cooked them. He had to get pretty creative for the cooking part. Naruto didn't have an oil fryer like the old man did, so instead he used a pot, creating each batch of noodles separately. He put the finished noodles in a bowl, which he served up with miso, added some greens, some chopped up uzumaki, and whatever vegetables he had on hand. Now with 3 bowls of homemade ramen in hand, Naruto wandered over to the table. The 2 women immediately became silent when he approached, causing him to frown. "I don't know what you two are talking about, but don't stop on my account," Naruto said as he set a bowl in front of them each. The chopsticks were already on the table. "Please keep talking. You know what they say, sharing is caring." "Sorry, Naruto, but women need their secrets," Akane said with a smile. "Well, I'm pretty sure those secrets were about me," he returned with a smile of his own. "Or were those furtive glances you kept stealing while you thought I wasn't looking something you do to everyone you meet?" "Obviously, it's something I do to everyone I meet." Akane sniffed. "You just happen to be the only person I have the pleasure of seeing every day." "Please stop, you two," Tenten moaned as she broke her chopsticks. "That back and forth you're doing is going to annoy me." "What's wrong with it?" asked Naruto as he swirled noodles around with his chopsticks. Akane had already taken her first bite. He felt his chest swell when her eyes lit up and she took a second. "Everything," Tenten murmured. "First, it makes you two sound like an old married couple." She slurped up some noodles, paused, and then finished swallowing. "These are good." "Thanks," Naruto responded in a cheery tone. "Now you were saying?" "Right." Twirling the chopsticks in her hand, Tenten continued. "Second, I feel completely left out when you do that." "Fair point," Naruto admitted. "What's the third point?" asked Akane. "There isn't one," Tenten said. "Just those two." Naruto and Akane ate their food and pondered those words for a moment before deciding to just accept them. Everyone was hungry anyway. He had to admit that while his noodles weren't the best, they were still quite delicious. They were firm and soaked up the flavor from the broth quite well. Certainly, they were nowhere near Old Man Tucci's ramen. However, Naruto also hadn't been making ramen for 50+ years. For someone who only started recently, his stuff wasn't bad. "For your information, I was informing Akane of everything that Lady Tsunade told us," Tenten replied. "And what do you think?" asked Naruto. Akane paused with the chopsticks halfway to her lips. She flicked her eyes back and forth between the two of them, then sighed and said, "Do I need to have an opinion about such an inane matter?" Before she finished bringing the ramen to her mouth. "Well, I suppose you don't have to," he admitted. "But you have a lot of experience with matters like this, right? I'm sure you've seen countless wars." "I have," Akane admitted. "And I suspect this one will be no different from all the others I've seen." "But don't you think it's strange?" asked Tenten. "Konoha and Kumo are supposed to be allies now. It's odd that they would attack us when our relationship had finally become so stable." "Not really." Akane shrugged. "You humans are always stabbing each other in the back for the most inane reasons. Power. Land. Resources. The ability to dominate and subjugate those weaker than yourself. Humans have and always will desire these things. It is an inescapable truth that I accepted a long time ago." Akane's words really had a way of killing the mood. They were filled with a cynicism that neither of the two admittedly bright-eyed shinobi had. Even Naruto, who had experienced some pretty horrible things in his life, if he did say so himself, could not fathom her words. Well, I think it's strange, Tenten muttered. Dinner was ate mostly in silence after that, and when they were done, Naruto took the dishes into the kitchen and created a shadow clone to clean them. He spoke with Tenten some more while his clone loudly complained. However, Tenten needed to get a good night's rest, and since there was no telling what tomorrow would bring, chances were good they would all need to sleep, so they were prepared for whatever mission Tsunade decided to send them on tomorrow. That night, Naruto was dressed in boxers and nothing else. Akane, perhaps still unused to sleeping in actual clothes, had gone nude. She lay against him, holding him close as though he were a pillow. Her eyes were closed, her breathing was even, and it looked like she had fallen asleep. He knew better. Can't sleep? She asked. He shook his head. I'm worried about Yujito. Akane stirred slightly, but it was only so she could caress his bare chest. The Jinchuriki of the Nibi. If I'm not mistaken, she is a Kumogakure shinobi, yes? And they are the people who launched a surprise attack on Konoha? That's right. Them and Iwagakure. I don't know that one, Akane admitted. But you are concerned about whether or not you'll have to fight her? Not just that. Thinking for a moment, Naruto allowed his eyes to trail a crack on his ceiling. It went all the way to the wall before disappearing. My biggest concern is that something has happened to her. I honestly can't see Yujito agreeing to fight against us. I mean, she spent so much time here, and she and I became so close. Would she really be willing to fight us? Hard to say, but she is a shinobi, so I'm sure she will loyally obey her ninja village even if it means betraying someone she cares about. Isn't that what it means to be a ninja? While Akane's words were cynical beyond anything he'd ever heard, Naruto couldn't deny them. Ninja were and always had been weapons to wage war. They were raised in their village, taught how to kill from a young age, and trained to be loyal to the village, to put the village above everything else. Yujito was a loyal ninja. If her Kage told her to betray Konoha, she would do it, even if she didn't like it. That thought put a damper on his feelings. What will you do if she is an enemy? Asked Akane. I don't know, Naruto admitted softly. Humming, Akane nuzzled her nose into his shoulder. Well, whatever decision you make, I will be there to support you. I've decided to stick by your side even if the seal is no longer keeping us together, so I'll help you if I can. Thanks, Akane. That means a lot to me. It had better. While he felt only slightly reassured, Akane's words still soothed him. Even if the situation reached that worst-case scenario, even if he had to fight against someone he loved, at least he had Akane's help. Perhaps with her aid, he could avoid tragedy even if the worst-case scenario did happen. He fell asleep with those thoughts in mind. Exox. Another mass meeting had been called by Tsunade. Once more gathering in the large room where all of Konoha's ninja-ranked chunin and above stood, the woman in charge faced them all with the somber eyes of a leader prepared for war. I received several reports last night, Tsunade began. Kumo's forces have entered our border and set up a base outside of a small town called Taizuki-Kei. It doesn't look like they've harmed any of the citizens, but their numbers are greater than we expected. Our last estimated report put their numbers at 1,000 ninja. Soft murmurs escaped all of the ninja present except for a few like Kakashi and Naruto, who were once more standing beside the members of Team Guy and Sakura. With them were several other members of the Rookie Nine. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino stood close by, and the Ino Shikacho trio was also present. Both were with their respective Jonin senseis. What's more, Tsunade continued, raising her voice just slightly, IWA has finally encroached on our border as well. They've holed themselves up in a ravine located in a remote region of Hi-no-Kuni. We've finally gotten a clear estimate on their numbers. It's 3,000 ninja. Naruto sucked in a breath as even more uncertain mutterings sprang from the people around him. Konoha had a grand total of 5,000 ninja within their forces, but that was only if they were willing to include the genin, who made up more than 60 of their ninja force. Becoming a chunin was difficult. It required participating in the chunin exams and being promoted based on one's merits. Becoming a jonin was oftentimes even more difficult. The fact that IWA had brought so many forces to bear told him one of two things: either they had far more elite ninja at their disposal than anyone realized, or they were bolstering their ranks with genin. Naruto was not sure which of those he would rather believe. We do not have the forces to meet both IWA and Kumo, Tsunade announced. However, I sent a message last night to Suna and Kiri and received a reply this morning. Both of them have agreed to help us. Suna is going to meet us on the border of Kawa-no-Kuni, where our forces will combine in order to confront Iwa's army. Because their army is far greater than Kumo's, I plan on sending most of our forces to face off against IWA. Naruto glanced around at the ninjas surrounding him, wondering which ones would be sent to meet up with Suna. Would he be among them? Part of him thought it would be nice because he'd get to see Temari and Gaara again, but he also wanted to be on the force that confronted Kumo. Of course, his reasons for wanting to confront Kumo were entirely selfish as well. Do we know if Kumo and IWA have formed an alliance? Asked Kakashi. We do not, Tsunade answered immediately. In fact, judging from their erratic behavior and lack of coordination, we believe that they are not allied with each other. That said, these two forces attacking at the same time is too much to be a mere coincidence. Then you think someone is manipulating these events? Naruto asked. It is entirely possible, and we certainly can't leave it out. Tsunade paused, sighed, and then continued. However, we have no conclusive evidence that this is true either. Naruto frowned as he thought about the situation, and more specifically the lack of information they had. He'd learned how important information was thanks to Jiraiya. They currently knew nothing about the current forces beyond numbers and guesswork. What's more, they only had numbers and nothing else. They didn't know who those forces were comprised of, what they should watch out for, or even what Kumo and IWA were planning. And if there was a force working in the shadows, then it meant they knew even less. I'll be dividing all of you into 2 divisions, Tsunade announced. Your division will determine where you go. Furthermore, I'll be choosing first and second commanders for each division. First division will be traveling toward Kawa no Kuni to meet up with Suna's forces. Second division will meet up with Kiri's forces at Kifka, the next closest city to Taizuki-Kei. Mato Gai, you'll be in charge of first division. Niji is your second in command. Leave it to me, Lady Hokage, Gai said, snapping off a salute as he grinned. It was good to see that not even a war could affect the flamboyant man. Even his teeth were still sparkling as he smiled. I'll do my best to serve you, Lady Hokage. Niji bowed at the waist. Tsunade nodded at them before turning to Kakashi. You're going to be in charge of Division 2, Kakashi. Naruto will be your second in command. I understand, Lady Hokage. Kakashi was not reading his book today. Unlike most days, a grim air hung around the silver-haired jonin. Please leave it to us, Naruto added. Right. Tsunade nodded at them both. Now let's talk about how the divisions are going to be divided. Konoha had 2,000 ninja to use in their forces since they refused to force genin to fight in a war. 1,500 would make up first division, while the other 500 would create second division. Of course, this meant they were still outnumbered on both fronts 2-1. However, it was Tsunade's hope that Suna and Kiri's forces would help them even out their ranks. There were only 2 problems that she could see. It's going to take some time for Kiri and Suna to reach us, Tsunade admitted. Suna will probably arrive a day or 2 after we do, and it takes at least a week for someone to travel by boat from Mizu no Kuni to the mainland. That means both of our forces will have to hold out until Suna and Kiri arrive to reinforce us. Given how they were outnumbered, it would normally be prudent to wait for reinforcements before attacking. The problem was that Kumo and IWA were both already located inside of their nation. If they waited for reinforcements now, there was a strong chance either Kumo, IWA, or both forces would reach Konoha before their allies arrived. Holding the line was the only thing they could do. As Tsunade continued addressing everyone, informing them of their plan, Naruto noticed something odd about one of the ninja in their ranks. He didn't recognize them. While this didn't mean much since it wasn't like he knew every Konoha ninja by name, this one was acting strangely. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. All he knew was that the hairs on the back of his neck were prickling. After the meeting concluded, Naruto created 2 shadow clones. One was to trail the man. The other was to trail his own shadow clone. In the event his first shadow clone was dispelled, Naruto could use the replacement technique to replace himself with the second shadow clone. It was maybe a bit much for a simple shadowing mission, but it was better to be safe than sorry. That said, he hoped he was just being paranoid. Exox, because they were traveling as an army, there was a lot they needed to do before heading off. Logistics were important. Since an army moved on its stomach, they needed to pack enough provisions to last for a while, along with munitions and supplies like tents to create a makeshift headquarters and field hospitals. Kakashi was taking care of most of that, but Naruto, as the second in command, also needed to help him. Fortunately, Naruto had shadow clones, and those made multitasking fairly easy. Since there was no telling how long they would be gone, Kakashi was playing it safe and packing enough supplies to last a division of 500 ninja 2 weeks. In the old days, this would have meant packing several carriages worth of food and supplies, but they had entered an age where all of their supplies could be carried via sealing scrolls. Of course, they still had to use a lot of scrolls. Each scroll had a limited amount of space. Generally, a single scroll could carry about 100 items, give or take a few. This was mostly because of the seals used, but it was also because of how seals worked. Sealing and unsealing items required chakra. The more items you wanted to store, the more chakra you had to use, but if you used too much chakra to store something, it would overload the seals and destroy the scroll. There had been some attempts at increasing the storage capacity, but all of them had been met with failure. Kakashi and Naruto didn't work alone. While Naruto delegated a good deal of tasks to his clone, several other ninja were tasked with helping them gather supplies. Using the storehouse near the gate, Naruto and Kakashi gathered all of the scrolls various ninja presented to them. Each person was tasked with gathering different types of supplies, and they marked what they had gathered on the scroll, which allowed him and Kakashi to tally it all up. It was important to know how many of which type of item each scroll was carrying. That way they could evenly distribute them between their forces. As they worked, Naruto told Kakashi about the strange person he had seen at the meeting. And you think this person might be a spy? Asked Kakashi after Naruto finished explaining what he'd seen. I don't know. Naruto frowned as he studied the stack of scrolls on the table in front of him, and wrote something down on a sheet of paper. The problem is I have no conclusive evidence to suggest he is a spy, but something about him felt slightly off. Like I was staring at a distorted reflection. Maybe it was a genjutsu, Kakashi suggested. Maybe. Naruto didn't believe so since he was sure he'd have recognized a genjutsu. In either event, I have 2 shadow clones tailing him. The table he and Kakashi stood in front of had several stacks of scrolls. There were 20 stacks, and each stack contained scrolls that evenly divided each of the supplies between them. The scrolls were all labeled to rations, kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, blood pills, soldier pills, medical tape, explosive notes, and so on. Kakashi's plan was to divide all of these supplies among 20 different people, who would be put in charge of a group consisting of 25 ninja. While I wish you would have informed me of this sooner, I think you made the right choice in using shadow clones to tail this person, Kakashi said at last. Thank you? Before he could finish this sentence, Naruto felt images flowing into his brain. He saw the back of a figure walking down a deserted hallway, entering a small room, and then the image went blank. When Naruto suddenly paused and snapped his head in a specific direction, Kakashi looked up. What is it? My first clone was just dispelled, Naruto mumbled. I'll be right back. Before Kakashi could tell him otherwise, Naruto used the replacement technique to replace himself with his second clone. The body replacement technique was a jutsu whose chakra usage was proportional to the distance traveled and the size of the object a person is being replaced with. Logs were great because they had close to the same mass and therefore required little chakra. Shadow clones used even less chakra, unless they were several kilometers away. Anyone else would have probably burned through their entire chakra reserves using this technique at such a long distance, but Naruto had reserves to spare. The place where Naruto ended up was a dark hallway with several lateral passages. He didn't know what this place was, exactly, but the entrance was located in one of the more or less abandoned sections of Konoha. He traveled down the hall, using the memories from first clone to retrace that clone's steps. He kept his ears, eyes, and other senses on high alert. Someone had attacked his first shadow clone from behind. They were also good enough to sneak up on him, which meant he needed to be incredibly wary. It didn't take too long to reach the door. Placing just a finger against the door, Naruto sent wind chakra into and through the cracks in the door, using the wind as a sort of sonar device to map out the area beyond. There were 2 people on the other side, though the moment his wind chakra made contact with one of them, a burst of static filled his head. He flinched away from the door and grabbed his head. It felt like someone had decided to disrupt his technique by shoving their own chakra into the air. Shaking his head to clear it, Naruto returned to the door and sent more chakra through it. That second presence is gone. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto unlocked the door and opened it just a crack. He peeked inside. He couldn't see anything. Clicking his tongue, he opened the door more and swept his gaze around the room. It looked empty at first, but then he spotted the lump lying on the floor. Opening the door even further, he slipped inside and made his way toward the object. The lump was actually a body. It was the body of the person he had been following. Naruto couldn't figure out how old this young man was, but they appeared at least slightly older than him. He had a pale face, black eyes that were glazed over in death, and wore all black clothing. A kunai pouch hung at his hip. There were no other identifying marks. Rolling the man over, Naruto placed a hand on the person's neck, confirming what he'd already known. This person was dead. However, when he sent chakra into their body, he found something interesting. There's foreign chakra residue inside of them. Naruto retracted his chakra, pulled out a scroll, and sealed the body. He didn't want to overpower the foreign chakra with his own. Also, by sealing the body, he was preserving the chakra inside since time didn't exist inside of a sealing scroll. Standing up, Naruto made his way out of the room and began retracing his clone's steps to leave this place. He needed to deliver the scroll to Tsunade, who would probably send the body to either the hospital for an autopsy, or even the analysis team. With luck, they would learn something useful. He had a bad feeling about what had just happened. Exox. Several days passed by in the blink of an eye. He had sent the body to the hospital where Shizen and Sakura worked. After informing them of what he found, Naruto went to the Hokage and gave her a similar report on the events that had transpired. While Tsunade was worried, she told him that they wouldn't change their plans. Naruto had agreed, and several days later, preparations to move out were complete. Naruto and Kakashi stood in front of 500 ninja at the north gate, all of whom were staring at the two of them with expectations in their eyes. There were several teams Naruto recognized, such as Team Kurenai and Team Asuma. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were standing beside Kurenai. Right next to them was Asuma, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. He spotted a few other ninja he was vaguely familiar with, but they were only people he knew in passing. Sakura was also present alongside a squadron of medical ninja. It looks like everyone is ready, Kakashi said. Seems that way, Naruto agreed. They were heading out before First Division, which wasn't because they were supposed to but because it just took longer for the larger division to finish their preparations. Naruto didn't envy Team Guy for their workload. Aren't one of you going to give a last-minute speech or something? Asked Akane. She was standing beside Naruto, dressed in a simple kimono, a dark crimson dress that matched her hair. A large gap in the front made her cleavage spill out. The kimono parted along her legs to reveal milky white calves and thighs. She wasn't wearing any sandals, but that didn't surprise Naruto since she seemed to hate footwear. Why are you here again? Asked Kakashi in what seemed like a bored tone of voice. Naruto knew better. Kakashi wasn't reading his book. I have the Hokage's permission to come along, Akane replied with a feigned smile. Besides, I can help. You know who I am, right? I am perfectly aware of who you are, Kakashi said. And it's because I know who you are that I'm wary of letting you come with us. While Akane didn't seem to be bothered by the man's words, Naruto glanced at his former Jonin sensei. I know you don't trust her, but I do, so please at least give her the benefit of the doubt. Kakashi sighed and scratched his hair. He didn't know of the relationship between Naruto and Akane, or at least, Naruto hadn't told him that they were intimate. That said, he was sure Kakashi suspected they were close. Fine, the copy ninja mumbled with a sigh. You have the Hokage's permission to join us anyway, so it's not like I can say anything, Akane grinned. It wasn't really malicious or anything, but the smugness exuding from her seemed to put Kakashi off. The Jonin turned toward the ninja of the second division, looking at the sea of faces. All of their headbands reflected in the light. We're moving out, Kakashi announced. Be ready to travel swiftly. We're not going to stop until we reach Kifka. Kakashi received a chorus of affirmatives, and then he, Naruto, and Akane turned around and raced out of the gate. The sound of stampeding feet followed them. Their journey had begun. Exox, Tsunade had decided to head down to the hospital. The familiar white walls greeted her as she marched toward her destination, taking turns and traveling downstairs seemingly at random. People greeted her on the way. She returned their greeting with a half-hearted reply. Her mind was elsewhere. It didn't take more than 5 minutes to reach the room she wanted. The room where the body of the ninja Naruto had tailed was currently being kept. There wasn't anything special about this room. Somewhat on the small side, the main features were the hospital bed where the corpse was lying, a counter with several supplies, and some scanning equipment. Someone else was already inside. Lady Hokage. Inoichi's blonde hair swayed as he turned to face the woman and bowed. Tsunade gestured for him to not stand on ceremony. I'm surprised to see you're still here. I figured I'd keep working on this. Inoichi gestured toward the medical table. Call me paranoid, but I feel there's something about this body that I can't leave unsolved. I have a feeling it could prove dangerous if we don't learn everything we can. Tsunade nodded. She agreed with him, of course. Have you learned anything? Not as much as I would like, but I did learn something. Tsunade wandered up to the medical table. The body resting on it, lying with his limbs straight, didn't look like much. He was just a plain man with dark hair, average features, and the muscular physique of a ninja. She didn't recognize him, but that didn't surprise her. There was a single line running from his clavicle to his sternum. Shizen and Sakura performed an autopsy but couldn't find anything useful, she said. It seems he was just an average chunin with no special abilities or anything. That's only partly true, Inoichi said. An autopsy won't reveal anything. It only reveals what's in the body, but it says nothing about their mind. He placed a hand on the man's head. Naruto mentioned that he found traces of chakra inside of this person. I was able to retrace the chakra to its source and discovered remnants of a jutsu being used. Do you know what kind of jutsu? Asked Tsunade, glancing from the body to Inoichi. He shook his head. Unfortunately, I was not able to determine what jutsu was used, but I have a guess. Let's call it a hunch. What is it? Inoichi paused as if considering his words. I heard about something happening in Suno when Gaara was kidnapped. A man named Yura was a sleeper agent working for Sasori of the Red Sand. A technique called Seno Sosa no Jutsu had been used on him. Basically, a small needle is implanted into the brain's memory center and seals away the target's memories. This allows them to safely spy on the enemy for long periods of time. No one knows he's a spy, not even himself, which allows him to spy without anyone ever catching on. And you think this person had a similar jutsu used on them? Yes. Tsunade bit her thumb as something unsettling caused her stomach to squirm. There were many problems with this scenario, the first being that if what Inoichi said was true, then it was possible they had several sleeper agents like this one. That was not a pleasant thought. However, there was another disquieting issue. She had no idea who this sleeper agent belonged to. None whatsoever, and that was what scared her the most. Chapter 60. Jinchuriki Battles. The town of Kifka normally took 2 days to reach if one traveled from Konoha. For a ninja, it only took half that time. Usually, the second division had to move more slowly than normal thanks to how many of them there were, but they still managed to reach Kifka in a little over a day. However, they didn't set foot inside of Kifka itself. No one wanted to worry the locals. Kakashi had them set up camp about 2 kilometers from the village. Several tents were erected, fire pits were prepared, and a perimeter was established to defend against intrusion. Naruto also helped set up the perimeter. He used a form of monitor seal that would alert several ninja with the corresponding seal on their hands to any intruders who weren't a part of their army. This was a seal of his own design. He called it Manita Fuin. Naruto, looking up from the seal he'd set into the ground and hidden with a camouflage sheet, Naruto glanced at the person who'd called his name. It was Kakashi. "What's up, Kakashi?" asked Naruto as the man walked up to him. "I'm heading into the village to wait for our friends from Kirigakure to arrive," Kakashi said. "I don't think it will take more than another day or 2, but I need you to remain here and keep an eye on the camp. Also, send out some shadow clones to scout the surrounding area." "I can do that." Naruto nodded, and then tilted his head. "What about Kumo? Should I see if they are still located near Taizukige?" Kakashi cupped his chin and pondered that. "There is a chance they could have moved by now, and we wouldn't know it. If they have moved without our knowledge, then we'll definitely be in trouble. That said, their forces are a lot bigger than ours. It will be difficult for an army of 1,000 to move without being noticed, unless they decide to split up their forces," Naruto said. "That is true." Kakashi sighed. "I hadn't considered that." "All right. Send out more clones to scout the Kumo army. If you find them, try and keep us updated on their movements as much as possible. Let us know if there's any suspicious activity or movement." "Will do." Kakashi thanked him and left soon after, heading toward Kifka, where he was supposed to meet with their allies from Kirigakure. Naruto returned to camp to see that everything was mostly set up. There were several dozen prefabricated tents. Most of them were a drab gray. 2 of them weren't. The first one that wasn't gray was the command tent, which was about twice the size of the other tents and made from camouflage material. Other than the command tent, the makeshift hospital that Sakura was in charge of was about 3 times the size of everything else and pure white. It had to be large, though. Naruto heard that the hospital had 12 beds for injured patients. There were 80 tents in total, and all of them were scattered across the semi-open clearing. He couldn't see all of them because trees were in the way. Given how many people were in this division, their encampment was about half a square kilometer. Naruto had been forced to divide his seals between several different squads since it would be a pain for him to trek across such a large space if an intruder entered their camp from the opposite side. As Naruto reached the tent he was sharing with Akane and Team 10, he found Choji, Shikamaru, and Asuma getting everything ready, while Akane and Ino chatted together. Team 10 did not know who Akane was yet. Only a few people like Kakashi, Tenten, and Sakura were aware of her real identity as the creature who had attacked Konoha 16 years ago. To everyone else, Akane was just an exceptionally beautiful and skilled mercenary who Naruto had grown close to during his travels. That was their cover story. "You're not serious," Ino was shouting as the 2 of them sat on a log and talked. "Then you and Naruto have." Her face turned a fierce shade of red. One of Akane's fangs poked out of her mouth as she smiled. "Naruto and I have sex most nights." Those words caused Ino's blush to spread across her face. At the same time, she leaned in as though she wanted to hear even more of the juicy details. Naruto almost sighed. Not even time could change this woman into less of a gossip. "But what about Tenten?" "Tenten has had sex with us too," Akane said. "BWA? That's quite the reaction," Naruto said as he walked up to their tent. "Naruto, how long have you been there?" asked a surprised Ino. "Long enough to hear your conversation about my sexual proclivities," Naruto said, much to Ino's embarrassment. "Anyway, Ino, you can't leave all the work to your teammates. Why don't you help them out by setting up the sleeping bags? Ino looked like she wanted to argue, and in fact, her mouth was halfway open while her face was set in an expression of protest. She paused before speaking. Glancing at Shikamaru, who was helping Choji set up the tent, and Asuma, who was cooking some food in a heating pod, the blonde woman allowed her shoulders to slump. Yeah. Okay. I'll help out. Then, as if doing a complete 180, she pointed at Akane. But you are going to tell me more about what we were talking about later, Akane shrugged. Sure, if that's what you want. Nodding at those words, Ino walked off to begin setting up the sleeping bags. Naruto watched her say something to Shikamaru and Choji as she went inside the tent. Then he turned to Akane and raised an eyebrow. Making friendly by telling her stories about our sex life? He asked. Ino said she was curious about our relationship. Akane defended herself with a smile. I was merely giving her some of the details. She glanced at the tent. It always surprises me that no matter the era, young girls like her always long to gossip about the same thing, and that is, boys, relationships, and sex. I should have figured that. After making sure Ino was doing something instead of just sitting around and gossiping, Naruto grabbed Akane and headed further out. He waited until they were about a kilometer from the camp. Then he found a place where he could create over 100 shadow clones. Half of them were ordered to spread out and transform into various inanimate objects. They were gonna be his eyes and ears, the camp's first line of defense, as it were. The other half was ordered to head for Taizuki-ge and scout out the movements of Kyumo's army. You know, you didn't need to take me with you if that's all you were going to do, Akane said as they walked back toward the camp. You're right. Naruto admitted with a nod. I didn't. However, I figured it would be nice to get away from everyone else for a while. We're not gonna be sleeping alone this time, and I get the feeling we won't have many chances like this for a while. Good point. As they traveled, Naruto had the strangest feeling they were being watched, yet he also knew for a fact that no one was around aside from them. His clones would have alerted him to the presence of anyone in the vicinity. He tried to shrug the feeling off, but the closer they got to camp, the worse the feeling became. Maybe it's one of the Konoha ninja. It didn't feel quite hostile, but he also couldn't shrug it off as belonging to one of his fellow shinobi. In the end, all he could do was remain on alert. Exox. Naruto's clones reached Taizuki-gai in less than half a day. The Kyumo army was still present around the city. Fortunately, it didn't appear as though they had harmed any of the civilians. His clones dispelled themselves one by one, allowing Naruto to have a clearer picture of what they were doing. The only thing that seemed off was he couldn't find anyone who looked like their commanding officer. The first sign of trouble came during dinner. Naruto and Akane were sitting around with Asuma, Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru, eating a tasty meal of soup prepared by Choji. They had been quietly conversing amongst each other while looking at the numerous other fires spread across the campsite. During that time, several of Naruto's clones were instantaneously dispelled. It happened so fast that none of the memories sent back to him were able to tell him who or what had dispelled them. Seconds after several of his clones were killed, the seals on his hand began warming up. This let him know that foreign chakra signatures had entered the campsite. Screams soon came from the west barely a second after that. Everyone get ready, Naruto ordered as he stood from the log. Hostile forces have entered the western side of the campsite. Asuma and Shikamaru, check the perimeter on the other side. There's a chance they might attack in multiple directions. Ino, head over to the hospital and help Sakura. Choji, I want you to alert everyone who isn't under attack about what's happening. Tell them to be on the lookout for other intruders. Yes, sir. Team Asuma quickly went off to do as they were ordered. Meanwhile, Naruto had Akane follow him as he raced toward where the intruders were located. Do you know how many there are? Asked Akane as they ran past several trees. Naruto shook his head. The seal doesn't tell me how many intruders there are. It just alerts me to when a foreign chakra signature enters the field set up by them. Well, that's lame. At least I can know when there's danger. It wasn't hard to figure out where the fighting was. All they had to do was listen to the screams. Naruto and Akane darted past a series of trees and into a small clearing. That was when they arrived at the scene of a shinobi battle. There were over 12 attackers. None of them were bothering to hide their identities as Kyumo shinobi. Their headbands were probably on display, their outfits were the traditional ones of Kyumo ninja, and they were using a combination of lightning jutsu and sword techniques to fight against the Konoha ninja. Fortunately, it didn't look like they had the upper hand. The Konoha ninja had responded to this threat as though they had anticipated it. Naruto was glad he'd decided to tie several other ninja to the monitor seals. Let's help them out, Naruto said. I suppose we should, Akane muttered with a reluctant sigh. Naruto recognized several of the Kyumo ninja attacking. There was Daru, a jonin who possessed the powerful Rantan Kekkai Genkai. He also spotted Team Samui fighting against a squad of Konoha ninjas some ways off. Help the ones dealing with Samui and her team, Naruto instructed Akane. Try not to kill the Kumo ninja. Capture them, if you can. That's an awfully tall order, but I'll see what I can do, Akane said as she leapt forward and raced across the ground toward where Samui, Oma, and Karui were battling. Once Akane was engaging Team Samui, Naruto used a quick shunshin to appear directly in front of Daru. The man's eyes widened in surprise. However, he was smart enough to make quick use of the substitution jutsu. The Rasengan Naruto had created in his left hand pulverized a log instead of a person. As wood splinters flew around him, Naruto looked at the injured ninja who'd been battling against Daru. If you're still good to fight, then help your fellow Konoha ninja. If you aren't, head to the hospital. Leave Daru to me. At his orders, the other ninja dispersed, and Naruto turned his gaze from them to Daru, who now stood on a branch several meters above him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Said Naruto. Darui's face was like a combination of a grimace and a smile. Yeah, it has. I haven't seen you since you and Jiraiya arrived in Kumo last year to train with Karabi. Naruto's expression morphed into a frown. Why is Kumo attacking us? I wish I knew the answer to that myself, Daru muttered as he went through a series of hand seals. All I can say is that our Raikage has ordered us to attack Konoha. Ranton Raiza Sakasu. A bright halo of chakra spread out from Darui's outstretched hands as the technique activate, encircling his hands before firing off over a dozen beams of lightning that curved toward Naruto. It looked like Daru was attempting to attack him with an overwhelming barrage of firepower. However, Naruto slammed his hands on the ground and channeled wind chakra through his body. Futon Tatsumaki no Jutsu Wind Release Tornado Jutsu. A giant tornado formed around Naruto. The powerful beams of mixed water and lightning-based energy slammed into Naruto's tornado shield and dispersed as the winds ripped them apart. While the tornado kept going, obscuring Naruto from Darui's gaze, he created a shadow clone and had it use a substitution jutsu to replace itself with a small leaf a meter above Daru. Daru looked shocked to discover that a clone had appeared above his head, but he quickly cancelled his jutsu, grabbed his cleaver sword, and defended against the Naruto clone's swift kunai attacks. Several loud clangs echoed from the pair as they battled. During that time, Naruto dispelled his technique and leapt at Daru from below. Nicking the clone with a kick to the knee, Daru dispelled it and turned his attention to Naruto. The two engaged in a fierce close-range battle. Daru had begun channeling lightning chakra through his cleaver sword to increase its cutting power. Naruto countered it by channeling wind chakra through his kunai. Since wind was strong against lightning, not only did this negate Darui's advantage, but his kunai began cutting into the cleaver sword, forcing the Kumo Jonin to disengage. Raitun Kurapantsa Lightning Release Black Panther. After generating black lightning from his body, which took the form of a panther, Daru manipulated it to attack Naruto, who clicked his tongue and swung out his hand, creating a massive wind sword in the shape of a crescent. His attack normally would have sliced the beast in half, but then Daru enhanced it with another jutsu. Suetun Mizubakufu Water Release Water Blast. The power of the Black Panther suddenly increased exponentially, as did its size. It became so large that it easily towered over Naruto. While his wind blade managed to slice through the jutsu's front leg, it didn't destroy the Black Panther, which swiped at him with a powerful claw. Futon Juden Wind Release Bullet. Channeling far more chakra into his technique than normal, Naruto sucked in a lungful of air as he leapt backward to avoid the claw's swipe, and then expelled it. What came out was a very small sphere about the size of a fist. It didn't look like much, however. The small bullet tore through the Black Panther's body, dispersing the jutsu, and continued on toward Daru. The man dodged and the bullet struck the tree he'd been standing on. Of course, that was just as bad. A massive explosion of powerful winds caused the entire tree to detonate, and the force of the explosion threw Daru away like he was a ragdoll. The man struck the ground hard, and then disappeared and was replaced with a log, another substitution jutsu. Naruto expanded his awareness by creating a large sphere of wind around himself, using it as a sonar. He made it large at first. This allowed him to see more of the battlefield. It looked like the Konoha and Kumo shinobi were more or less evenly matched. Akane had also done exactly as he'd asked. He didn't know how she'd done it, but every member of Team Daru was knocked out and tied up. Good. Now Naruto just had to capture Daru. Maybe then he could get some answers. Daru was trying to sneak up behind Naruto, seemingly unaware that he could see everything thanks to his jutsu. Knowing that a trap was best countered at the last possible second, he allowed the Kumo Jonin to get close and initiating his attack, and then spun around and blocked the downward strike of Darui's cleaver sword with a kunai. His kunai, enhanced with powerful wind chakra, sliced straight through the cleaver sword like wheat before a scythe. Leaping back in shock, Daru tried to gain some distance, but Naruto didn't let him. He pressured the other ninja with a series of swift punches and kicks. While Daru managed to block some of them, a good number of bruises soon formed on his face, and probably his body too. Just when it was beginning to look like Naruto would win, something descended from the sky at an incredible speed. Naruto leapt back. The thing slammed into the ground and sliced through the spot where he'd been standing. As he looked at it more closely, he realized it wasn't a thing but a person, a blonde-haired woman with dark eyes and beautiful features. Yujito? Naruto murmured. Yujito looked at him, but then quickly looked away. Our surprise attack failed. We're retreating, she said to Daru. Right. This mission was a dull bust. Daru climbed to his feet. Do you really think I'm going to let you get away? Asked Naruto as he readied himself for battle. I do. Yujito nodded. You see, I'm not the only Jinchuriki here. Killer Bee is also here. If you don't let us leave, he'll turn into the Eight Tails and rampage through your camp. Naruto couldn't tell if she was bluffing or not. There was nothing in her voice to suggest a bluff, but he was well aware that the Raikage did not let his little brother leave Kumo very often. In fact, ever since Akatsuki began their operations, Kirabi had been confined to the village. That said, if she wasn't bluffing, then he was curious to know why they hadn't just rampaged from the start, but he assumed it was because they knew he was present. Turning into their Jinchuriki forms would basically mean fighting to the death. Naruto was also a seal master, so they would be the ones at a disadvantage. However, they would cause massive harm to his forces before he could seal their powers away. It was a lose-lose situation for both of them. Knowing that he couldn't afford to attack when there was a possibility that what she said was true, Naruto didn't go after them as they disappeared into the shadows. As if their retreat was the signal, all of the other Kumo Shinobi Sans Team Karui also retreated. We've beaten Kumo back, but don't let yourselves grow complacent, Naruto ordered as he began directing their forces. There's a lot of work to be done, so let's get to it. The first order of business was getting an estimate on the number of injured and dead. Konoha had fared fairly well in this battle. They'd only lost one squad of 4, bringing their total forces down to 496. 2 squads had been injured, but their injuries weren't grievous enough to be fatal. Similarly, only a squad of Kumo Shinobi had been killed. He didn't know how many had been injured. However, they also had Team Samui in captivity thanks to Akane, so he would have to say they came out better than Kumo had. After getting an estimate on the damage done to their forces, Naruto created a shadow clone to inform Kakashi about what happened. Then he made for the command tent. As he opened the flap and stepped inside, he found Akane standing guard over Samui, Omoi, and Karui. They were awake. None of them looked very pleased. Not only were their wrists and legs bound in such a way that they couldn't move at all, but Naruto had placed chakra restraining seals on them. They wouldn't be able to use chakra at all. Even if they somehow broke free of their bonds, there was no doubt they'd end up captured again. Have they said anything? Asked Naruto. Akane shook her head. Not a word. Kneeling down, Naruto stared at the trio. While Samui looked at him with calm poise, Karui was glaring like she wanted to bite his head off, and Omoi was staring at the ground in silence. After another few seconds of staring, Naruto sat down and crossed his legs. I don't suppose any of you know why Kumo suddenly decided to attack Konoha? He asked. While Karui just glared harder and Omoi barely stirred, Samui shifted her shoulders a bit. Because there were several bands wrapped around her chest and torso, the movement caused her breasts to shift and bulge. Naruto sighed. Do none of you find it strange that your Raikage decided to suddenly attack Konoha out of the blue like this? When none of them said anything, he frowned. If you don't talk to me, then I will just have Ino mind rape you until all of your secrets have been revealed. We have no idea what the Raikage is thinking, Samui finally said. Ever since the Chunin exams you and Yujito participated in, Lord A has been striving to make inroads on our alliance. However, a few months ago he suddenly changed his mind and said we were going to war with Konoha. It does seem strange, but we're shinobi. We follow the orders of our Raikage regardless of what they are. Naruto nodded several times as he listened, but his thoughts were firmly on something else. It sounds to me like the Raikage is being manipulated by someone. There's no way that's possible. Karui snapped. Lord Raikage would never allow anyone to manipulate him. Then how do you explain his sudden change in international policies? Asked Naruto. That's... Karui looked uncertain. Even if she was a hothead, she also understood how out of character it was for the Raikage to suddenly switch from working hard on building a stronger alliance with Konoha to going to war with them. While I understand why you might think Lord A is being manipulated, I must remind you that not only is he surrounded by powerful ninja, he is also our Raikage. Samui spoke in a calm, collected tone. There are very few ninja in this world that are strong enough to fight on even terms with him. I understand what you are getting at, Naruto allowed. However, I think it is precisely because of that confidence you're displaying that my idea has merit. If what you are saying is true, then who would be capable of controlling a Kage? Asked Samui. She seemed skeptical. Her expression suggested she didn't believe him at all, though he supposed her confidence came from knowing how strong the Raikage was. Either way, he couldn't really blame her. I have a few guesses, but nothing concrete yet. Naruto uncrossed his legs and stood up. However, if any of my hunches are correct, then it spells a lot of trouble for everyone. Naruto left Akane to guard Team Samui and headed for the hospital tent. 4 of the 12 beds had people on them. It looked like most were suffering from electric damage. One of them was being healed by Sakura. Judging from the gash running down his chest, he'd been cut by a sword. Nodding at Sakura, Naruto traveled over to Ino, who was currently relaxing on a chair. She stood up the moment he approached. Naruto, what's up? She asked. I want you to interrogate Team Samui, Naruto ordered. I want you to find out everything you can about Kumo's army, including information about their forces, any special Kekkei Genkai users we need to watch out for, and what their plans are. Use drugs to make their minds more malleable if you have to, but do everything in your power not to damage them either mentally or physically. If what I'm thinking is correct, Kumo may be victims even more than we are. While Ino was clearly confused by his last statement, she told him she'd begin interrogating them later tonight. Naruto said she could have Akane help her. While the immortal woman wasn't an interrogation specialist, she was incredibly talented at manipulating humans, having well over several hundred or maybe even several thousand years' worth of experience. After leaving the hospital tent, Naruto found a quiet place far from the campsite. He created several more clones that took the place of the ones that had been dispelled. Then he found a tall tree to climb up. Reaching the highest point, Naruto stuck to the top with chakra and gazed at the forest spread out before him. Somewhere within this vast forest was Yujito ni. He narrowed his eyes. What am I going to do about her? Naruto didn't have an answer. Exox. Given the nature of the situation, Naruto had decided it would be prudent to expand his patrols. He created several hundred more shadow clones and had them spread out. The idea was to set up a perimeter, and also locate any Kumo shinobi long before they arrived at the campsite. Kakashi was still in Kifka, waiting to meet with their allies from Kiri, which meant he was in charge until then. 2 days had passed since the sneak attack by Kumo. Samui, Karui, and Omoi had been put under constant guard. There had been no further attacks, but Naruto had discovered via his clones that Kumo's army was no longer in Taizuki-ge. He wouldn't admit he was worried, but, well, he was worried. Naruto, a voice called out to him just as Ino entered the command tent. Naruto and Akane looked up as the girl saluted. I've finished interrogating those 3 Kumo ninja. Did you find out anything? Asked Naruto. I discovered a bit. Ino paused as though collecting her thoughts. They confirmed that Kumo's army is 1,000 strong. It consists mostly of Chunin, but there is 1 Jonin for every squadron. The person in charge is Daru. His second in command is Yujito ni. I couldn't find out their plans, but that is because those 3 don't know them. I see. Naruto frowned for a moment before asking, and what of Kurabi? Do they know if he's with the army? He isn't. Ino shook her head. Naruto leaned back and sighed. So she bluffed me. Damn it. I should have gone after them. When Ino looked at him uncertainly, he waved her off. Thank you for the report. Get some rest. As Ino left, Naruto rubbed his face. What's the plan now? Asked Akane. Now? Dragging his hands down his face, Naruto eyed the woman sitting beside him. Now we wait. We don't even know where Kumo's army is, so we can't do anything else but wait. Waiting, huh? I once heard from an old soldier several centuries ago that waiting was the worst part of any war, Akane mumbled. Her tone was conversational, idle even. I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. Waiting for something to happen sucks. Yeah. Naruto sighed as he stared at the map of Hai no Kuni. It was marked in several places. Kifka and their campsite was marked in red. There were also several X's to mark where his clones were patrolling. I hate waiting. Do you mind if I ask why you are using clones to patrol the campsite? Asked Akane. Shouldn't you use your shinobi? There are 500 ninja under your command. It would be easy to make them patrol the perimeter for you. Naruto looked up from the map. Akane was staring right at him with her carnelian gaze. He considered her words for a moment, then grinned. I could order them to go on patrol for me, sure, but that wouldn't be using my soldiers efficiently. Naruto glanced at the map. We have 500 ninja to face off against a force that is twice as large. I can't afford to needlessly waste their strength doing something that I can easily do myself. Besides, shadow clones were made for reconnaissance purposes. I get all their memories when they dispel or are killed, which means the information is transmitted to me faster, and our forces won't suffer any losses. I suppose that is true, Akane agreed easily enough. Naruto went back to work. He was trying to figure out how far he should set up the perimeter, and whether he should focus his forces on one side or not. Given that the Kumo army had been stationed north of her before moving, it was logical to have most of his clones patrol the north. But that could be what Kumo wanted, to lure him into protecting one side and attacking from the other. Then again, he could just be overthinking this. Sighing, Naruto realized he couldn't make a decision when he didn't have enough information. Come on! Akane suddenly stood up and grabbed his hand. Huh! Naruto muttered as he let the woman pull him to his feet. I said come on. Akane pulled him behind her. You're not going to solve anything like this. I think you need some fresh air. Naruto was about to oppose her suggestion, but then he sighed and nodded. Yeah, okay. The camp looked no different now than it always did. Naruto saw a number of ninjas standing around and chatting, while some were making lunch and others were just relaxing against the trees. None of them looked worried. He didn't think it was because they were unaware of what was happening, but perhaps using his clones to patrol had put them under a state of false security. As the thought crossed his mind, Akane led him through the camp. Several ninja greeted them. He waved back and smiled, but his mind was elsewhere as the two of them walked. Where are you taking me? Asked Naruto. Nowhere, Akane said, still holding his hand. I just thought you could use a walk to clear your head. Naruto accepted that with an easy nod. She was probably right anyway. He'd been trying to think of what Kumo would do after their sneak attack failed, but he hadn't been able to come up with anything. His mind kept going in circles. Getting outside and not thinking about what their enemy will do next was a good idea. And yet, the moment this thought crossed his mind, he froze as several images blasted their way into his brain. He held a hand to his head and tried to sort through them. It seemed several shadow clones had dispelled themselves. Grimacing, he began separating the images into something more coherent, but when he did, the vision they created made him pale. What's wrong? Asked Akane. Naruto looked at her and felt his lips tremble. There is a large army of Kumogakure ninja heading right for us. Oh. Akane paused. That is not good. No, it's not good at all. Knowing that Naruto needed to get everyone ready, he created several shadow clones and had them quickly order all of his forces to prepare for battle and meet in front of the command tent. He also created another shadow clone and had it inform Kakashi of what was happening. The command tent was located in the largest clearing within this section of the forest. All 500 ninja were able to stand in this place. That said, it was impossible for people in the back to see Naruto if he just stood on the ground, so he used wind chakra to levitate himself above the heads of everyone else and projected his voice. Kumogakure's army is on the move, Naruto informed everyone. They are currently heading this way, which means they plan on confronting us. Their army is large. We're outnumbered 2-1 here. That said, we still hold every other advantage aside from numbers. This our homeland. Our turf. We know it better than them, which means we can use the terrain to our advantage. None of the ninjas said anything. Of course they didn't. Maybe they would be more willing to talk in an informal setting, but they were currently on the cusp of battle. Unnecessary chatter was unbefitting of a ninja. I have a plan to deal with their forces, Naruto said. Our ultimate goal in this fight is not to kill them, but to stop them from killing us. That means we need to be clever. Naruto felt his lips curl into a grin as he began informing the Konoha ninja of his plan. Exox. Yujito marched at the head of Kumo's army alongside Daru, the Jonin in command. His expression was grim. Of course, he had a reason to be. Karui, Samui, and Omoi were captured during their failed midnight assault. Thinking on it in hindsight, Yujito should have realized the moment she destroyed those clones that the mission was a failure, but there was little they could do about that now. Hindsight was always 20/20. I don't think I need to remind you. But you and I will have to engage Naruto together if we want to win, Daru said. Because their army was 1,000 strong, they were being forced to move through the forest slowly. That meant what would normally take less than an hour for a small squadron to reach was going to take several. Taizuki Ge and Kifka were about 6 hours apart. I know, Yujito said. You and I are going to engage Naruto in combat. Meanwhile, our army will overwhelm the Konoha forces and destroy them. Once that is done, if we haven't managed to kill Naruto, our army will surround him and unleash a barrage of ninjutsu. Not even he will be able to withstand such an attack, Daru nodded. Of course, should he unleash his bijou, I'll be relying on you. I know. Are you really okay with this? Asked Daru. I know it's too late for us to do anything now, but you are being ordered to kill someone you are close to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn you were in love with Naruto. Yujito did not like the thought of killing Naruto, but she tried not to think about it. This was an order from her Raikage. She was a ninja. She couldn't disobey orders. Of course I dislike the idea, But orders are orders, Yujito said. That's dull. Given that Kumo was a mostly mountainous region, it was hard for Daru to figure out where exactly they were going. All of the trees looked the same. They were fortunate Yujito had so much experience in Hai no Kuni. Thanks to the alliance they used to have, with Konoha, she had spent almost as much time in Konoha as she had Kumo, which meant she knew her way around the nation. They soon arrived at the clearing where Konoha's campsite was located, should have been located. Yujito and Daru both stared at the now empty camp. The tents were still there, several fires were still going, and it even looked like a couple of people had left their cookware out, but there was no one present. The campsite was empty. What the? Did they all move out already? Asked Daru. It's possible Naruto received an advanced warning, Yujito murmured as she looked around with a sense of unease. I bet you anything he decided to create more shadow clones after the attack and have them remain on guard for us. He probably knew we were coming for several hours and had his forces abandon the camp. But why bring out such a large force if you aren't going to fight? Daru wondered out loud. Knowing Naruto, he probably has a plan, and we definitely won't like it. Daru pondered her words with a thoughtful frown, and then ordered the army to spread out and search the camp. A third of their forces were ordered to retreat to a safe distance in the event of an enemy ambush. He didn't know if they would find anything. However, Yujito was sure the Jonin commander was hoping to discover where they had gone somehow. The problem was that no one found anything. There was no indication that anyone had ever left, not even footprints to mark someone's passage. Yujito found that disturbing. While all ninja were trained in erasing their tracks, a large army numbering in the hundreds couldn't erase their tracks or presence so easily. It took time. And Yujito knew for a fact that Konoha's forces had not been given the time necessary to remove all trace of their passage. Even if they tried, there were sure to be some clues that they missed in their haste to leave. A stray footprint, a chakra signature, a scent that wasn't erased. There should have been something. She had a really bad feeling about this. Just as a cold chill swept through her body, several hundred voices screamed in unison. Yujito spun around to find that a good portion of their ninja were buried up to their necks. She couldn't get an estimate of how many had been caught in this simple trap, but while the vast majority had escaped it, there must have been at least several dozen that hadn't, and were now trapped in the dirt. As if the sprung trap had been the signal, several hundred shuriken and kunai suddenly flew through the air from above them. Yujito realized with some shock that a number of Konoha ninja were hidden in the trees. She and those who managed to avoid getting buried underground defended the ones who were trapped, but that also left them open to surprise attacks. Almost before the long-range barrage had stopped, a number of Konoha ninja emerged from beneath the ground and attacked. The Kumo ninja tried their best to defend, but then several more ninja appeared from the surrounding forest. Among them Yujito could see an Inuzuka tearing through their forces alongside his dog companion, a Hyuga girl slowly decimating the unprepared ninja with her jukin, an Aburame who used his bugs to drain Kumo ninja of chakra, and the next incarnation of the Ino Shikacho trio. On their own, none of these ninja would have posed a threat, but together, and when combined with how effective their surprise attack was, the Konoha ninja were able to decimate their ranks very quickly. Raitun Kinden Haribari lightning release electric shock needles. Daru went through a number of hand seals and then threw his hand into the air. A number of blue needles like tiny lights surrounded him, but then they quickly flew into the air. Daru made another hand seal and shouted Katsu. And the needles exploded as if they were fireworks. That was the signal for the ninja who had been held in reserve, and they poured into the clearing seconds later to engage the Konoha ninja. What had once seemed like a one-sided battle now became more even. However, that would change soon. Konoha was already outnumbered to begin with. Now that their forces had been reinforced, Kumo was able to simultaneously engage their enemy and help their allies who were stuck in the ground, thereby increasing their forces' power through numbers. Just as it looked like the battle would turn in their favor, a flash of blonde appeared in front of Yujito and slammed into her. She grunted as she flew backward. Sliding along the ground, she tried to stop her forward momentum, but then something slammed into her again and again, pushing her back before she had a chance to recover. Oddly enough, the attacks didn't really hurt. They stung a little, but she had the feeling their intent was not to damage her, but to get her away from the main battle. Recovering her wits enough to concentrate, Yujito coated her body in lightning chakra. A yelp echoed from her attacker. The figure backed off, allowing her to finally see who she was fighting. A part of her wished she hadn't. Naruto, Exox. It had been a really long time since Akane had battled someone in one-on-one combat, but time hadn't dulled her senses in the least, nor did her weakened state mean she was at a disadvantage. Raitun Kuropansa. Daru generated black lightning from his body, from which a panther took shape and leapt at Akane. She silently watched as the beast tried to shock her with lightning. Raising a hand, she calmly erected a red shield of energy, which the black lightning splashed harmlessly against. What sort of jutsu is that? Daru wondered out loud as he went through a number of hand seals and manipulated the Black Panther to leap at her. It's not a jutsu at all, Akane replied as she released the barrier. The Black Panther leapt at her as she channeled chakra into her fist, reared it back while twisting her body, and then thrusting it forward. She slammed her fist into the panther's nose. The beast exploded, causing lightning to arc out everywhere. Wearing a smirk at the flabbergasted expression on her opponent's face, Akane deigned to answer him. It's just chakra manipulation, Akane said. Daru looked a bit nervous. You must have some seriously insane chakra control to manipulate it like that. I'm even better at controlling my chakra than Tsunade. Akane smiled. Well, that's pretty dull for me. Daru created a shadow clone, and both he and the clone went through the same hand seals simultaneously. Akane recognized the jutsu they were going to use since they had just used it. Raitun Deburu Kuropansa. 2 Black Panthers leapt at Akane, appearing from within Daru and his clone's hands. Akane slid her feet across the ground as they pounced at her. Then she lifted her foot and swung it around, cutting straight through the first panther with ease. Planting her foot back on the ground, she lifted her other foot and pierced the second panther's face with her heel. Her legs were glowing in the same red chakra as before. That isn't normal chakra, Daru muttered. I feel like I've seen this sort of chakra before, but it couldn't be. Akane almost smiled. He probably recognized that the chakra she was using was the kind all Biji used, which was generally referred to by the ignorant as Yuki, but he couldn't accept it because that would mean something he likely had no desire to contemplate. On the off chance that he did accept what he was seeing, he'd probably assume she was a Jinchuriki like Naruto. Since you were kind enough to show me some of your techniques, allow me to show you one of mine, Akane said. What? Daru only had a moment to contemplate her words before something wrapped around his leg. He looked down. Jutting from the ground was an ethereal red tail. He turned his head and stared at her, and then his eyes widened. Akane finally smiled. He must have noticed the red tail emerging from her back. Oh, this is so due. He wasn't able to finish that sentence as Akane hurled him into the air, and then slammed him back against the forest floor. She frowned when his body didn't form a crater. That was when Daru disappeared and was replaced with a log, causing her to click her tongue and summon another dome of red energy to protect herself. A bolt of lightning slammed into her barrier just as it solidified. Tracking the lightning to its source was easy. She turned around and pointed at Daru, hidden within the trees. A beam of red energy shot from her fingers and forced him to move. As he leapt out of the tree, the beam tore through it like it was made of paper and continued on. Daru looked back and whistled as her attack blasted several more trees apart. Not only do you have an odd way of using chakra, but you're quite the powerhouse. Daru turned back to look at her. I've never heard of a ninja with your unique talents. A person of your strength should have been famous by now. I like to keep a low profile, Akane said, and then she disappeared. So fast. Daru barely had time to remove his cleaver as Akane suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked. He blocked her clawed strike by grabbing the weapon with both hands, but then Akane disappeared again and attacked him from behind, forcing him to roll forward to avoid it. As he skipped back to his feet, something powerful wrapped his arms, legs, torso, and neck. When he glanced at them, he saw that they were tails. Indeed, the objects wrapping around him were tails, long and furry tails that sprouted from Akane's backside. Furthermore, a pair of fox-like ears were twitching on her head. His eyes widened. There's no way. Are you correct? Akane's smile showed off her sharp canines. I am indeed the Kyuubi, and if you know what's good for you, you'll order these forces to stand down. Daru looked indecisive, but as he was silently trying to determine what the best course of action was, several more ninja came out of the forest. These people were not Konoha ninja. They wore a pinstriped material as bracers and greaves, which merged into their sandals. Underneath this was a black shirt and pants, over which they wore a gray flak jacket. The gleaming silver headbands on their heads, which had the symbol for water, marked them as Kirigakure ninja. Oh my! It looks like our reinforcements have arrived. Akane's smile widened. Now you really don't stand a chance. Daru looked at their new situation and sighed. The strength fled from his body. However, just as it looked like he would capitulate, a massive surge of chakra made everyone freeze. The battle between Naruto and Yujito was going strong. Exox. Yujito had decided to go all out the moment Naruto appeared before her. A dense shroud of chakra had formed around her in the shape of a large cat with 2 tails. Not only had her chakra taken the shape of a cat, but her eyes had become even more narrow and cat-like, and her pupils now had the same slit-like crescents of one as well. Before Naruto could even try to speak with her, Yujito had launched her tails at him, forcing Naruto to leap backward as the tails increased in size and slammed into the ground. Large dents formed in the earth, Landing back on the ground, Naruto slashed out with his hand and generated a wind blade that cut into Yujito's tails. They must have been stronger than he had realized. The wind blade didn't cut through it. He frowned and rolled across the ground as Yujito tried to smack him in the chest with her tail. As Naruto came to his feet, Yujito stretched out the chakra claws and grabbed onto a pair of trees, which she tore from the roots and threw at him. Grimacing as he dodged, Naruto tried to think of a plan to take her down without killing her. However, Yujito seemed determined to do him in. She ripped several more trees out by their roots with both her hands and tails to use as makeshift projectiles. Gotta think of something. Naruto dodged her attacks as he tried to close the distance. While moving toward her, weaving left and right, he attempted to talk some sense into her. Why are you doing this, Yujito? He asked. Yujito said nothing. Why is Kumo attacking Konoha? He ducked underneath a tree, and then spun around to avoid another one. Are we no longer friends? Do you no longer like me? That last comment made her twitch. It is not that I no longer like you, she admitted quietly. However, her eyes were hard as steel. I must simply follow the orders of my Kage. We ninja are weapons for our villages to wield, Jinchuriki even more so. I am only doing what a weapon is supposed to do. It was a surprisingly Yujito answer, but at the same time, there was a sense of dissonance in her words. If that's true, then why are you crying? Asked Naruto as he pointed out Yujito's tears. Weapons don't cry. Shut up. That seemed to make Yujito mad, for she quickly forsook throwing trees at him and suddenly reverted to the next stage in a Jinchuriki's transformation. She converted the Nibi's chakra into a humanoid shape, using her body as a sort of endoskeleton. A dark red, nearly black layer of chakra enveloped her, making her look like a humanoid cat with two tails. Yujito bent her knees, and then pushed off the ground at a speed that would have put even Jonin-level ninja to shame. She tried to slash at Naruto with her claws, but he avoided it by rolling onto his back, bringing his knees into his chest, and slamming a powerful kick into her torso. He added wind chakra to his attack, which caused the Jinchuriki to soar high into the air. Perhaps this had been a mistake. As she flew through the air, Yujito opened her mouth and numerous black and white orbs of chakra suddenly gathered around her. The orbs quickly combined into a single black sphere with white light shrouding it. Yujito chomped down on the orb, which caused her stomach to expand, but then she opened her mouth and released an attack in the form of a massive burst of energy that threatened to destroy more than just their battlefield. Just as it looked like Naruto would have to do something drastic, a massive red barrier appeared in front of the Bijidama. A loud rumble made the air vibrate as the Bijidama exploded against the barrier. However, the worst of the effects were blocked. Well, now? This is problematic, Akane said as she stepped out from between a pair of trees. Not really, Naruto said. I could have blocked that as well. That's not what I meant. At that moment, Yujito fell back onto the ground, her heavy landing causing the ground to crater. In her version 2 state, Naruto couldn't even see her eyes. They were just white. That girl is under the influence of a very powerful and very subtle genjutsu. What? Naruto's surprised shout caused Yujito to release a fierce roar that made the very air molecules vibrate. Gritting his teeth, he shielded himself from the effects by generating a wind barrier. However, that was when Yujito burst off the ground and charged straight at him. I can probably release her from the genjutsu, but you have to knock her out of that version 2 state. If you can knock her unconscious, that will be even better. What do you think I'm trying to do? Naruto shouted as Yujito slammed into him. He gnashed his teeth together as he locked hands with Yujito and tried not to let her push him back. However, momentum was on her side. His feet skidded along the ground as his knees buckled from the intense pressure of the woman's charge. Snap out of it, Yugi, I said. Snap out of it. Naruto surged chakra through his body, lifted Yujito into the air, and slammed her into the ground. However, this didn't seem to do any damage. The woman opened her mouth and prepared to fire a Bijidama at point-blank range. I guess I've got no choice. He hadn't used his hybrid form in a while. To be honest, he was a bit afraid to since it looked like Yami became stronger when he used it. What if he activated his hybrid form and Yami came back? He didn't want that. However, in this situation, there wasn't anything he could do. He had no choice. Naruto could feel the change taking place as he activated his hybrid form. His muscles became stronger, his eyesight became better, and he knew that his body was undergoing an intense physical transformation, even though he couldn't see it. With this newfound strength, Naruto slammed Yujito into the ground, disrupting her ability to create a Bijidama. As she struggled to get up, Naruto stomped on her head to keep her down. A crater formed under her. Raising a fist, Naruto channeled as much chakra as he dared into it, and then brought it down on Yujito's lower back. Ha! Yujito unleashed a monstrous scream. However, As the scream continued, it became more and more human. Even as he remained there, his fist embedded into her lower back, the dark layer of chakra receded, revealing soft white skin underneath. A second after the transformation had ended, Yujito's eyes rolled up into the back of her head, and she went limp. Waiting for a moment, Naruto slowly rolled the woman onto her back. As he knelt next to her, he pressed a finger against her neck, checking her pulse. It was steady. Next he closed her eyes and gestured for Akane. You said you could undo the genjutsu? Naruto asked. Yes. Akane knelt as well and placed a hand over Yujito's head. I have first-hand experience with this kind of genjutsu. Just leave it to me. As he wondered what she meant by that, Akane channeled chakra into Yujito and closed her eyes. Exox. Akane glanced around at the dark space she'd found herself in. She wrinkled her nose as the scent of wilted flowers and dead grass greeted her. Taking a step forward, she grimaced as her bare foot crunched against what felt like dried-up vegetation and dead soil. The area she'd found herself in looked like an alpine prairie gone wrong. It was like a wasteland that had once held a beautiful splendor. Numerous rolling hills greeted her vision. Had they been covered in grass and flowers, they might have been scenic, but covered as they were in dead flora that had long since withered, the scene before her was more like something out of a nightmare. Given that she had no idea where to go, Akane began wandering in a random direction, using her feelings and senses to guide her. She traveled over hills, past gnarled trees that were every bit as dead as the grass beneath her feet, and wandered alongside a dried-up riverbed through which water no longer flowed. She eventually stumbled upon a person. They were crouched on the ground by a dead tree, their knees curled into their chest, hugging their knees to themselves as they buried their face between them. Even from far away, she could see how this girl's shoulders shook. Excuse me, little one, Akane said. However, the moment she spoke, the girl's head snapped up. Cat-like eyes stared at her, wide in fear. Before she could so much as take another step forward, the girl leapt to her feet and bolted off, disappearing into a forest of dead trees. Akane sighed as she watched the girl take off. Great. Now she had to chase the girl. Wandering into the forest, Akane sniffed with distaste at all the dead plants surrounding her. She tried to ignore the way dead grass, flowers, and leaves crumpled beneath her. The sound was grating. Not only that, but the sensation they left on her feet was gross. If she didn't hate the idea of footwear, she'd have worn sandals at least. It wasn't very hard to find the girl. She couldn't hide her presence well. Akane found her huddled behind a tree, crouching low and covering her face with her hands as though that would keep herself from being found. I'm not here to hurt you, you know, the girl squeaked as she spoke. Bright eyes stared at her in fear before flicking around as though trying to find another hiding spot to run to. However, now Akane had her trapped against the tree. There was no way she could escape now. Akane wasn't one for gentle smiles, so she didn't bother to give one as she stared into the frightened child's eye. This girl had blonde hair like Yujito, and the same cat-like eyes, but her body was immature. At a guess, she would have put her age at somewhere around 11 or 12 years old. Is your name Yujito? Asked Akane. Still wide-eyed, Yujito silently nodded. I see. That's good. I'm here to help you. While Yujito tilted her head as though she didn't understand, Akane subtly frowned. It looks like you're only a small piece of Yujito-ni, perhaps her youth, or maybe part of a memory from a long time ago. I wonder where the rest of you is. As if her words had jolted the young Yujito, the girl stood to her feet and grabbed Akane's arm. She tugged on it. Are you telling me you know where the rest of you is? Yujito didn't say anything. She nodded and tugged harder. Deciding there was no harm in following this girl, Akane stood up and let the young Yujito drag her through the forest. Now that she had a more clear understanding of the person pulling her, she also understood more about this place and why it looked like this. This is inside of the seal, but thanks to the genjutsu affecting Yujito and Nibi, it's become rather desolate. Akane hummed as she wandered past a tree whose dead bark was flaking and chipped. Without Nibi and Yujito to maintain the seal together, this place is falling apart. It could also be a good indication of her mental state. The young Yujito looked confused. She was definitely the immature side of Yujito, which had never grown up. Akane doubted this child understood what she was talking about. Well, let's not worry about that and find the rest of you. Yujito nodded emphatically as she led Akane further into the forest. It didn't take long before they reached the mouth of a large cage, which Akane could tell even at a glance was bad news. The cave was dark. There also seemed to be an ominous presence hanging in the air. Yujito isn't here? Asked Akane. The young Yujito nodded. Left with little choice but to travel inside, Akane and young Yujito stepped into the cave and were soon wandering through it. Water dripped from the ceiling. It echoed all around them as they walked. The damp air made Akane feel oily as moisture clung to her skin and clothing. Dang it, Had this been her seal, she could have changed this so she didn't feel the humid moisture. It was even worse because this cave was so cold. Akane let young Yujito lead her as they traveled through the rounded passages of the cave. She had noticed it already, but this cave had a slight decline. They were traveling down. Would they find Yujito and Nibi at the end of this? The area up ahead began glowing. Yujito pressed herself against Akane as though afraid. She frowned at the girl, but then she looked at the glow and realized they were coming to the end. A fairly massive, cavernous space spread out before them as they reached the end of the tunnel, stretching out for several dozen meters at least. There were several crystals located throughout the cave that dimly glowed. In the center of this cave was Yujito and Nibi. They looked like they had seen better days. Yujito was suspended in the air by a series of chains, which wrapped around her like a psychopath's idea of bondage. The chains held her arms above her head, bound her breasts, wrapped around her legs, and even went between her thighs. While her eyes were open, they were also dim. The lights were on, but nobody was home. Nibi was in even worse shape. Her fur had grown bristly and tough. Bright yellow eyes glared at anything and everything as she hissed, a feral sound that caused young Yujito to hide behind Akane in fright. The giant, two-tailed cat prowled around Yujito like a guard dog. I see, Akane murmured. The genjutsu has locked away Yujito's mind, which has made Nibi revert back to her normal behavior before she was sealed. What to do? What to do? I suppose I will just have to defeat her before undoing the genjutsu. She pushed young Yujito off her. You stay here while I rescue those two. Akane didn't wait to see how young Yujito responded. She stepped into the cave proper, alerting Nibi to her presence. The giant cat hissed at her as it crouched low, though describing it like that was something of a misnomer. Since the Nibi was so huge, crouching low was impossible from a human standpoint, but the massive cat was definitely getting ready to pounce on her. Do you really think you can defeat me? Asked Akane as she strolled forward without a care in the world. If that's the case, then come over and show me what you can do. Akane wasn't really a fighter. Of course she had overwhelming amounts of power as the Kyuubi, but she preferred not to fight because fighting was barbaric and something stupid humans did. She took greater pride in her ability to manipulate the emotions and thoughts of others. That said, it wasn't like she couldn't fight. As the Nibi leapt at her with a vicious and feral growl, Akane held out her hands and channeled her chakra. Power crackled between her hands as a small red orb appeared. It didn't look like much, but then she tossed it at Nibi, striking the giant cat right in the face. The orb exploded with enough power to throw the cat backward. Even Akane found her feet skidding across the cavern floor as the force of the detonation pushed her back. Nibi landed on the ground with a loud crash. It didn't stay down for long. With a hissing sound, it stood up and opened its mouth, getting ready to unleash a Bijudama. Oh no you don't. Mimicking what she'd seen Naruto do thousands of times, Akane channeled chakra into her feet and exploded forward. It was almost like she had teleported. 1 second she was several meters from her foe, and the next she was directly underneath Nibi, punching the cat with a powerful uppercut that caused its jaw to snap shut. Crouching down, Akane sent all 9 of her tails toward Nibi, wrapping one around her muzzle, one around her neck, one around her body, another around her 2 tails, and then binding up her legs with the rest. Nibi fell to the floor with a powerful thud that shook the cavern. It struggled to break free from Akane's bondage, but her tails were more powerful than they looked. Akane then channeled chakra through her tails and created powerful bindings that remained even after she retracted them. Nibi struggled some more, but there'd be no escaping from that, at least for a little while. Now then, with that nuisance taken care of, Akane wandered up to the still-bound Yujito, stopping in front of the woman and studying her closely. It didn't look like Yujito was aware of her presence at all. She waved a hand in front of the woman's face, but she got no response. Not even poking her cheek gave her a response. Frowning, Akane cupped Yujito's left boob and gave it several firm squeezes, but still there was nothing. The woman didn't even so much as twitch. This genjutsu is exceedingly powerful, she muttered. It reminds me eerily of the genjutsu that had been used to control me and make me attack Konoha. Does that mean the person who cast it is the same one who got me? Akane didn't know, and she couldn't remember how the genjutsu that had forced her to attack Konoha worked, so she had no conclusive evidence pointing toward the person who attacked her and the one who attacked Yujito as being the same person. All she had was a hunch. Something tugged on her sleeve. She glanced down at the young Yujito, who stared up at her with an imploring gaze. Yes, yes. Do not worry. I will break the genjutsu now. Releasing a soft sigh, Akane grabbed the chains and unleashed a strong surge of destructive chakra through her hands. The chains became a burning red before, like glass being shattered by a strong punch. The chains broke apart and faded away. Yujito fell forward without anything holding her. Akane grunted as the Jinchuriki's face landed on her chest, but she wrapped her arms around the girl and gently lowered her to the floor. I believe it is time I left this place, Akane said as her body started to fade. As she disappeared, the little girl waved goodbye with a bright smile on her face. Thank you, miss. Feeling her own lips curl into an involuntary smile, Akane waved as she faded from view. Exox. The command tent had never been this crowded before. Naruto had removed the tables so all of them could stand together. With him were several prominent figures, including a man named Chojuro and Zabuza, the two ninja in charge of Kirigakure's forces, which consisted of 250 ninja. There was also Kakashi and Akane, along with Daru, who was currently bound in chains as he stood between him and Akane. What's going to happen now? Asked Daru. My ninja and I have surrendered. Do you plan on keeping us as prisoners of war, or killing us? I personally vote for killing you, Zabuza said, and even though his face was covered in bandages, Naruto could see the bloodthirsty leer in his eyes. We don't plan on killing you or your ninja right now, Kakashi said. Naruto here believes someone manipulated you guys into attacking Konoha. Manipulating us? Daru frowned. That isn't impossible. You think someone could be manipulating the Raikage? Asked Naruto. Daru sighed but nodded. Something seemed off about the Raikage when he told us we were going to war with Konoha. It wasn't just the order itself that was strange. While there was no outward change in how Lord A acted, I know how much the alliance with Konoha meant to him. That genjutsu on Yujito is also a strong indicator that someone is pushing events behind the scenes, Akane added. It is very similar to the one that was cast on me and made me attack Konoha. At these words, everyone turned to look at the redhead. Akane was still wearing her usual clothes and refused to wear shoes. Her ears and tails were currently hidden under a genjutsu like usual. Who are you again? Asked Zabuza. Someone who has a lot more power and experience than you, Akane replied with a smile. TCH. Zabuza's left hand twitched as if longing to pull his sword from his back, but he resisted and eventually settled down. Sounds like you picked up a rather troublesome woman brat, Naruto shrugged. I like my women troublesome, Zabuza snorted. I'll bet. The only concern I have is that I can't figure out who would be able to manipulate Lord A like this, Daru said, getting their conversation back on track. It can't be one of our ninja, but if it isn't, then it means our security is incredibly faulty. There's also the fact that Lord A is the strongest shinobi in our village. I can't imagine someone being able to manipulate him. You should, Zabuza said. Our last Mizukage was being controlled by someone from the shadows. Even now, we don't know who, but whoever it was, they were able to cast a powerful genjutsu over Yagura. While we have no clear evidence, we have a strong reason to suspect whoever had done it was an Uchiha. Was Yagura a Jinchuriki? Asked Akane. Zabuza glanced at her, and then nodded. He was. Then an Uchiha could very easily have manipulated him if they had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Akane wrinkled her nose as though smelling something distasteful. There was a man long ago named Madara who was able to manipulate even the Kyuubi, forcing her under his yoke and making her attack the first Hokage. I would not be surprised if the person who made me attack Konoha was also an Uchiha. As she spoke, Akane's hands had clenched themselves into fists. She bit her lip, blood welling up and dripping down her chin as her strong emotions boiled over. An intense aura enveloped her. The others backed away from the red chakra bubbling from her body, all of them except Naruto, who grabbed her hand and rubbed it. Akane took several deep breaths and calmed down. Are you? Zabuza muttered, but Kakashi cut him off. I don't know if there are any Uchiha left who can manipulate someone like that. Except maybe Itachi. Kakashi's one eye narrowed in thought. We haven't heard anything about him in a while, though. We also haven't been able to find Sasuke. Do you think it's one of them? Asked Chojuro. The one manipulating the Raikage and who cast the genjutsu on Yujito? He was a short man and not very muscular. His tufty blue hair and dark eyes also lent him a meek quality, which contrasted with his pointed, shark-like teeth, a common trait among the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He wore a pair of square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors. Meanwhile, his outfit consisted of a blue pinstriped shirt and camouflage-patterned pants. Strapped to his back was a massive sword wrapped in bandages. I don't think it's Sasuke, Kakashi said with a frown. He doesn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and to get it, you need to experience a strong loss. The intense emotional trauma from losing the person you cherish the most is the trigger to unlocking the Mangekyo. Given that Sasuke doesn't really have anyone he treasures, I can't see him ever unlocking it. He paused. That said, Itachi does have the Mangekyo Sharingan. He might be able to cast a genjutsu strong enough to manipulate the Raikage in Yujito, but Akatsuki has gone silent, and we don't know where he is. Everyone grew contemplative at his words. Naruto glanced at the others as he thought about the situation. It was obvious they needed to do something. However, It was equally obvious that they didn't have enough information about what was happening to make a decision. That said, I think right now we should focus on the Raikage, Naruto said. Everyone looked at him. What do you mean? Asked Daru. If the Raikage really is being controlled by a genjutsu, then our first priority should be breaking it, Naruto elaborated. If we do that, then whoever was manipulating him should reveal themselves once they realize their plan has failed. That, or they will just go underground, Zabuza said. He crossed his arms. A person who manipulates others like this isn't likely to reveal themselves when their plan fails. When our current Mizukage killed Yagura, the person manipulating him from the shadows never showed themselves. The only reason we even knew Yagura was being controlled is because the medical division found trace amounts of foreign chakra centered around his brain, Naruto shrugged. That is also a possibility. However, we currently have no way of figuring out who is doing this anyway. If we don't do something, then nothing will change. True. Zabuza nodded at his point. Then what do you propose? Asked Kakashi. I propose sneaking into Kumogakure and confronting the Raikage directly, Naruto said, wearing a fox-like grin. Everyone looked at Naruto like he was crazy, but then Zabuza began laughing. He held a hand to his gut and laughed so hard tears appeared in his eyes. You're a riot brat. That's the most audacious plan I've ever heard. Then again, I'm not much better. You do realize how dangerous that is, right? Asked Kakashi. First of all, how would you even get into Kumo? Second, even if you did sneak into Kumo, you would still have to find a way to confront the Raikage, who will be surrounded by numerous elite ninja. Then there's the Raikage himself. I know how powerful you are, Naruto, but the Raikage isn't someone you can just confront. Nodding as he listened to Kakashi, Naruto waited until the man was finished to speak. Those are all valid points. I won't deny any of them. On my own, I'm probably not strong enough to confront the Raikage and all of his ninja. That's why I won't be going alone. I'll sneak a team of us inside, and we'll confront him together. Kakashi still looked skeptical. Naruto didn't blame him. In fact, most of the people in the room looked like they couldn't figure out what he was planning. The only one who didn't look like he'd gone off the deep end was Akane, whose eyes shone with a knowing light. She probably knew what his plan was. Okay. Zabuza began in a voice that was skeptical but humoring at the same time. Let's say I go along with his idea. How do you plan on sneaking yourself and a squadron of ninja into Kumo? Sneaking a squadron in will be easy. Naruto reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out a scroll. This is a summoning scroll. It's very simple to use. We connect the seal in this scroll to a summoning seal that I made based off the Kuchiyos no Jutsu. It will automatically summon whoever is standing in the summoning seal, and it can summon up to 6 people at any given time. Everyone stared at the scroll that Naruto was holding like they couldn't believe what they were hearing, but it wasn't like this was a complicated technique. There were plenty of summoning and space-time ninjutsu that could accomplish the same thing. Of course, space-time ninjutsu were, in and of themselves, rather complicated jutsu. The summoning jutsu was also something that only a few people in the world understood. Okay. That tells us how you plan on sneaking everyone else in, but who is going to take the scroll into Kumo and summon everyone? Kakashi asked as he crossed his arms. It looked like he was willing to go along with this plan. Naruto tilted his head. Isn't that obvious? Raising a hand, Naruto pointed at Daru, who suddenly wore an expression Naruto would have expected from a person staring down a fire dragon jutsu. Daru is going to do it, Exox. It was later at night and the details for the coming operation to infiltrate Kumo had been worked out. Naruto relieved the 2 guards entered the extra tent that had been prepared for Yujito. They had originally put her in the hospital, but since she wasn't injured and just unconscious, they decided to move her into another tent. Yujito was still unconscious when he entered. She'd been that way since Akane had undone the genjutsu on her. According to the ancient being, the genjutsu had been so powerful that the backlash to being broken had forced her mind to shut down. Sitting before the sleeping bag that Yujito was resting on, Naruto stared at the woman's face and wondered how long it would take for her to wake up. Akane hadn't been able to give him an estimated time. According to her, it depended on Yujito's own mental dexterity and strength. As he sat there, Naruto allowed his mind to wander. He thought about the upcoming mission. Daru had agreed to it, though not everyone trusted him. They'd been forced to modify the plan a bit to accommodate for that lack of trust, but Naruto couldn't say he was dissatisfied with the end result. The only real issue was whether or not the Raikage really was being manipulated. If he was, then that was good, but if he wasn't, well, Naruto didn't want to think about what would happen should that be the case. Naruto looked down as Yujito's eyes slowly fluttered open, blinking several times as they tried to focus on something. Finally awake, Nekkakin? Asked Naruto. His voice must have startled her. She glanced at him with wide eyes, but soon settled down. However, just as quickly as this change took place, another change came over her. Naruto, what's wrong? Asked Naruto. Why do you look like you're seconds away from crying? Yujito sniffled and turned her head. I'm sorry. After a prolonged pause, Naruto ran a hand through his hair and released a deep breath. I'm guessing you are aware of everything that happened while you were under that genjutsu? Yujito nodded. Can you tell me who placed you under it? Yujito shook her head. While I remember what that person looked like, I'm sure it wasn't their real face, so they were under disguise. Naruto bit his thumb and thought for a moment. Can you at least tell me what happened? I can do that, Yujito said softly before informing him of what happened when she returned to Kumogakure. According to her story, upon returning to Kumo, she had been called to the Raikage's office, where Kurabi, the Raikage, and another man who she didn't recognize had been waiting. The man had been very nondescript, literally the kind of person most people wouldn't look at twice. However, when she entered, Kurabi and the Raikage had pinned her down, and the person who didn't look like much had cast a genjutsu on her, which didn't just force her to obey every order the Raikage had given but was so much more than that. It made me think I absolutely had to follow those orders, no matter how wrong I knew they were, Yujito said as she looked at her hands. Not only that, but when the Raikage gave me an order, I didn't even question whether it was right or wrong. That sounds like a pretty powerful genjutsu, Naruto admitted. Was there anything else about it that you remember? Yes. Yujito nodded. There is one important thing that I remember. The person who had cast the genjutsu had a dijutsu I had never seen before. It was red like the Sharingan, but there was a pattern inside of his eyes instead of the typical tomo. It looked like a star pattern with a three-sided shuriken inside. It was very odd. Naruto didn't know much about dijutsu outside of the Sharingan and Byakugan, and he didn't know much about those Kekkei Genkai either. Was this a new dijutsu, or was it a variation of the Sharingan? Maybe it was that Mangekyo Sharingan that Akane and Kakashi had been talking about. I'll tell Kakashi about it and see what he says, Naruto said. Okay, Yujito said softly. Naruto sighed as the woman looked at the hands in her lap. Reaching out, he flicked her forehead. Ouch. Stop moping, Naruto ordered. Yujito rubbed the mark on her head and looked at him. But I don't want to hear it. Naruto cut her off. We finally met again after a long time apart. This is supposed to be the happy reunion where you smile, tell me how much you missed me, and then I make passionate love to you. Yujito gave him a wan smile. You never let yourself get depressed over anything, do you? She asked before pausing. Her face quickly morphed into something resembling shock. Wait. Did you just say something about passionate love-making? I did. Naruto nodded. It had been my plan for about a year now to seduce you the moment I got home from training with Jiraiya. Is that so? Yujito looked down at her hands, but now instead of appearing depressed, there was a massive blush staining her cheeks. Naruto leaned over to look at her, but when she turned her head to avoid making eye contact, he leaned back. Do you not want me to? He asked. It isn't that I don't want you to, Yujito admitted. It's just embarrassing. So I should seduce you? Naruto asked. Yujito squirmed a bit as she continued to avoid looking directly at him, though she was glancing at him from the corner of her eye. I wouldn't mind it if you did, that's good. It would have seriously sucked if I couldn't do this. Since she had given her permission, more or less, Naruto placed a hand on her cheek and tilted her face so she was forced to look at him. Then he kissed her. There was no subtlety to his kiss. He leaned down and pressed his mouth to hers, enjoying the way they felt regardless of how chapped her lips were. HRNNN. Yujito eventually kissed back after the initial shock had worn off. However, Naruto pulled back. She looked at him, unsure, but he just smiled. Do you mind if I take things further? He asked. Yujito stared at him for a long moment, and then slowly nodded. Good. Naruto went back to kissing her, but this time, he probed the entrance of her mouth with his tongue. Yujito didn't seem to understand what he wanted at first, but then she opened her mouth and allowed him inside. Her mouth was warm. As his tongue became encased in the warmth of her mouth, he took great pleasure in stirring up the saliva between them and playing with her tongue. The cute meows Yujito made as he kissed her were just a bonus. Yujito was only wearing a shirt and shinobi pants. It was easy for Naruto to slip his hand underneath her shirt. A low meowing escaped Yujito's mouth as he placed a hand on her stomach and slowly worked his way up, consequently causing her shirt to rise as well. It did not take long for Naruto to reach her breasts. He cupped the one furthest from him, the right, and kneaded it between his fingers. Her nipple quickly stiffened underneath his touch. Ha! Naruto. Yujito said, mixing his name with a cat-like meow. Oh. I like the way you said my name just now, Naruto muttered as he stopped kissing her and began licking her neck. Wait. I'm all smelly from fighting and haven't taken a bath. I don't mind. Naruto placed his tongue against her skin and licked her all the way up to her ear. His actions elicited a shiver. Actually, I really like your scent. A deep scarlet color appeared on her neck and face as Naruto proceeded to lick and playfully bite her. Yujito could do nothing but squirm and release soft noises like a cat being pampered. He couldn't be sure, but he was almost positive she was purring. Let's take this off, Naruto suggested as he grabbed her shirt in both hands. Yujito shyly raised her hands above her head and allowed him to remove it. She then laid down as Naruto moved to straddle her. He took off his own shirt, and then lowered his torso until their noses were touching. That's better. As Naruto kissed Yujito again, he reached out and started fondling her breasts. Her nipples had grown fairly stiff, so Naruto pinched them and gave them a firm tug. Yujito cried out into his mouth as her body bucked against him. Since he wanted more, Naruto stopped playing with her breasts and kissing her. Instead, he attacked her nipples with his mouth, swirling his tongue around them, giving them playful nips, and tugging on them with his teeth. This was their first time together, so he tried to figure out what she liked by listening to her voice and body. Naya. Naya. Naruto. Your tongue. Don't flick my nipples with your tongue like that. I'm gonna lose my mind. So that's it. Naruto quickly flicked her nipple between his tongue, back and forth several times. Yujito's body jerked as though she had muscle spasms. Her nipple was quite engorged. It was hard and pointed and was even pulsing. It shuddered against him when Naruto sucked it into his mouth and continued flicking it. As he paid homage to her breasts, switching from one to the other, Naruto slipped his hand inside of Yujito's pants. Her panties were wet. They weren't drenched, but there was a definite damp spot where her pussy was located. Naruto almost snorted as the thought that he was about to pet Yujito's pussy entered his mind. He held himself back, but just barely. Nya. Nio it there. Yujito's loud cry made him realize everyone in camp must know what was happening by now. There was no way to mask that cry. Yujito herself began twitching as he rubbed her slit over her panties. The damp spot quickly became even more wet, until it clung to her plump lips. You know, I've always wondered what you tasted like, Naruto said as he stopped playing with her nipples and moved back. He slid her pants off, leaving her in just panties. He placed his hands on her knees, which were currently closed, and looked at her with a dazzling grin. Mind if I have a taste? Yujito flushed from the roots of her hair down to her chest. Her breasts were jiggling as she breathed deeply several times. She covered her face with her hands, completely embarrassed, but she still nodded. Once more receiving her permission, Naruto moved her legs apart and leaned down. He pulled her sopping panties away from her skin, and then pushed it to the side, revealing her pussy. Aside from glistening with a coating of sweat and love juices, her plump lips were completely smooth and had obviously never received a man before. He wondered if she had even played with herself. Itadakimasu. Naruto said. Don't you itadakimasu me, you Naya. Naya. Yujito nearly smothered Naruto as he pressed his mouth to her nether lips and penetrated her folds with his tongue. She thrust her hips against him so hard that his nose grazed against her hood. Realizing she was reacting more strongly than he'd expected, Naruto grabbed her hips and lifted her until he was on his knees. From this position, Naruto could see her snatch, breasts, and face as he dined on her. Ah. Naya. What is this feeling? Is this what sex is supposed to feel like? Nya. So good. It's so good. Yujito's words, moans, and meows encouraged Naruto as he ate her out, lapping up all of the nectar she released with his tongue. She tasted kind of citrusy. He wondered if that had something to do with her diet, but he wasn't sure. To be honest, he kind of expected her to taste like milk or something, but he also knew she enjoyed eating a lot of citrusy fruits. Naruto. Something is coming. It's building up. I feel like I'm going to explode. I'm going to come. Hearing that, Naruto pulled back just a bit so he could peel her lips apart and work out her clit. He quickly went to work, sucking the small bundle into his mouth and stimulating her with his tongue. Yujito screamed as her upper body jerked and shuddered. Her hips would have too, but Naruto had a tight grip on those. An increased flow of juices surged into Naruto's mouth as Yujito shuddered and screamed until, all at once, her body became limp and pliant. Naruto gently set Yujito's hips and legs back on the ground. He took a moment to lean back and admire the young woman as she basked in what he was guessing had been her first orgasm. Her skin was flushed a healthy shade of red. Covered in sweat, it glistened in the low lighting provided by the lamp a few meters away. Her face had also become quite a mess. Her eyes were glazed over, sweat beaded along her forehead, and drool was leaking from her mouth. Naya. Ha. As Yujito came down from her high, Naruto rolled the woman over until she was on her stomach. She had an absolutely luscious backside. Her back muscles were slender, but her ass was firm and had well-defined muscles as well. As he grabbed her hips and lifted her but so he could position himself near her entrance, Yujito looked back at him. "And Naruto?" she questioned. "Is this position okay?" asked Naruto. "Sorry. Did you want me to do this in a different position?" Yujito's speech slipped. "This position is fine, okay. Then I'm going in." Please be gentle, I will." Naruto took a deep breath before slowly pushing his cock into Yujito's love canal. He groaned when her lips parted around him. Yujito also groaned, though again it sounded more like a cat's meow. As a virgin, she was really tight, and that was made even worse by her being a Jinchuriki. Also, perhaps because she was a Jinchuriki with an incredible healing factor, her hymen was intact. "Yujito," Naruto said. "HHMM?" asked Yujito. "This is probably gonna hurt." "To know." Naruto retracted his dick just a little, waited for several seconds, and then pushed himself back in. He broke through her hymen quickly. However, Yujito cried out in pain as a result. A frown crossed his face as tears leaked from Yujito's eyes. He realized only now that this position was no good for their first time. He couldn't hold her or lean over and wipe her tears away. However, even as he thought that, Yujito soon settled down and wiggled her butt against him. "You can move now," she muttered. "Oh. Right. Then here we go." Keeping a firm grip on her hips, Naruto began thrusting into her at a slow pace, though he increased his speed when Yujito asked him to. Her walls were incredibly warm and wet, and the way they pulsed around his dick caused him to bite his lip. His speed apparently wasn't enough for her. Yujito soon began timing his thrusts and thrusting her butt back against him, creating a loud, wet slapping sound as their skin came together. This increased the friction between his shaft and her rigid interior, enhancing the sensations rushing through him. "Nya. So good. This position. What is this? WWHY. Why does this feel so good?" "To think it's because you're the Nibi's Jinchuriki," Naruto grunted as he tried to keep up with Yujito. She was increasing the speed of her butt thrusts, and it was making it hard for him to concentrate. "What does that have to, Naya? What's that got to do with anything?" "Well, you know. Cats are animals and stuff, so a position like this would obviously be their favorite. Nibi isn't a normal kaittt. Naya." Yujito's spine arched as Naruto stroked a spot near her lower back, exactly where her back and butt met. Her reaction allowed him to lean down and reach around her. He grabbed her breasts and firmly groped them as he pulled them both back. "What the, Naya? This. I can't." "Naya." Naruto gritted his teeth as he fell onto his back but continued to thrust inside of her. This new position was sending all kinds of crazy sensations through his cock. As he fought against his own impending orgasm, he began a coordinated assault on her neck and shoulder, adding a third manner of attack to the previously two-way assault. "I'm gonna lose my mind." Naya. It's too much. Naruto. It's way too much. I can't. I'm gonna come." "Then hurry up and come," Naruto grunted. "I'm not gonna last much longer either." Naya. I'm Kuyumi." Naruto groaned as Yujito's walls tightened around him as though sucking the life out of him. He couldn't fight even if he wanted to. He unleashed his load inside of her. "It's pouring into me." His actions only increased the power of Yujito's orgasm, causing her thighs to twitch, spasm, and tighten before relaxing again. As she fell on top of him, Naruto grunted. She was heavier now that she was dead weight, but he didn't roll her off him and let the woman take several deep breaths. "You okay, Yujito?" asked Naruto after several seconds of silence. "And Naruto?" She still sounded like a cat. That was. Naya." He felt his lips twitch. "Is Naya good?" "Yes. Very good. I'm glad." Yujito eventually recovered enough to move off him. The sleeping bag was a mess, so she didn't crawl under it. Naruto unsealed an extra from his scroll, and the two of them snuggled underneath that. Perhaps because this was her first time, Yujito fell asleep barely a minute later, but Naruto remained awake. They were lying on their sides and facing each other. He had a perfect view of her adorable sleeping face. He reached out and tenderly moved a bang that had fallen into her face behind her ear. Yujito smiled as she nuzzled against his hand. "I forgot to tell her about the mission I'm going on tomorrow." Naruto yawned and closed her eyes. "Oh well, I'll tell her. Tomorrow." In the waning hours of the morning, Naruto fell into a fitful sleep. He would be incredibly grumpy when Akane came to wake him up several hours later. Chapter 61, Kumogakure Infiltration. Naruto had been to Kumo plenty of times in the past, so he was actually well versed in the hike up the mountain pass that he, Daru, Karui, Samui, and Omoi were taking. That said, he could have done without his hands being bound in chains. "We're almost home," almost said with something that sounded a lot like longing. "Given the situation, I'm not sure being home is a good thing," Samui muttered under her breath. "Are we sure this plan is going to work?" "Well, it would have been easier if we just given Daru a summoning scroll and had him summon everyone after entering the village," Naruto said with a shrug. "However, Kakashi and the others don't trust you guys enough to do that. We had to modify the plan so I could act as a failsafe in case you decided to betray us." The steep incline was something you'd never see in Hai no Kuni. These mountains that pierced the sky were so steep in some areas that they had to maintain their balance with chakra. It was almost like walking up walls. During one of these areas where the group used chakra to climb, Samui turned her head to eye him with a skeptical glance. She looked at his feet as he used chakra to keep from falling. Then she looked back at his face. "I suppose that makes a kind of sense," she allowed with a nod. Then her nose wrinkled. "But wouldn't you traveling with the four of us into enemy territory put you at a disadvantage? What if we just decide to kill you or take you prisoner for real? You wouldn't be able to." Naruto gestured at Samui with his bound hands and, more specifically, at the seal just barely visible on her left breast. "That seal is tied to the seal on my palm." He held out his right palm so she could see the intricate patterns on it. "I call it Shibando Fusion. The moment you decide to betray me, that seal will activate and cause a massive explosion with enough power to take out this entire mountain. The seal will also activate if I die." "I thought you said this seal was supposed to help us locate you at all times," Karui shouted as she suddenly whirled around on him. The mountain pass had leveled out some, so she fortunately didn't trip and fall. "It does that too." Naruto nodded. "This is another feature of the seal. You forgot to mention that part." Karui spat. "He didn't," Daru said in the front. He craned his neck around to look at them from the corner of his eye. "I already knew what the seal did when I had him put it on us. This seal is the real reason he's here with us." Naruto nodded. "The seal only has an effective distance of about 2 kilometers. After that, I won't be able to activate the seal." "And that's why you decided to pretend to be our prisoner?" asked Oma. Naruto shrugged. "Like I said, Kakashi and the others don't trust you, and considering what happened, I don't blame them. This is a failsafe to ensure you can't betray us." "You didn't need to go that far," Karui muttered in a bitter voice. "We know what's at stake here." Naruto shrugged again but didn't say anything, though not because he had nothing to say. They had reached the gates of Kumo. As the massive gates leading into Kumogakure loomed over them, the foreman cell of Daru, Karui, Samui, and Omo moved into a diamond formation with him in the center. Not only were Naruto's hands bound in chains, but Daru had the cord attached to them. That made it look like he was being dragged along against his will. Knowing that he had to play his part, Naruto put his fine acting skills to good use. He put an aggrieved yet defeated expression onto his face. "Daru!" A man standing before the gate shouted as they wandered up. He was an average man. His skin was dark, he had light brown hair, and he wore the regular garb of a Kumogakure chunin. "What are you doing here?" "I thought you were leading the army against Konoha." Nodding at the man, Daru responded in his usual lazy voice. "I was, but I captured a very unique prisoner. I didn't think it was a good idea to keep him at the camp, so I decided it would be better if I escorted him to Kumogakure myself." At those words, the man finally noticed Naruto in the center of their formation. The way his eyes bulged in shock was almost amusing. Hey, isn't that?" "Yes." Daru nodded. The chunin whistled. "Well, I'll be damned. Never thought I'd see the day you managed to capture a Jinchuriki. It took a lot of work. We have currently sealed his chakra, but we'll need to think of a more permanent solution soon," Daru said. Right. Okay, you guys can go in." The man waved them through the gate, which opened to admit them. On the other side was Kumogakure. It looked vastly different than Konoha. Aside from being built on a mountain range, all of the buildings were built up instead out. They were also built into the mountains themselves, giving the village an entirely different aesthetic than what he was used to. "Come on," Daru muttered quietly. "Let's head over to the prison, sir," the 3 other Kumo ninjas said. "Are you sure about this, Naruto?" asked Daru. Naruto chuckled. "Even if I wasn't, it's good late to back out now." "Dull. I guess that's true." The prison was located in the same mountain that the Raikage's office was on. Naruto allowed himself to be led through the village, doing his best to ignore the gawking stares his presence caused. Kumo was a mostly military village, so unlike Konoha, which had a larger civilian population, about 7,580, of Kumogakure was made up of ninja. It basically meant everyone knew who he was. Naruto wondered what thoughts were going through their mind as they saw Konoha's Jinchuriki get dragged through the village. Their destination was a door built into a mountain and guarded by a chair of Chunin. The two ninja looked shocked as Daru and his group wandered past them, but they didn't say anything, though whether from shock or because they'd been trained to keep their mouths shut, Naruto didn't know. As they entered the well-lit interior, Naruto was led through a series of perfectly square hallways and down several flights of stairs. "So what's the plan?" asked Daru. Since he felt safe talking, Naruto assumed there were no guards who could overhear them. "We'll initiate our plan tonight. You still have the summoning scroll, right?" "Of course." Daru nodded. "Good. I'll take care of the guards before you arrive. All you need to do is show up. You realize this dull plan of yours is crazy, right?" "Sometimes the craziest plans are the most likely ones to work," Naruto said. While he and Daru spoke, the other three ninja looked on with uncertainty, but they didn't say anything. They had reached the prison. As they entered the prison, the warden looked up. He was a big man with hulking muscles bulging from his arms and chest. While Naruto didn't think he had the Raikage's ridiculously muscled body, this dude's arm was definitely thicker than Naruto's head. While he wore the standard one-shoulder flak jacket of Kumogakure, he wore nothing underneath it. "Daru? What are you doing here?" asked the warden. "We've got a prisoner I'd like to keep incarcerated." Daru gestured toward Naruto. The warden eyed him for a moment before his eyes widened. Naruto almost sighed. That was the same reaction everyone gave. It actually made him worry a little. Maybe one of these people would be skeptical about whether or not Daru could really capture a Jinchuriki and decide this must be a trap. However, the warden didn't appear to think that way. "Damn. Never thought I'd see the day this brat becomes our prisoner. We'll need to keep him locked up in our special cell made for Jinchuriki." "A special cell just for Jinchuriki, huh?" Naruto didn't know what that was, but he had his guesses, and judging from the way Samui, Karui, and Omoi stiffened, they probably knew something about it. He guessed it sealed the powers of a Jinchuriki somehow. Daru glanced at Naruto. Locking gaze for a brief second, he nodded at the man, who flicked his gaze back to the warden. "That's fine. I'll leave him to you, you got it." Daru handed off the cord to the warden, who gave it a firm tug that made Naruto stumble. Realizing what was going to happen, Naruto forced himself to remain relaxed as a fist became embedded into his gut. The sound of air being expelled from his lungs echoed around the room. He coughed and hacked several times, but the warden didn't give him a moment to recover. As Daru and the others left, the warden dragged him through the prison, yanking on the cords with little regard to the fact that Naruto was breathless. He winced and forced himself to keep up. It seemed the special Jinchuriki prison was its own chamber. Upon being shoved into the room, Naruto glanced at the numerous seals lining the wall. They were a bit sloppier than what he was used to. These seals weren't nearly as complex as the ones his parents or Jiraiya could do. That said, it wasn't like they were bad either. They were just really simple to understand. "You'll be staying here for the foreseeable future," the warden said. "At least until we figure out what to do with you." After saying that, the man slammed the metal door shut. There were several grating clicks as the door locked. It sounded like the locking mechanism was more complex than a normal door. Naruto strained his ears and listened for the warden's footsteps, waiting until the man was far enough away that he didn't have to worry about being overheard. "Well, that was pleasant," Naruto mumbled as he wandered over to the wall and studied some of the seals. He recognized the kanji being used. So it looks like this chamber is used to keep a Jinchuriki from being able to call upon their Biju's power. Interesting. This must also be the sealing chamber then. Of course, this chamber did nothing to Naruto, who was no longer a Jinchuriki. Just to test this theory out, he quickly began channeling his chakra through his body. It flowed smoothly through him. Like the seals around this room, the seals on these chains couldn't keep his chakra restrained since it was a mixture of his and Akane's chakra. It wasn't human anymore. Right. Time to get out of these. With nary a grunt, Naruto shattered the chains binding his hands together. He rubbed his wrists and glanced around the room some more. However, nothing new revealed itself to him. A sigh involuntarily escaped from his mouth. "I guess now all I can do is wait until it's nighttime." Sitting down against the wall, Naruto leaned back and closed his eyes. He'd take a quick nap before dealing with that warden. Exox. After dropping Naruto off at the prison, Daru, Karui, Samui, and Omoi traveled up to the Raikage's office. "So it's true then? You've really captured Naruto Uzumaki?" asked the Raikage. Daru felt a distinct sense of unease, a shiver that traveled up and down his spine and refused to leave, as he stared at the Raikage and his brother, Killer Bee. The Raikage wasn't lifting weights and Killer Bee wasn't making raps. They also weren't fighting, which happened quite often. Those were good indications that something was wrong with them. Daru was cursing himself for not realizing it sooner. Yes, Lord Raikage, Daru said. He's currently being held prisoner in the Jinchuriki sealing chamber. The Raikage mumbled something to himself that Daru couldn't hear, then nodded. Good work. We don't have any suitable hosts for the QB, so we'll have to keep him imprisoned for now. We'll work something out later. Good work. Thank you, Lord Raikage. Daru and the other three knelt down in reverence. Now that you've dropped your prisoner off, I expect you to return to the battlefield tomorrow, the Raikage continued. Much as I trust Yujito, she's not leader material like you are. We need someone who is capable of leading our forces against Konoha. Yes, sir, Daru said. He was slightly surprised that the Raikage didn't know anything about their army's terrible defeat, but he guessed Naruto had made sure none of their ninja could escape to report back. After being dismissed, the group traveled back down the tower and exited via the door they had come in from with Naruto. No one said anything. They couldn't talk there. Instead of hanging around, they slipped through the crowd of ninja and found a quiet bar to converse in. The bar wasn't very large, but it was big enough that they could sit far from everyone else. It was a well-lit establishment. Several lanterns hung from the ceiling to illuminate the floor. All of the tables were round instead of square or rectangular. Perhaps thanks to the time of day and the war on Konoha, there weren't that many patrons. Daru could only see a few older genin sitting around at some of the tables. Are we really going through with this? Asked Samui after everyone had ordered some sake from a waitress that wandered by. Do we have a choice? Asked Karui. You heard what that brat said about these seals. She gestured angrily to the seal on her left breast, hidden beneath her flak jacket. But he's in the Jinchuriki sealing chamber, isn't he? Asked Oma. He shouldn't be able to use his chakra or call upon his bijou. It's not like he can activate it. He can, Daru murmured, silencing the other three. I can't say anything right now, but he's perfectly capable of using chakra even in that chamber. The other three grew silent, perhaps unsure of what to say, or maybe they didn't believe him. Daru sighed. This entire situation was one he never thought he would find himself in, so he didn't blame them for being skeptical. As he leaned back in his chair, the waitress came up with their sake. She didn't seem bothered by the silence. Of course, she lived in a militaristic ninja village. This girl dealt mainly with ninja, so she was likely aware of their generally unique dispositions. She set their sake on the table and left with a quick smile. The four of them drank their sake in silence for a time. No one said anything. No one wanted to say anything. However, after finishing about half of his bottle, Daru decided they couldn't afford to remain silent. Tonight, I want all of you to meet me outside of the prison. We begin our operation then, he said. Karui, Samui, and Oma nodded. Exox. Naruto opened his eyes as he suddenly and quickly woke up. He stretched his arms above his head, yawning as his back cracked several times. It was hard to tell how long he'd slept. Even so, his internal clock was telling him that at least several hours had passed. No doubt night had fallen on Kumo by now. I guess now's as good a time as any to begin the operation. Walking over to the door, Naruto placed a hand on it and sent some chakra through the door. A frown stretched across his face. Just as he had suspected, this was no ordinary door. There were 16 bolts locking this door. 4 traveled from the bottom to the top, while the remaining 12 moved horizontally across the door. Each bolt was also made from a material that absorbed chakra. Even now his chakra was being siphoned from him. Cutting off the flow, Naruto tried to think of what method he should use to break down this door. He could probably just overpower the chakra-absorbing metal's ability to absorb chakra and break it down. However, that would alert the warden. He wanted to be quiet. The last thing he needed was for the warden to sound the alarm. I guess I should undo each lock individually. He grimaced. There was no keyhole or anything for this lock. The method to unlock was the spindle on the other side. Rotating the spindle would unlock the door. As he stared at the door for a bit longer, Naruto finally unsealed the tool kit and flipped it open. There were several items inside. Most of them were lockpicks meant for various types of locks. However, he also had items meant for drilling holes into doors. None of them would be able to drill through steel, though, not unless he used wind chakra. I should have enough chakra for this. Taking out a small drill, Naruto placed it against the door, channeled wind chakra through it to form a sharp blade, and began drilling holes into the door. It took more chakra than it should have to drill a simple hole through the door. The material was greedily sucking up his chakra like a sponge sucked up water, which meant Naruto had to keep a constant, steady flow just to maintain the wind drill. However, he soon drilled 32 holes into the door, 2 for each bar, and now to unlock them, the bars were meant to be moved into a series of holes in the wall. The horizontal bars moved left or right, while the vertical bars moved up or down. Naruto stuck his finger into one of the holes and poked the bar. Concentrating hard, He created a blade of wind chakra on his finger and sliced through the bar, or he would have, but the material absorbed a good portion of his chakra. Only a small cut appeared on it. With another grimace, Naruto funneled more through his finger and continued working until he'd sliced the bar clean through. There was no noise to indicate the bar had been cut. It was being held in place by the rest of the locking mechanism. Naruto proceeded to cut through the remaining bars. When the last one was sliced through, he pushed the door open, wincing as it creaked. I really hope the warden didn't hear that. The Jinchuriki sealing chamber was located at the bottom of the prison, meaning Naruto had to climb up several stairs and down several halls. He was glad the prison cells were barred with actual doors and not bars. None of the other prisoners could see him, and he made sure his footsteps were silent so they wouldn't hear him. Before too long, he was back on the first floor of the prison. The warden was over by the exit/entrance, which was on the opposite side of the door Naruto stood by. Of course. It would have been too easy if he was closer. Karmic laws demanded that nothing ever be too freaking easy. As Naruto complained to himself, he thought up a plan of action. First, he created 3 shadow clones. Then each clone transformed into spiders, which began crawling along the walls toward the warden. As he impatiently waited for his clones to reach the warden, Naruto unsealed another item from the seals on his arms. This time what he unsealed would have been mistaken for an egg. Because that was what it was. It looked innocuous enough, just a plain white egg from a chicken. Only Naruto knew that this egg was not a plain egg. Just then, a muffled shout echoed from the exit/entrance. Naruto glanced around the door to see that his clones had put the warden into a submission hold. One of them had forced the man to his knees, another was holding his arms behind him in an arm lock, and the last was covering his mouth so he wouldn't scream. Naruto walked out from behind the door, enjoying the way the warden's eyes widened. He stopped in front of the man. The warden struggled to escape from the hold, but even though they were just clones, each of them had a good portion of chakra and were using it to strengthen their limbs. There was no escaping from that. You know that punch of yours hurt, Naruto said in a conversational tone. I think that deserves some punishment. He nodded at the clone keeping the man's mouth shut. The clone nodded back and removed his hands. As soon as he did, the warden opened his mouth to yell, but Naruto shoved the egg into his mouth, and then the clone forced his mouth closed again. This caused the warden struggling to grow even more fierce as he did everything in his power to open his mouth. But the clone held fast and the man was soon forced to swallow the egg. Barely a second after he did, the warden began spasming as strangled gurgles escaped his mouth. The clones placed the warden on the ground as he flopped like a fish out of water. Froth bubbled from his mouth as his eyes rolled up in the back of his head. He went still seconds after that, and this was the scene Daru, Karui, Samui, and Omoi arrived at. Naruto was standing triumphantly over the frothing at the mouth warden alongside his clones. Daru glanced at the warden to make sure he was alive, and then looked at Naruto with a frown. What did you do to him? He asked. Hey. Naruto swiped his nose and gave a pleased grin. Back when I was younger, I used to pull a lot of pranks. I still kept some of my prank items in storage. The one I just used on him was actually a boiled egg. What I did was remove the yolk, and then I replaced it with a mixture of spices and gaseous chemicals. Let's see. I think this mixture was a combination of chili powder, serrano peppers, manure, and sewer water. A heavy silence filled the air as the 4 Kumo ninja looked at Naruto, their faces turning an interesting shade of green. What? Asked Naruto. Nothing, Daru muttered, coughing into his hand. Anyway, let's hurry up and summon everyone here. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the reverse summoning scroll Naruto had given him. Spreading it on the ground revealed the scroll in all its splendor, the numerous complex-looking squiggles mixed in with kanji. Only a seal master would have been able to read it. Daru placed his hands on the reverse summoning scroll and channeled his chakra through it. A massive burst of smoke filled the room, causing everyone who wasn't prepared to begin cough. But then the smoke cleared and revealed the 4 people who were going to take part on this mission with them: Akane, Chujiro, Kakashi, and Zabuza. How about that? Zabuza said with an impressed whistle. That scroll actually worked. Of course it worked. Naruto puffed out his chest. I made it. Now that we are here, we should begin the mission. Kakashi quickly took charge. We'll be splitting off into groups of 3. Group 1 will cause a distraction. Group 2 will confront Killer Bee. Meanwhile, Group 3 will work on removing the genjutsu placed over the Raikage. There were 9 people present, which meant they'd be divided into 3 groups of 3. It was decided that Naruto, Akane, and Zabuza would deal with the Raikage. It was originally going to be Naruto, Akane, and Kakashi, but Zabuza had said he wanted to go with the brat. The group going after Killer Bee would be Kakashi, Samui, and Daru. All three of them were jonin, and therefore the ones most likely to survive a battle against the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. Finally, Chujiro, Karui, and Oma would cause the distraction. Once your group causes the distraction, we'll move in and engage Killer B, Kakashi said. Then you guys will confront the Raikage and remove the genjutsu on him. Does everyone understand the plan? Everyone gave an affirmative. Then let's move out. Under the cover of darkness, the three groups of ninja moved off toward their respective objectives. Exoks. The group consisting of Chujiro, Karui, and Omoi traveled through the streets under the cover of darkness. There were many Kumo ninjas still patrolling the village even this late at night. It wasn't even that they were on high alert. Kumo was a military village who acted like a military village. They were nothing at all like the peace-loving Konoha. Karui and Omoi were able to walk in the open, but Chujiro could not. He used the stealth skills Kirigakure was known for to travel alongside the two. Karui glanced left and right, up and even behind her, but no matter where she looked, she still could not see the swordsman accompanying them. Damn, that's creepy, she muttered. Oma glanced at her. What is that guy's stealth skills? I can't even detect him. Well, he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, you know? They're well known for their sword skills and assassination techniques, Oma lectured her. It only makes sense that an amateur like you wouldn't be able to detect him. What was that? Karui slammed her fist into the back of Oma's head. None of the Kumo ninja paid the two any mind as they bickered back and forth. They were known throughout the village for their arguments, so the most they got were a few exasperated headshakes. Hey, Karui suddenly whispered. Are we really sure we can trust those Konoha ninja? What do you mean? Asked Oma. Don't give me that. Karui hissed as she leaned in closer. I mean, can we really believe them when they say the Raikage is under a genjutsu? I mean, how would they know unless they placed him under it, right? But Yujito was also under a genjutsu, Oma pointed out. She admitted it herself, and if she was under one, then it stands to reason Kurabi-sensei and Lord A are also under a genjutsu, right? I guess. While Karui didn't look convinced, Omoi seemed sure of himself, so he nodded several times as they finally arrived at their destination. Their goal was to create a distraction large enough to gather the vast majority of ninja. It had to be in a place that was far enough away from the Raikage's office that it would take time to go back, but it also needed to be somewhere that was both important and wouldn't kill people if it got blown up. That was why they had decided on the Kumogakure training ground. Konoha had a lot of training grounds, but Kumo's space was much more limited, and with that being the case, they only had one training ground. It was a massive, bowl-shaped zone that vaguely resembled a stadium. During the times when Kumogakure hosted the Chunin exams, this place was used during the final test. According to myth, the training ground had been the impact point of a meteor, but there was no evidence to support that. The interior of the bowl-shaped ground had been flattened, smoothed out, and divided into multiple zones. There were places with training dummies for ninjutsu practice in one section, combat zones where people sparred each other in another, and even a gymnasium for people who wanted to lift weights. That had been a relatively recent addition. It was the 4th Raikage's idea. Once they stepped into the training field, Karui suddenly appeared before them as if by magic. Karui let out a shocked squeak as the man bashfully rubbed his head. Even Omos seemed somewhat shocked. Don't do that. Karui hissed. Damn. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Sorry, Chujiro apologized. Whatever. So, how are we going to do this? Asked Omo as he took a lollipop from his pouch, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth. We need to blow this place up, right? Karui shrugged. Let's just set up a lot of explosive tags everywhere and blow it sky high. Are you sure that will work? Omo didn't seem as confident in this plan as Karui. This training ground was made to withstand powerful ninjutsu. Even if we combined all the explosive tags we have on hand, I'm not sure there'll be enough to put even a dent in it. Karui looked like she wanted to argue but couldn't. Her cheeks had puffed out and become red as she glared at Omo. While she was doing that, Chujiro looked like he had an idea. Then why not just blow up the front? He suggested. We could probably plant numerous explosive notes around the entrance. All we need is to cause enough damage that the ninja in Kumo all come over here, right? That is true. Karui said. Oma nodded. It's a better idea than Karui's. I'm in, you jerk. We should probably split up and consider hitting multiple spots at once. I don't think we'll be able to attract all the Kumo ninja if we only hit one spot, Chujiro announced at last. Tell us that sooner. Karui snapped at him next. After much debate, it was eventually decided that they would split up, plant explosive notes in multiple locations, and set them off when they were a safe distance away. Karui would destroy one of the weapon depots, Oma would attack a food storage facility, and Chujiro would blow up the place where ninja accepted missions. Of course, the training ground also became littered with numerous explosive notes placed in key locations that would cause the front entrance to collapse. Each of them traveled to their determined locations. Oma and Karui had it far easier than Chujiro did. All they had to do was walk to their location since no one would expect them of betrayal, but the Kirigakure swordsman needed to use stealth, and while it had been easy for him to sneak around thanks to Karui and Omoi's comedy routine, it was harder when he couldn't rely on them for a distraction. Despite the numerous hardships he faced, Chujiro still managed to accomplish his mission, placing numerous explosive tags within the building used to give ninja missions. He did his best to place the tags in inconspicuous locations that wouldn't be noticed but still looked like they would do incredible damage. Their ultimate goal was to cause a large enough distraction that people would come running. When all three of them had finished their tasks, they met up next to the Raikage's office and looked at each other. "You two ready?" asked Karui. Ayamoma said. "Me too." Chujiro nodded. "Okay." Karui sighed as she made a hand seal. The other two also made hand seals. "I can't believe we're doing this." Exox, Naruto, and the others were waiting for the signal to begin their own respective missions when numerous explosions went off at once in 4 separate locations. Loud sirens blared as squads of ninja poured out from barracks located across various sections of Kumo. If nothing else, these people were incredibly quick to mobilize. Their hiding place was actually a janitor closet within the main building where the Raikage's office was located. Even though they were surrounded by walls made of rock on all 4 sides, they were still able to hear the explosions. Following the explosions was the sound of numerous pounding feet. They all waited until the last pair of footsteps disappeared before nodding to each other. "It's time to begin the mission," Kakashi said as he opened the door and peeked out. Seconds later, he opened the door wider and stepped outside before allowing everyone else to emerge. "Lord Raikage and Kurabi are probably both in the Raikage's office," Daru said, "so our goal will be to split them up to engage them separately," Naruto muttered. "That's right." Daru nodded at him. "Sounds fun," was Akane's sarcastic comment. The group moved swiftly through the now deserted building. Samui and Daru appeared creeped out by how no one was present. According to them, this building almost always had people bustling through it even in the middle of the night, so seeing this normally busy place without a soul around disturbed them. Traveling swiftly up several flights of stairs, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the bridge that would lead them to the Raikage's office. They walked along it. As they did, Naruto chanced a glance down and immediately looked back up. While he didn't have a fear of heights, he would admit that looking down while standing on a bridge so far in the sky gave him a slight sense of vertigo. Before long, all 6 of them had entered the Raikage's office. Just as Daru had suspected, both the Raikage and Kurabi were present. The moment the group entered, the two looked up, and the Raikage's expression immediately darkened. "What is the meaning of this, Daru?" "Samui?" he asked in a gruff voice as he stood up. "I hope you have a good explanation for why several Kirigakure and Konoha ninja are in here with you." "I do," Daru said with a nod. "We're here to break you out of the genjutsu you've been placed under." The Raikage's eyes widened in astonishment. "You think I'm under the influence of a genjutsu?" His expression darkened again, but this time, it seemed almost ominous, like a premonition of imminent violence. "You had better be joking." "I'm not," Daru said. While he spoke, Naruto, Akane, and Zabuza gathered together in a group behind him, while Kakashi and Samui moved next to Daru. The Raikage and Kurabi both noticed the shifts in their formation and scowled. "Letting foreign ninja enter our village, confronting your Raikage was such a ludicrous claim, and I bet you are responsible for those explosions as well. I see what is going on here." He removed his haori and let it drop to the ground, revealing his powerfully built body. "You two have become traitors." Daru and Samui both flinched at the accusation. As loyal Kumo ninja, hearing those words from their kage probably hurt more than they were willing to admit, but even so, they didn't back down. Naruto felt his admiration for them rise. A sense of tension hung in the air as the two forces faced each other down. Kurabi and A both moved apart as though giving the other room to attack. Naruto knew all about their combination attacks, so they would probably attempt to use one of them if they didn't separate the pair first. On their own, these two would be a handful. Together, they would be even more problematic. Naruto was preparing to enter his hybrid mode, which he knew they would need, when Akane suddenly thrust out her left hand. Before the Raikage even had time to blink, a powerful red chakra slammed into him with enough force to lift him clean off his feet. The glass of his office window shattered as he was flung outside and disappeared. "Let's go," Akane shouted quickly as she darted for the window. Naruto and Zabuza followed after the woman as she leapt out of the window without regards to how high up they were. Kurabi tried to follow them. However, the sound of 1,000 chirping birds forced him to leap back seconds before Kakashi slammed his hand into the ground. "I'm sorry," Kakashi apologized as he, Daru, and Samui surrounded Kurabi in a triangle formation. But your opponent is going to be us, I'm afraid. Humph. I see. Then let's do this. Kurabi rotated his arms around as though testing his limbs, and then he removed all 7 of his swords and adopted a stance Kakashi had never seen before. One sword was in his mouth, one was underneath his left arm, while another was being held between his shoulder and collarbone. Another was under his right armpit as the 5th sword was similarly held in the crook of his right arm. Finally, the 6th sword was gripped between his left leg and torso, and the last was held between his thigh and calf at the joint. Get ready, Samly mumbled. He's coming. At that moment, Kurabi attacked. Exox. The wind whistled around Naruto as he descended head first to the ground. He blinked several times as the distance between him and the distance to the ground shrank at astonishing speed. 50 meters. 20 meters. 10. 5. At 1 meter, Naruto flipped around just in time to let his feet strike the ground. He bent his knees to absorb the shock. Even so, the impact from descending so far stung a bit more than he expected. Unlike Naruto, who simply leapt from the building, Zabuza ran down the building. At the 10-meter mark, he kicked off and landed on the ground before springing to his feet. You and that chick are fucking crazy, he grumbled. Who jumps from a 200-meter mountain? This guy. Naruto pointed at himself. Zabuza snorted. Just then, several powerful explosions rocked the area around them. At first, Naruto thought someone was throwing around fire jutsu, but there was no heat. He looked up and quickly found the source. It was Akane and wow. Zabuza whistled. And here I thought she was all talk. Look at that. Akane and were duking it out with an incredible fist fight. Their strikes were so fast their limbs looked like blurs, and each time they attacked or blocked an attack, the air around them would detonate, creating an intense shockwave that Naruto could feel from where he stood. Even as he continued to watch, lashed out with a powerful fist that caused the air to shriek. Any normal shinobi would have been pulverized if they met such an attack head-on. Akane met him punch for punch. Their knuckles collided and were consequently blown back as the air between them exploded with a powerful sonic boom. Let's not stand around watching, Naruto said. Our goal is to subdue the Raikage so she can break the genjutsu. She'll need our help. Zabuza cracked his neck, reached behind him, and removed his sword. Right. Right. Can't let your woman have all the fun. Pushing off the ground, Naruto sprinted toward the Raikage with chakra-infused speed. He leapt into the air upon reaching the man and used the resulting torque to spin around and launch a surprise kick at A's head. However, this man was not a Raikage for nothing. Even as he raised a leg to block Akane's attack, he blocked Naruto's kick with his left forearm. Naruto was not one to be outdone. After his initial attack did nothing, he used A's arm to push himself into a counterclockwise rotation and launch another kick from the opposite direction. That was blocked as well. Unfortunately for the Raikage, he could not block Akane's next attack that happened at the same time. The redhead delivered a powerful double palm thrust to the village leader's chest. A powerful red chakra had engulfed her hands as she attacked, and the resulting explosion sent the Raikage flying backward, where Zabuza was waiting. Here I come. Descending from the air like a bird of prey, Zabuza swung his sword at the Raikage. In most normal circumstance, such an attack would have done serious and perhaps even fatal damage. A was a Kage, however. Before Zabuza's attack could hit its target, lightning chakra exploded from A's body like a thunderstorm. Several bolts lashed out at Zabuza, who was forced to use the substitution jutsu to escape certain death. As the man appeared beside Naruto and Akane, the Raikage regained his bearings and stood to confront them. That doesn't look good, Zabuza said, though he sounded more excited than worried. His eyes were shining as he stared at the Raikage. A's body had become wrapped within a layer of lightning chakra. An intense blue aura surrounded him as arcs of lightning flew and skittered around his body. His hair had also become spiked like a crown. If I'm not mistaken, this is A's right and no Yoroi, Naruto said. It is a lightning jutsu that's used passively instead of offensively. It speeds up the neural synapses reaction time and pushes the user's physical prowess to the absolute limit a human can achieve, allowing them to unleash tremendous raw speed and power. That actually sounds kind of bad, Zabuza admitted. Naruto, you should enter your hybrid form, Akane advised. Right. Naruto nodded. Give me time to transform, I'll keep him distracted. Akane covered herself in a thick layer of bubbling red chakra that burst from her pores, then dashed forward at speeds that surpassed anything a Jonin-level ninja could achieve. The Raikage met her dash head-on. Their fists collided with each other. A massive explosion resulted in their colliding fists, which not only pushed them away but caused the ground beneath them to break apart. This didn't stop them from continuing to fight. Akane, 9 tails made of red chakra floating behind her, attacked with massive claws that she created from her chakra. The Raikage didn't back down as he prepared to meet her attacks. He slammed his fists into the claws, forcing them away but not destroying them. They were merely a distraction. While he was dealing with her claws, she sent several of her tails to attack him from below. Anyone else would have been defeated right then, but it once more proved he was deserving of the title Raikage. He dodged all of her tail swipes like they were nothing. To the average jonin, it would have looked like he was simply teleporting around her attacks. Damn, Zabuza mumbled. I'm beginning to feel a little outclassed here. Also, is it just me, or is that woman using the Kyuubi's chakra? That woman is the Kyuubi, Naruto muttered. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that. What? Naruto ignored Zabuza's shock, took several deep breaths, and then opened the floodgates within his body. Dark purple chakra burst from him. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Zabuza took a step back as Naruto transformed into his hybrid form. He could feel his nails growing longer, his whisker marks growing thicker, and his body growing stronger. Even though he couldn't see the physical changes, he knew what was happening. Holy shit. Zabuza stared at him in shock. What the fuck are you, brat? That's a good question. Naruto spoke in a gravelly voice. I'm not really sure myself, though Akane and I call me a Hanayo. A half-demon? Zabuza paused for several seconds, then nodded. Yeah, you certainly look like a half-demon. Giving the man an aggrieved look, Naruto sighed and said, Akane and I are going to engage the Raikage. We'll weaken him. When we do, I want you to use your knowledge of vital points to land a crippling blow that will knock him out cold. So in the end, I'm barely getting to do anything. Zabuza sighed as he stabbed his sword into the ground. Well, fine. This is your mission. Besides, I'm interested in seeing how this fight goes. I hope we don't disappoint you then, Naruto said before disappearing. Akane and they were still duking it out with each other. However, now that they were using chakra to enhance their bodies, the fight had become even more destructive. Every time their extremities collided, the ground would split open like an overripe fruit, and the air would explode with power. Each time one of them landed a blow, the other would fly backward and blow a hole into the nearest building. Their fight was clearly getting out of hand. Naruto leapt high into the air and aimed himself at the Raikage as the man blocked a low kick from Akane. Flipping around to increase the power of his attack, Naruto dropped a heel kick at the man's head. Even though the Raikage was fighting Akane, he still had the sense to raise his arm and block Naruto, though doing so caused the ground beneath his feet to crater. Flipping off A's forearm, Naruto landed several meters away as Akane leapt back to stand beside him. The two-eyed A, who seemed to be sizing up Naruto now that his hybrid mode was activated. This man is a lot tougher than I expected, Naruto muttered. Akane clicked his tongue. Holding back is harder than I expected. I'm doing my best not to cause too much damage to him, or the village, but several of the buildings had already collapsed thanks to their fight. They were smaller buildings, not the ones that had been built into the mountains, but even so, it was unintentional destruction. Yeah. Naruto sighed. I guess we just have to weather his attacks until he uses up all of his chakra. Such a pain, Akane moaned. While they were standing there, the Raikage rushed forward and thrust out his elbow at Akane. The woman slipped around his attack and struck it with her fist, or tried to. The Raikage pulled back before it could hit, lifted his left foot off the ground, and delivered a powerful kick to Naruto's side as he tried to sneak up and attack from a blind spot. He took the attack head-on. A grunt escaped his lips as the powerful kick slammed into his abdomen, but Naruto ignored the pain and wrapped his arms around the man's leg. He lifted A off the ground and spun around and around before throwing his opponent. As A soared through the air, Akane appeared above him. She was holding out her left hand, which had formed an unusual shape with her index finger and thumb. Red chakra gathered near the tip of her index finger, growing brighter by the second before. With a strange whining noise, a massive burst of red chakra flew into the Raikage. Being in the air, A was unable to dodge the attack and got hit. The powerful burst of energy slammed him into the ground. A massive crater formed beneath his body and several nearby buildings crumbled from the resulting shockwave. Naruto hoped no one was in those buildings. As dust billowed out in a makeshift smokescreen, Akane landed on the ground next to Naruto. Did that get him? She asked. Not even a second later, the Raikage burst out of the dust cloud and flew at them. I don't think I need to answer that, Naruto said before he and Akane split apart. I must have determined that Akane was a larger threat since he went after her. The woman did her best to remain one step ahead of her opponent, but A actually seemed to be a bit faster than she was. Akane was forced to block and dodge his attacks as Naruto came in from behind and attempted to deliver a double punch to the Raikage's spine. It missed when the Raikage disappeared and reappeared behind him. I see now why this man was said to be on par with my dad. Naruto grimaced as he spun around and crossed his arms above his head. A jumped above Naruto and brought his foot down in a powerful downward kick, using the momentum of his fall to increase his attack power. The shockwave unleashed from the attack was enough to make Naruto's bones vibrate and his teeth to clatter. He released a pained groan as his forearms snapped like brittle twigs before regenerating. Even though the pain was immense, he gritted his teeth and withstood the attack. At that exact moment, Akane appeared and landed a powerful kick to the Raikage's head, sending the man flying into another building. "We're gonna get in so much trouble for this," Naruto murmured as they caused even more property damage. "It's his own fault for allowing himself to be controlled by genjutsu," Akane said with a huff. "Oh look! He's back." At that moment, the Raikage raced out of the hole in the wall and rushed toward them. Naruto and Akane split apart again, forcing A to choose one of them over the other, and he chose Akane again. That kind of hurt Naruto's pride. Just a bit. In either event, the man launched himself at the redhead and initiating another coordinated assault of fists and feet. Thus far, Naruto and Akane had done their best to avoid using any ninjutsu. Their battle was already doing enough damage. Adding jutsu into the mix would have just created even more problems. However, the Raikage didn't seem to have any such compunctions. Raikyaku Seihei lightning oppression horizontal. The man performed a simple backhanded horizontal chop. While Akane blocked it, even she winced as the attack lifted her into the air and threw her back. A was about to go after the woman as she skidded across the ground, but then Naruto appeared next to him, engaging the man in a hand-to-hand bout. Both of them stood in place as they attacked each other with a series of lightning-fast punches and kicks. Compressed bursts of air exploded between them. Cracks appeared on the ground. However, it wasn't as powerful as before. Naruto had noticed it. The Raikage was running out of chakra. In the next moment, Akane appeared alongside Naruto and forced the Raikage into a two-way battle. Just as Naruto had suspected, where before the Raikage had been capable of keeping up with them both, now he was backpedaling as he tried to evade their attacks. The two of them had no intention of letting him off. They kept up the pressure, attacking together and forcing him to divide his attention as he expended more chakra. A brief flicker marked the end of the Raikage's jutsu. The lightning armor encasing him was released, his chakra spent. A wobbled on his legs as he tried to remain standing. In that moment, there was a short but intense burst of killing intent, and then several acupuncture needles pierced the man's back in several specific points. Naruto and Akane watched in silence as the leader of Kumo pitched face first to the ground. Behind him was Zabuza. "I really feel like I didn't do anything at all here," the Kiri ninja complained. Naruto shrugged. "Given the difference in your affinities and abilities, you were at a disadvantage. Besides, me and Akane don't have any experience working with you. It would have only added more chaos to the fight." "Whatever." Zabuza sighed in discontent. "So what now?" "Now we." Almost before Naruto could finish speaking, several dozen Kumogaku ninja landed on the ground around them. They were all armed to the teeth. "I guess our battle attracted their attention," Akane said as she looked at the mass of angry shinobi. "Well, shit," Naruto sighed. "This is just not my day." Exox. The goal in separating A and Kurabi was not just to fight them individually, it was also to break them free of their genjutsu individually. Kakashi thought it would have been better if Akane had fought against Kurabi. She'd managed to break Yujito from the genjutsu placed on her by traveling into the seal that contained the Nibi. Kakashi wasn't sure he had that ability. That said, Akane had theorized that the genjutsu had been placed on everyone by a Sharingan user, which meant it could also be broken by another Sharingan user. Unfortunately, Kakashi wasn't being given a chance to even try breaking it. "Watch out." At Daru's warning, Kakashi began backpedaling as Kurabi attacked him with 7 swords. The man was a whirlwind. His swords spun through the air as he tossed them, attacked, caught them, attacked, tossed them again, caught them again, and attacked again. The swords came at Kakashi from every conceivable angle as the man known as the perfect host leapt and spun in a zany dance that not even his Sharingan could accurately predict. Daru and Samui were hanging back, waiting for an opportunity to attack, but it didn't look like one would be forthcoming. Kakashi had already brought out his Chikuto. He used the blade to try and defend against the ridiculous onslaught, but there was no way his one sword could compete with 7. It was even harder because he wasn't a swordsman. Kakashi's training was basic A and B Kenjutsu. This man, Kurabi the Eight-Tailed Jinchuriki, was a master who had created and refined his own sword style after who knew how many hard years of training. Cuts began appearing on Kakashi's clothing and skin. A blade flashed across his cheek, drawing blood. Another struck his arm. More blood. The sting of Kurabi's blade couldn't be underestimated. While each wound inflicted did little damage, as Kakashi was able to use his Sharingan to barely avoid the attacks, the number of cuts that began appearing would eventually overwhelm him. "I could use a hand right about now," Kakashi shouted. "Right." Samui pulled out her tanto and rushed in to help Kakashi. However, even with another person fighting, Kurabi's prowess was not diminished in the least. In fact, It seemed as if his abilities increased as more people joined. Blades flipped around through the air as Kurabi spun, only to be caught and used to attack from a different angle. A sword flew in from below. Another came down from above. One tried to pierce them through the head. Samui tried her best to keep up, but even though she was a jonin, the difference in skill between her and Kakashi was huge. She was probably a newer jonin. It wasn't long before cuts began appearing on her skin. Kakashi realized that he would need to do something if he wanted to emerge from this battle victorious. He had been hoping to avoid using any of his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities due to the backlash they caused, but he realized now there wasn't much choice. Chidori, letting lightning chakra flow through his Chikudo, Kakashi attacked Kurabi with increasing speed, while simultaneously trying to defend against the 7 swords flowing around the man like a tornado. If this had been a battle against anyone else, his blade would have sheared through his opponent. However, lightning soon flowed along Kurabi's sword. That more or less negated his own lightning-natured chakra. However, using lightning chakra served its purpose. The blinding flash created from the chakra gave Kakashi the chance to grab Samui and jump away. Now Daru, Ranton Raiza Sakasu. A bright halo of energy spread around Darui's hands as he activated the technique. Then it encircled his hands. Several beams of intense blue energy shot out and angled toward Kurabi. The Jinchuriki tried to block and dodge the attacks, but Daru manipulated his chakra and altered the beam's directions, slipping around swords and slamming into Kurabi without pause. Kakashi took several deep breaths as he tried to calm himself down. He watched as the Ranton Jutsu crashed into Kurabi. However, as he expected, the attack didn't do much damage. Kurabi had activated his Jinchuriki cloak. I always knew you had some good moves, Kurabi said. But that sort of attack won't work on me. Damn. Daru cursed. There's no way for regular jonin like Samui and me to go up against a man like Kurabi. After all, in a battle like this, we are at a complete disadvantage, Samui added. We're honestly just lucky this battle is happening in the Raikage's office. Had it been anywhere else, Kurabi-sensei would have already unleashed his Biju's full power and squashed us. That's why Naruto and the others took their battle outside instead of us, Kakashi said. Do you think you can buy me some time? How much time do you need? Asked Samui. 1 minute should be enough. Asking for 60 seconds? Daru grimaced. That's a dull bargain. I need at least that much time to activate my jutsu. We'll do our best, Samui said as she prepared her tanto. Try to stay cool until then. Roger. The two quickly attacked Kurabi, Samui with her tanto and Daru with his cleaver sword. They had much better teamwork than he and Samui had, which explained how they were able to stall Kurabi. Kurabi's increased power was a problem, though. The man was covered in a thick cloak of bubbling red chakra with 8 tails, and each tail seemed to be able to move independently. The two ninja found themselves struggling to defend against the combined assault of 8 different appendages, plus the man's arms and legs. Creating a hand seal, Kakashi closed his non-Sharingan eye and focused his chakra. While he couldn't necessarily see the change taking place, he knew his Sharingan was changing to look like 3 triangles were wrapping around the pupil similar to a pinwheel. He grimaced as blood welled in his eye, but Kakashi focused on Kurabi as hard as he could. Generally speaking, Kakashi's eye allowed him to use the space-time technique, Kamui. By remotely forming a barrier around whatever he looked at, he could warp the target to Kamui's dimension. He was even able to travel there himself. However, it wasn't like that was the only thing he could do. The Mangekyo not only gave him unique abilities, but it increased the Sharingan's other abilities. That said, he could not use Tsukuyomi. Kakashi watched the battle between Daru, Samui, and Kurabi play out as he gathered more chakra. The two were struggling against Kurabi now. Their bodies were battered and bruised, with blood leaking from numerous cuts, but they refused to give ground. He waited until it looked like Kurabi was about to attack, and then he shined directly in front of the man. Their eyes locked. In that moment, just as their eyes locked, Kakashi sent his chakra into Kurabi through eye contact. He could already see the genjutsu being used to control him. Not only was it powerful, but it was also complex. Fortunately, it was not a Mangekyo technique, which he would not have been able to break. Kakashi quickly overwrote the genjutsu with his own genjutsu, which returned Kurabi to normal. Almost the moment he cast the genjutsu over Kurabi, the red Biju chakra died down, disappearing as though it had never existed. Kurabi took several steps back and looked around. He eyed Daru, Samui, and then Kakashi. Yo, ya fool. You helped me break free from that mind control, yo. Kakashi sighed as he covered his Sharingan eye. He'd forgotten how annoying this man could be. That's right, I'm grateful, yo. That genjutsu was hateful. I'd just be minding my own business when that fool looked me in the eye and everything went hazy like crazy. I'm sure, Kakashi mumbled. As he spoke to Kurabi, Samui was drawn toward the window. She glanced down for a moment, then turned back to them. Guys, we have some trouble, she said. It seems Naruto and his team are surrounded by Kumo ninja. As Kakashi heard those words, he could not help but sigh. Let's go rescue them then, Kakashi said as he glanced at Kurabi. We could use your help to smooth things over. Worry not, brother of my brother. Kurabi made several odd hand gestures. I go yo back, yo. Right, Exox. Thanks to Kurabi explaining what was happening to the Kumo ninja who'd been seconds away from attacking Naruto, Akane, and Zabuza, the situation had been resolved. Akane had been able to break the genjutsu on the Raikage, who'd been sent to the hospital immediately after to recuperate. Because of the circumstances surrounding what happened, Naruto and his squad had been asked to remain in Kumo for the time being. They had been set up in a small hotel that hadn't been destroyed by their battle against the Raikage. Most of the people gave them a wide berth. It was understandable. They had fought against and defeated their Raikage, regardless of the circumstances, and so it was only natural no one would want to associate with them. Fortunately, Naruto was friends with Kurabi, who decided to stick around. That helped ease some of the tension. The Raikage remained asleep for most of the first day immediately after their battle. He didn't wake up until the morning of the second. Naruto and Kurabi had gotten the call while they were trying to come up with dank raps for their new single, Jinchuriki Mania. Yo yo yo, we be fighting like mad. These Jinchuriki battles will blow your mind. You can't stop it, fight it, so just sit back and unwind. The two of them were sitting on the ledge of a building and trading rhymes that Kurabi would write into his notebook. Their goal was to create something that would adequately express the greatness of two Jinchuriki battling against each other. Of course, Naruto wasn't a Jinchuriki anymore, but he'd lived most of his life with a bijou in his gut, so he felt like he still was. However, as the two of them went back and forth, Akane wandered up behind them and wrinkled her nose. Do you two ever stop? She asked. Ah. Akane. Naruto leaned back until he was looking at her upside-down profile. Is something up? A is awake, she said. We've been called in to meet with him. Got it. Yo yo yo, let's go. The two of them stood up and followed Akane to the hospital room where A was resting. Well, he was at least sitting on the bed. However, he was also doing curls with a barbell that looked like it weighed at least a ton. Naruto almost snorted when he saw the exasperation on the nurse's face. She looked 10 seconds away from giving the man a lecture. Everyone else who'd taken part in the operation was already inside. Kakashi, Daru, Samui, Zabuza, Karui, Omoi, and Chujiro were all present. Kurabi, Naruto, and Akane made themselves comfortable as well. I'm glad you're all here. The Raikage carefully set down his barbell on the tiled floor, and then placed his hands on his knees. It seems I have caused you all a lot of trouble. However, all of you saved my village even when it looked like we had turned against you. You have my thanks. We were glad to help. Naruto threw his hands behind his head and grinned. While we were happy to be of assistance, I'm hoping we can learn more about the person who managed to do all this, Kakashi said. I remained silent for a time, and then rubbed his jaw. I cannot tell you exactly who cast a genjutsu over myself and my brother. I don't think the face I saw when he confronted me was his real face. That said, I can tell you that he had the Sharingan. I remember you saying Sasuke managed to defect to Otogekure, which leads me to conclude that the one who cast this genjutsu on me was none other than Orochimaru. Everyone sucked in a breath. Of course, they were all aware of who Orochimaru was, what he had done, and they knew he was more than capable of doing something like this. However, the implications were not pleasant. If that is true, then it means Orochimaru managed to take over Sasuke's body. Naruto took a slow breath. Sasuke was not his friend, but it still sucked to hear this. Probably A grunted. Everyone remained silent for a moment, as though absorbing this information. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, whose single visible eye had welled up with guilt. He looked away. The others didn't seem to have as much of an emotional response toward this matter, but he could see the worry visible on their faces. Orochimaru had been enranked cage-level ninja without the Sharingan. There was no telling how powerful he'd become if he really did have it now. We'll be returning to Konoha soon, Kakashi announced after some time. If what you said is true, then we can't afford to remain here. We need to tell the Hokage. I understand. The Raikage nodded. I'll be sending a messenger bird ahead of you, letting Tsunade know what's happening as well. I'll also issue an order for our forces to withdraw from Haino Kuni. Actually, Kakashi began, I was hoping to ask for your assistance in repelling IWA. It seems they have also invaded our borders, which I assume is Orochimaru's doing as well. Consider it done, A said without even taking a moment to think about his response. After the trouble we have caused you, this is the least my village can do to repay you. Naruto let Kakashi hash out the details with the Raikage, but it was decided that they would travel back to their army and inform them of what was happening. A wrote down his orders on a scroll and sealed it with his village's symbol. The orders were for Kumo's army to march toward the border where Konoha's 1st Division was fighting against IWA and provide aid. Yujito would not be traveling with Daru and the others. At Naruto's request, she would be heading back to Konoha with him. When the Raikage asked him why, he had shrugged and said, "It's been a long time since we've seen each other. I'd like to catch up." When the meeting with the Raikage had concluded, Naruto, Akane, Kakashi, Zabuza, Chujiro, Daru, Samui, Karui, Kurabi, and Omoi all left the hospital room. Much as he hated it, he still needed to recover from his battle against Naruto and Akane. As they were leaving the hospital, a loud cracking sound caused Naruto to turn his head. He stared at the window, which now had a crack running down the center. Frowning, he hurried his pace to catch up with the others. "That wasn't ominous at all," he muttered. "What isn't ominous?" asked Akane. "Nothing," Naruto said with a shake of his head. The group stepped outside of the hospital and began preparing for their journey back to Konoha. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.